Greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, Robert Meyer Burnett. I invite you to watch and listen to the Designing Hollywood podcast, brought to you by Martika Ibarra and the great, legendary Hollywood costume designer, Marilyn Vance. I am afforded the wonderful opportunity of co-hosting the show. If you are interested in the magic of Hollywood, the design of Hollywood, the clothes of Hollywood, watch the Designing Hollywood podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts from, or find the video version on the John Campea YouTube channel. That's right, the Designing Hollywood podcast. Why would you ever want to miss it, especially if you love the movies?
There's a company called Hot Toys, and they make these insanely realistic, renderings of characters. They do them for all the Marvel characters or whatever, and they look so much like you. It's disturbing, actually. Like, scary. They look so much like you, but they're tiny. They're like 18 inches or something like that. They actually that's what's crazy about that company is they hand make they carve the mold. The mold of
That's crazy.
It's wild.
Robservations with Robert Meyer Burnett.
Well, greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fun and wonder, your Viceroy of Verisimilitude, and whatever other names you guys want to hang on me, I'm happy to accept them. Robert Meyer Burnett. This is Midnight Musings 30. If this show were Logan's Run, the Sandmen would be hunting us down and trying to kill us on our last day. Thankfully, we're not. But you know what? Thankfully, I do have with me. I've got my cohorts, my compatriots, my fellow travelers, my partners in crime. I've got Mmmm and Lael Rockwell.
Yeah.
How are you?
Hi. Doing well. How are you both, guys? How is everybody tonight?
Oh, that's good. It's just boring.
It's boring?
Yeah, it's just a bit boring.
Really?
Boring.
We're here to
It's just
spice
boring.
things up. You know what we're going to talk about, Lael?
It's just boring. Rob, you know I'm right. It's boring.
You know what we do? You know what we do to spice up? You know when Lael's bored, you know what we talk about?
Yes, cheesecake.
We talk about fucking. We're going to talk about some fucking.
Mm-hmm.
Well, cheesecake is like fucking your mouth without, by yourself.
That's right. Well,
I
either
love
one is
cheesecake.
good. Me too.
Cheesecake is one of my favorite.
Fucking
Cheesecake
is
is,
great, too.
it is. There's only one other thing I like putting in my mouth more than cheesecake, and you know what that is. And if God didn't want you to eat it, he wouldn't make it look like a taco.
Yeah, we just started the show. We
Well,
just started.
If no one ate it, I doubt that there would be more life on Earth.
Well,
That's
you know
true.
What?
There's nothing better than making Lael laugh his ass off.
Mhm.
Oh, wow.
Brings me joy.
Demonetized.
Maybe not. You know, it's okay.
Okay.
Demonetized.
Spice of
Wow.
life. This is why
That's
we talk
amazing.
about entertainment and enjoy all of it, because of that
That's
passion and
amazing.
joy of it all. That's why
That is
we are
amazing.
here.
That's why
Wow,
we're
that's
here.
awesome. That was an awesome intro. Loved it.
Did you like that? I mean,
Loved it. Loved it.
we talk about the right kind of action figures on this show.
Yes, and sex and sexuality in cinema and TV.
Fully articulated.
Mhm.
1-to-1
God.
scale.
Wonderful.
Well, to get us on topic, we got a letter. We don't get many letters from, and it leads into our topic that I want to talk about. Get all serious here for a minute. I want to remind everyone out there, if you want to send a letter to us, to this show, you can, right down there at postgeeksingularity.com. Go to the website. It's free unless you want to write some tome, which people do. So I had to, if you go over 500 words, you're going to have to pay because people writing 10-page letters. I'm like, bro, come on. But we got a great letter. And I know we went from talking about putting stuff in your mouth to
No manifestos, please. That's how I usually say it. No manifestos.
no manifestos. Now we're going to talk about Star Wars, which is a show that needs more fucking. And so anyway, I mean, the Star Wars universe has always needed more of that. We got a little of it. We saw Andor wake up on in space Tel Aviv with a hottie in his bed.
Absolutely. I call it Space Ibiza. And we saw Bix with Tim and whomever else she's been with Andor too. So she's getting some.
And I have to say, the sexiest thing I've seen all year is Bix running from the Empire through the crowded streets. I mean, that ass. That's all I'm saying.
Anything. Honestly, she looks great. She looks great, all messed up. She looks wonderful.
Man, I love her. Woo. So
and
speaking
I love Diego Luna too.
Oh yeah. Well, speaking of Andor,
God, we just started. I swear to God, we just started the show. Wow, we just started.
There was a lot of sexual tension in Andor this week, especially between Deidra and Cyril, who got very.
Did you see the music video that somebody dropped between the two of them on Twitter?
No.
It was hysterical. I'll find it. I'll put the link in. But I want to read this letter that we got because you both are going to love this. So here is the subject of the letter. This is the subject, the headline. I went from hating Andor to loving it because of Midnight Musings. Here's my take on why many Star Wars fans don't care for Andor. That was the subject headline. Robert, in your recent podcast, you asked, why are so many Star Wars fans complaining about Andor? I'd love to give you my perspective. You see, after the first 3 episodes, I really disliked the series. I, too, thought it was slow and boring. I was ready to give up on it. When I watched your September 24th podcast, you asked Lael what he thought of Andor. I was totally expecting all 3 of you were going to talk about how slow and boring the series was. I was blown away when all 3 of you gave glowing reviews. So I thought, what am I missing here? I really respect your comments and opinions. I must be missing something. So I rewatched the first 3 episodes of Andor again. And I am so glad I did. And man, what a different experience watching Andor a second time. I really loved every minute of it, and I'm now hooked on the series. What changed for me? Well, I think my expectations changed. When I originally watched it, I was expecting Star Wars action-adventure. But when I didn't get what I was expecting, I felt disappointed and ended up not liking the series. But watching it a second time, I realized that now Andor is a different genre than what fans are used to. Star Wars is usually in the action-adventure genre. Andor is not action-adventure. Andor is a drama. It's in the drama genre. And since now I know what to expect, I can enjoy the series so much more. Andor being drama means the dialogue is richer in subtext, and Andor is very rich in subtext. Miss a line, and you'll miss key motivations that add to the drama. In the action-adventure genre, dialogue is very on the nose, and it's not clear. And if it's not clear, there's nothing lost, and you can ignore it. In the action-adventure game, it's all about the action. Listening to and decoding the rich subtext in Andor is the key to unlocking the series. And fans of Star Wars need to readjust their expectations and give Andor a second chance. One last thing, in my opinion, Andor is not perfect. I'm a filmmaker, and I'm very disappointed in the music of Andor. Music is such a rich component to Star Wars. Can you imagine The Empire Strikes Back with no Darth Vader theme, or A New Hope without the Force theme? With Andor, there are no themes. At least, nothing that I can discern. Even the opening Andor logo is just bland and uninteresting. Not if you listen to the logo over and over again with each passing episode, and you see they're doing something with that.
They're changing it.
And
they're modifying it,
Yes. Can you imagine if there was a Cassian theme or an IBS theme, or how fun would that be? How much richer would the series be? But nope, nothing like that is there. As such, the series feels really dry, and Andor's score is disappointing and a wasted opportunity, in my humble opinion. Sorry for the long comments here. I enjoy your podcast. Keep up the great work. And this also comes from someone named Robert. And I wanted to start the show with that because, you know, there is in my mind, I've talked about this before, there are now two kinds I did not know this 9 weeks ago, but there are now two kinds of people in the world. There are people that like Andor and people that don't. And I really find myself gravitating toward one group of those people. And I'll let you decide what that group is. And you know, I'm sort of facetious when I say that. But I think the thing about Andor is Robert in his letter is absolutely right. Everybody's expecting something from Star Wars because that's all we've ever got.
Exactly.
Andor, by design, is doing something Star Wars as it existed never explained why there's a rebellion. Why? What's so terrible about the Empire, aside from them being prissy British dudes in great costumes and jackbooted thugs and stormtroopers and big spaceships? And they're basically, the Empire has been one step away from mustache twirling villains, and they're the Empire because the filmmakers said they were. But we had no understanding of what was it like. What was the difference? What does an imperial government look like as far as the people are concerned? And for the very first time, we see what happens to a society when democracy dies in applause. What does that mean? And Andor, like all great science fiction, Andor is a reflection of us. For the very first time, it is a show about what is happening in our world right now. And that was never true of Star Wars before. And I think the stories that they have going on between Mon Mothma, between Luthen, with Cassian, and with what's going on with the Imperial Security Services or Deidra, all of that, we're getting something we have never seen. And it's there are no Force users in what we're watching. You know, none of that matters because what we're watching is how does it affect everyone else? And I think it's doing a wonderful job examining this from many different directions. And I think it's quite, in my mind, quite astonishing. And I will open up the floor to you guys now that what do you think? I'll start with you. How do you feel? I mean, we've now had 9 episodes of Andor, and we've seen certainly Andy Serkis's character, Kino, has taken we've watched him come around. And the end of the 9th episode, I'm like, he knows what's up now, you know?
Certainly, that Andy Serkis character has turned out maybe to be the most important character in the show right now, because nothing will happen without him. And ironically, you know, at the beginning of even maybe the last episode, I had no idea what was going to happen because the writing is done so well that I couldn't predict that this is where they would be at this point. You know, we were all expecting that poor old man's hands to get caught in the machinery. And what ends up happening, he ends up passing away. And maybe in one of the worst places you could pass away, in a prison. You know,
It's a concentration camp.
Yeah.
And Andy Serkis was a capo. He was like a Jewish leader that they used to take care of the other prisoners. I mean, you're watching a labor camp that just exterminates. You know, when they're done, they don't have to put everybody in ovens. They just fry them on the floor, electrocute them. I mean, I can't believe. First of all, I can't believe Disney allowed this show to get made. I'm astonished that this show exists.
Yes, and you know, I think that what's so unfortunate that we're seeing is that it's taking time for, you know, Andy Serkis's character to believe what he's seeing. You know, he knows more than anyone else. He's the most informed prisoner there is. But even he does not want to believe the cruelty that he's seeing right now. And I'm sure this isn't the first prisoner he's ever lost. But now that he's seen the doctor and he has confirmed a lot of things that he already knew or perhaps saw signs of happening, you know, he's come to the realization that he's never going to be let go. And that if he doesn't do something quick to get the hell out of there, they're going to be there for the rest of their lives in one way or another. So they don't want to end up like that poor gentleman whose last breath was in a hallway while online to join the rest of the slave labor camp, which is what it is. Certainly they got to get the hell out of there. We're seeing Deidra and and Cyril having these moments together where he is stalking her and he's not going to stop stalking her, and she's saying, no, you can't just stalk me like that. Well, guess what? He's probably like in your apartment right now. He's probably gone through all your shit while you were out for work, like in the course of the day. That man isn't going away. And it's very interesting dynamic between the two of them. But I think it's interesting too, because even she feels intimidated by people who can help her. She's not a good person. Like she's somewhat evil. I don't think Cyril's evil. I think he's just trying to do his job. But I think that this woman is dangerous. And she can really hurt him very badly if she wants to. And that's probably what will happen. She'll use him as much as she can and then throw him away the way she's been doing to get to the top. She doesn't care what happens at that point. And I think it's very interesting dynamic. Mon Mothma is still on her own, even though her cousin has come by to visit. Boy, what a bad time for her cousin to stop by. People have seen that woman in, one of the most interesting heists we know. This woman has been seen. And so what does she do? She goes to her cousin's house, the senator. I mean, how much more danger can you put Mon Mothma in? That was such a bad idea. Just as bad as when, Cassian goes home to visit everybody after the heist. It's like, what are you guys doing? You shouldn't even go back there ever.
No.
But, she did it. She decided she was going to do that. She's going to go home, try and live it up, try and be inconspicuous. I don't think she can. I think they're going to find Vel, unfortunately, I think is going to be a casualty of all this. But Mon Mothma is gonna, essentially what's happening with her, it's almost like she has no choice but to intermingle with people she doesn't want to intermingle with now, because next week she's going to have somebody coming over for dinner, and she doesn't want to be hanging out with gangsters and sort of like the lower echelon of what's going on. And it is brilliant because now she has no choice. Her pseudo quasi ex-boyfriend, who the husband doesn't like around, has told her, if you don't do this, I don't think I can help you, honey. And I got to guarantee you, even though I like him a lot, I don't think he has her back. Nobody has Mon Mothma's back. She regrets even going to Luthen. It's really just a deep and intense level of, this is like a spy espionage situation at this point.
No,
where things are being played. I haven't seen this level of complexity in a while, and I'm enjoying it.
Well, I'll tell you how sad, how maddening was it when there was Mon Mothma giving an impassioned speech to now the Imperial Senate, and
all the
people were
lights
just,
were being turned out,
they were just turning off and tuning out. And I'm like, look, somebody in the chat, Fuckminster full of shit, says, let's not compare this to the Holocaust. There have been allusions to the Holocaust and to Nazi Germany in Star Wars since the very beginning. Stormtroopers, and that work, that labor camp is absolutely a concentration camp. And
there are many other horrible like labor camps we can compare to that are equally, I'm not going to say as bad as Holocaust,
I said concentration camp, but the thing is all the people that go in there, they don't come out. They're all exterminated. And when people think they're going out, they're just moved to a different level, and then they kill them all. And no one gets out. And the idea that they've turned it into a THX dystopian sci-fi nightmare. But you're absolutely supposed to draw a parallel to all the different kinds of, the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia, call it what you want,
and
hard
no
labor,
one knows where they are.
gulags. No one knows. They've been disappeared.
That's right. So it's like when he gives this false name, the reason why they can't identify is because they don't want anyone to know these people are even there. So they don't care what his name is. They could care less what his name is. It doesn't matter how long he's supposed to be there. None of that stuff is important. They just need his physical body there so he can do the work. And that's all they care about. That's why they can't identify him. They don't care what his identity is.
No, and remember, all of this, don't forget where Cassian Andor winds up in his life. He's exterminated by the Empire's ultimate weapon that destroys an entire planet, which won't be the first time that he happens to be on. I mean,
he's helping the build.
And what I love about this whole show is, the different stories that are converging. You completely understand why Mon Mothma becomes a rebel leader. You understand where everybody's at. This is not a pleasant show, and I think that's another. That's why I love it. I mean, I love it because it's so complex, and it's showing. It decided to dispense with the pulp sci-fi action and lean into the war of it all.
And we're seeing real relationships here, real relationships between men and women, both sexes. We're seeing legitimate believable relationships that are occurring. None of this feels artificial or unreal in any way. These are legitimate characters with legitimate feelings, with legitimate motivations in the story that's driving the story to a
Exactly.
climax that I can't wait to see what's going to happen. Let's say
Mm-hmm.
at the end, or wherever they leave us at the end of the season.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I definitely agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Lael, what do you think of the show? Where we're at now?
Bro, I said it before, I'll say it again. I've been in with this show from the very beginning, and I knew, once we were at Celebration and we watched Star Wars Celebration and we watched the trailer, I knew from just looking at the trailer itself that, okay, yes, this is different. It's unique. They're going to tell a certain story from, a different point of view, a different perspective. This story is the effect of you taking the right pill and waking up, because that's what I think. It's like they're pulling the wool, pretty much off of our eyes, where we can actually see it really for what it is. I mean, the drama, the suspense, the dialogue. The thing is, I wanted a world where I can actually believe I can exist in, and see those subtle politics and experience the hardship and the misery, through the eyes of these particular characters, because it's so closely related to what we're seeing right now. Like literally what we've lived in over centuries, things that we've actually seen, dictatorship, pretty much, is the purpose of, really much it's constricting, and, we have to conform to rule. That's where this is. And if you're out of line and you don't conform, then these are the results. This is clearly a concentration camp. This is clearly, something that they're basically using. I even use it as, to say it's the prison pipeline right now, the prison pipeline theory, that even right now that's being experienced with these prisons, where you have hard labor in prison and a belief and a promise made that never comes through.
Right.
You know what I mean? Again, they're not letting these prisoners leave.
No.
At all. But again, what was its keynote? He believed at first that at least they were men at their words. He believed that
it's like
that was the purpose.
When we see his friend, when he's dying, he's like, but he only had 40 days left. Like you realize, and you poor sap.
Yeah.
He was never getting out of this place.
He was never getting out. But that's the thing is, Kino was naive at that point in believing. He wanted to believe. The thing is, I really don't, and let me rephrase that. I don't think he was naive. I think part of him knew, but he wanted to believe and wanted to think that he was completely wrong. And if everyone was in line, then maybe he would be within favor. Like literally, you know what I mean? That was his belief. And we're seeing this. And also, we're actually seeing a lesson for Andor. The first lesson is the heist, when he had to basically work with a group of individuals who he didn't trust, and they didn't trust him. He had a purpose. We thought he learned, but he experienced loss because he had a connection to one individual. He saw himself through another individual. That's why he killed him, so it wouldn't actually evolve. Now we see something now where he's in an actual prison, or where he's at right now, and he's having to work with individuals in order to achieve a goal. We're seeing now, we're seeing his lesson, and also the rise of the resistance, rise of the rebellion through him. Just a certain section, just like we're actually seeing it with Bix. I think that she's going to be part of something there. You know what I mean? There's so many things that's actually going on, so many intricate parts of this show that are weaving through. The thing is, what's really important about this show is that you're so submersed in the dialogue, everything that's everything that's happening scene by scene, that once you get to an action part or action sequence, it's surprising. The thing is, what I love about this show, and I said it even last night, it's unpredictable in such a great way. I don't predict anything that's going to happen in this show. I have no idea, because you're forced to follow. You're not following just the adventure of 4 individuals and watching them the whole way through, where it does become predictable. Even like I said, when we're listening to the actual themes, I actually at first I listened to music and I was like, okay, it's a different choice. But then I understood why they chose it. And if you listen to each episode, again, the theme changes according to the show and what's happening within that particular show. It's a buildup. And there's intricate pieces that once you put them together, it forms like Voltron. And I love this show, man. I'm telling you, I love it. I can't. And the thing is, what I love about it is that we still have so many episodes. We have a few more episodes to go. It's still not ending, and I love that.
Oh
And this
yeah,
is
I
how the
mean,
story is supposed to be told, bro. I
we,
love it.
yeah, we got there's three more. I mean, three more almost hours of show, and we're
Yeah,
gonna see the presumably the prison
yeah.
break, and then the last.
Mm-hmm.
What I love about this is obviously by design, it's a 2-season, 24-episode show. That
Mm-hmm.
it's not gonna, it doesn't get a third season.
Mm-hmm.
It's 24 episodes, and
Mm-hmm.
this is basically covering 1 year, and then the
Yeah.
next season will cover 4 years up to Rogue One, and we
Mm-hmm.
know how that all ends. But you know what I find so interesting about this show is the people that, and you don't have to like something, but what I really appreciate about this is it's the Star Wars universe first of all, you've got an Academy Award winning screenwriter and director who's the showrunner of this show, who
Mm-hmm.
is doing something like, hey, we're getting Mando season 3, and it's going to be fun. And it's going to give you everything that you want, and it's a continuation of what Filoni started in the Clone Wars and Rebels and all that. But what I love about this show is this takes the Star Wars universe to a whole nother level that you would never see. They were never going to tell you what happens to the every person in a Star Wars movie because
Exactly.
there's not time to do that, and you would never,
Yeah.
you're already. It's like when they make a movie about World War II, like The Dirty Dozen or The Great Escape. They don't spend time showing you what the Nazis did once they invaded Poland. You didn't spend time, unless you're watching a movie about the French Resistance or the Polish Resistance or something like Army of Shadows, Jean-Pierre Melville's. But then it's about the resistance, and
Yeah.
but this show makes a conscious effort to show us the universe that we've never seen, but that has existed the entire time. And it makes, in my mind, the entire universe that much richer. And I'll
And
tell
that
you,
much bigger. Yeah.
and that much bigger. And I'll tell you something else. What I'm talking about with the music is listen to the actual music that plays over the Andor title frame.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what there's been a development every episode as they've
it changes.
changed and added to that theme.
Mm-hmm.
And look, the thing about this show is this show is not a movie the show is not, it doesn't need themes like John Williams has, because the characters everybody's in a moral state of ambiguity.
Yeah.
To have a theme for the Empire, it's like the Empire is it hasn't yet, the people that we're looking at are low-level functionaries. They don't get theme songs.
No.
Only the most important people from either side get theme songs, or the Force gets a theme song. There are no Force users in this show because that ancient religion has been dismissed by the galaxy at this point. I mean, as far as the Empire is concerned, the only Force user that's left is Darth Vader, and they make fun of him. Your sad devotion to that ancient religion has not helped you conjure up the stolen data tapes or provided us with the location of the rebels' hidden fortress, and they make fun of Vader. Like in Star Wars, Vader's a joke to the other Imperial functionaries. And they probably are like, we don't even know why Tarkin keeps this guy around. He's just a bulldog. When you let him off the leash, he can take care of what needs to be taken care of. I mean, and what I also love about this movie, I keep saying movie, what I love about Andor is the Empire is really good at what it does. It kills people. It disappears people. It brings the fist, not of Vader down, but the fist of bureaucracy and the fist of cold efficiency. And what we are watching is, depending on what your politics are, we are watching, I mean, democracy is being chipped away, not just in America, but around the world. And we are watching a very real future for us if we're not careful. And I never expected that from a Star Wars show.
The beauty of it. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. I was just going to say that it is true, and we, for the first time ever, at least, I think that we see a common theme in one type of series that they have put out in regards to another series, meaning from Andor to Tales of the Jedi, where in both series we see a situation where people are upset with the Empire to a point where they actually kill their leader who is selling off part of their planet. And, I think that was a very interesting touch, because that didn't have to be the example in Tales of the Jedi as to why people were rebelling, or this is the reason why Dooku would find out, or suddenly see the other side. They didn't have to choose that. as the reason. It could have been another reason, some other
Mhm.
reason, but they chose for it to be that senator cared more about having, his cocktail parties on Coruscant than, selling off all the land on his home world for the empire to exploit. And of course, what we're seeing is slowly but surely, everybody who turns off that light is another person who's been exploited by the empire,
Yep.
right? Everybody who's at the party and is with her husband and says, hey, I want one of those little squiggly things so I
Yeah.
can forget it all. I want another one of those really cool, things so I can just, party on. It's very interesting that they chose to do that. And
Yeah.
I haven't really ever seen that before.
I like the statement. I like basically that they choose to make a statement, not with force, not with power, but hitting them in their pockets, like straight where the money is. Let's take the money. Let's rob them clean, because that's how we make a statement, and that's where they pay attention. And the thing is, like, someone asked a question, well, if Mon Mothma is such a threat, and, if she's basically trying to restore order in the Senate, why isn't there a move to kind of silence her move? No, well, they need control of the Senate. And at the same time, they can't to silence her, to any force or any wrongdoing towards her that creates mistrust within the actual Senate itself. They need every intricate piece. Even Palpatine knows that. He's only going to let her go but so far, and that's why she's basically being watched. But you can't silence her. You have to let her speak, even though, like I said, he has control of the majority of the Senate, and people that, basically are working for him anyway. Of course, they're not listening to her. They think that she's senile at this point. So they're turning off. They're not really, really interested in her. And I think she's going to learn, but there's going to take a tragic moment for her to basically learn. And just like I told last night, Rob, I want to whoop her daughter's ass. I just need to do it one time. I just want to whoop her ass so bad one time. I want to put her over my knee, whoop that ass, and just say, go to your room. You will not talk to me ever like that in front of people. But I know this is actually a show, so we have to let it go.
I think she's not long for the world. And I think you notice you don't see her in Return of the Jedi.
Yeah.
But again, I think that's what's... It's just interesting to watch this, because like with Mon Mothma, the Emperor's like, let her talk, because it doesn't matter what she says, because at this point you've got the fat cat bureaucrats. They're living high on the hog. They're having a good time. They're completely removed from what's going on in the day-to-day lives of people living on planets.
They have the audacity to even show up at her party, knowing how she feels. They're so confident in what they have and what their advantages over her, that they show up and they don't even care. They're like, we know what you're talking about. We don't care. We're getting paid by the Empire. Screw you. I'll have another
in her own home. Her own home.
Yeah.
And that's what's crazy. And her husband's allowing this. He's allowing this to happen. You know what I mean? With no
he's part of that.
remorse
It's funny.
Exactly.
I keep thinking about G.D. Spradlin in Godfather 2, when he goes in and he thinks he's gonna tell Michael Corleone what's up. I know you're trying to move into Las Vegas and you need the gambling license, and I'm not going to give it to you. And then Michael Corleone's like, we're both part of the same hypocrisy, Senator.
Yeah.
And what the senator doesn't know is these guys are far more ruthless, and they're going to set you up, and they're going to put you in a whorehouse, and they're going to kill a hooker and make it look like you did it and drug you so you don't know what happened. And it's that kind of level that I love that we're getting from Andor.
Yeah, definitely.
And I think a lot of people, and I understand it. You talk about, here's when people talk about subverting expectations. This is subverting expectations in the very best way, because it's not subverting expectations and telling you a story that you look at and go, wait a minute, this story does not affect anything you already know about the Star Wars universe. What this story is doing is it's delving into a part of the Star Wars universe they have never depicted before. They've never delved into it. It's never been real. They've never, and they're doing this in grand fashion. And they're single-handedly making the Star Wars universe far more adult, nuanced, and meaningful than it's ever been. Sure, don't judge me by my size, because my ally is the Force. I get it. Do or do not, there is no try. All those little platitudes are fine. This show is allegorical about the real world that we live in. It is so far above. Now, I'm not saying Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back are two of my favorite things in the world. I saw Empire Strikes Back 26 times in the theater. I love Star Wars and Empire. But Star Wars has been a franchise of diminishing returns. It's been fun. I like a lot of it. I like Clone Wars, both versions of it, and it's fun. And I liked Rogue One well enough, but it was very much light. Star Wars was a light franchise. This is so much more to me as a fan of World War II stories and things like that. This has given me a Star Wars that I never thought I'd ever see. And seeing
or
how
ever even want. Yeah.
I'm looking at this going, now this does not hamper my enjoyment of the rest of Star Wars. I still can watch The Empire Strikes Back and love it, and I love the John Williams theme music, and all of that is great. But at the same time, now I know when I'm watching Star Wars and the Battle of Yavin and all that, I understand how all those people wound up on the Rebel base on Yavin 4.
And it's a very, the other thing I want to mention, and I don't want to forget this through our broadcast. I mean, I know it's very early tonight, but there's also a film about, the timing of Star Wars right now is remarkable. There's also a film called May 25th, 1977.
Patrick Reed Johnson's movie.
Yes, about a kid who's excited to go see Star Wars. We're going to be seeing more and more of this. It's like this momentum has happened that was lost. We lost it in the last few series, right? But now the momentum's come back. I feel like things are starting to happen in a different way. Like it's a very good time, a more positive time for the fandom in general for Star Wars and for Star Trek. I haven't ever seen things. I'm just so excited right now because we know the quality we're getting in Andor. We know the quality we're getting in Tales of the Jedi. We know the Ahsoka series is coming up that's going to have the samurai theme. There's so many different things. Yeah. I can't.
Variety. It's the variety of it. But this, like I said, with this show, I kind of predicted that. I mean, I knew that it was going to be not, I don't want to say controversial, but that there was going to actually, it was going to tread between, a very thin line with individuals who probably won't latch onto it because it's not a predictable show. It's not the same trope. It's not the same punches and powers, Jedi, religion, blasters, blaster pistols, the good guy always wins. It's not the same type of situation. Here, it's like damn near no one wins at this particular point.
No, there's
no way. There's basically just right now a fight to survive on both halves. You know what I mean? Like, you have the rebellion, the formation of the rebellion itself. We're now finding out how the rebellion is being funded. We're finding out that, pretty much, what's been orchestrated and that everybody's expendable, no matter who you are. If it's the rebellion or even the empire, everybody's expendable. There's crooks on both sides, like literally. You know what I mean? And I like that's being that exposure that we're actually seeing it this way. I mean, it's something that we've known. We got a hint of it in Rogue One with Cassian's actions, but now we're seeing it full-fledged where they just don't care. Like literally, there's no care. The torture scene, we talked about it yesterday with Bix. Vinny made it a very interesting point how he loved the simple fact that you could not hear the sound, but you could see the terror. You can hear the terror through her voice and her screams.
This is the sound of children suffering. We're going to play a few. And the thing about it is not hearing it was terrifying.
It was terrifying. It was super terrifying.
It's really funny when, to me, this Andor would have been the thing that I would love to have seen after I saw Empire Strikes Back. Because as I've told people, and people think I'm crazy now, but the most disappointing movie I ever saw in my entire life to this day was Return of the Jedi.
Or Willow.
But I expected Return of the Jedi to be, Apocalypse Now. I wanted to see this, not what I got. Not rehashing old things. I expected Jedi to end on Coruscant and, but whatever. But what Andor is, what I find really, really fascinating is like in the early 90s. So Star Wars, most people forget about this, but Star Wars went away for a while. After Jedi came out in 83, and then after there was books published like the Lando Calrissian trilogy and the Han Solo trilogy, Lando Calrissian and the Mind Harp of Sharu, or Lando Calrissian and the Flame Winds of Ocean, and Han Solo at Star's End and all that. And when all of that sort of ended in the latter half of the 80s, Star Wars went away and it kind of petered out. And it wasn't until it was really interesting because it was brought back in the early 90s with two things. The Thrawn trilogy of novels, The Heir to the Empire, the Timothy Zahn novels. And at the same time, Dark Horse was publishing their Dark Empire comics.
Dark Empire comic books, yep.
And both of those things kind of worked in tandem. And I love those things. I mean, the Thrawn books, they were really good. They weren't totally great, but they were good. And I love the Dark Empire comics, you know, and it gave me the kind of Star Wars universe that I thought we would get after Empire. They had that kind of feel as it got more and more sophisticated. And then what really derailed Star Wars for me entirely was the Star Wars Special Edition of A New Hope, because it added like goofy Rontos in the middle of Mos Eisley, and Jaw was falling off. There was a lot of slapsticky stuff. And then getting rid of the fact, like, I understand George Lucas becomes a father and he doesn't want a hero like Han Solo in his mind. Well, I didn't want him to kill, like killing Greedo it was our hero killing someone in cold blood, you know, but it wasn't. The whole point, it's a Western trope, and when gunfighters fight in bars over something and they take it out in the streets, they gun one another down. And the fact is, when Han Solo says, "Over my dead body" to Greedo, and Greedo answers, "That's the idea." Solo, that's it. That was it. That was weapons free right there. Han Solo's like, I cannot risk that he's not going to fucking kill me right here in Mos Eisley. So when he rock and rolls and kills Greedo, it's because Greedo threatened his life. And it was either him or it was either Han or Greedo. Yeah. But the idea that then Lucas wants to soften that and turns that scene basically into a joke that we're still talking about later, to me, I understand why he did it. You know, this idea that, well, Star Wars is now for kids, but you're not protecting kids by showing them that the world is not dangerous. The Star Wars universe is a dangerous fucking place. I'm surprised that they didn't edit out Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru's smoking skeletons. You know, I'm surprised they didn't take that out. They didn't take that out. You know, stormtroopers, when they murdered innocent civilians, you know, and they won't allow, but that was a mistake. And that was when Star Wars began this sort of long descent into to me, Andor is a reclaiming of the Star Wars universe in grand fashion that restores the seriousness and the tone of where Empire was taking the franchise. And really, to me, Star Wars has only been perfect twice, with A New Hope and which wasn't A New Hope when I saw it, and Empire. And I think, like, to me, what would really be interesting, like, I don't have kids of my own. If I had kids of my own right now, I would introduce them to Star Wars by showing them Andor first. Show them Andor all the way up to Rogue One, and then Rogue One leads right into Star Wars. That's how I would introduce, I was talking about this last night, that's how I introduce my kids, and then I'd go back and I would get rid of, I'd do the machete cut and do Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith and then show them Jedi. But, the great thing about, can you imagine now, in 2 or 3 years, you can actually get somebody into Star Wars using Andor? Imagine the kind of kids that would come out on the back end of that experience. When they've already seen Andor first, they go to Rogue One, they go to A New Hope, then they go to the prequel trilogy, and then they go to, the ridiculous disappointment of the Disney Star Wars trilogy. But it'd be a whole different, can you imagine if you're a kid that got into Star Wars that way? And you already knew about the Empire and the Rebellion before you met Darth Vader and Princess Leia? How much? I'm obsessed now by what it's going to be like for an 8 or 10-year-old. Because I was watching things that were more sophisticated than I probably should have been watching when I was a kid. Like, I remember watching Patton on TV when I was like 9. You know, and Patton opens with him giving the big speech in front of the giant American flag, and he's addressing the troops, and he says, "When you put your hand into a pile of goo that a minute ago was your best friend's face, you'll know what to do." And I'm like,
Mhm.
as a 9-year-old, I'm like, oh my God, that concept and seeing things like Planet of the Apes. If I was a 9-year-old kid and I watched Andor, I would fucking eat that shit up. And if I didn't know anything else about Star Wars, and then I realized that I got to Rogue One, and then after Rogue One, I realized it led off into Star Wars, it'd be the greatest thing ever. And I would already be, I'd already be Andorized, so I would know what was coming.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So,
And that's the thing. I think when we think about, when we're talking about like shows like this, when we're talking about, the potential that this show has to kind of show other shows, it's like pretty much a blueprint of what Star Wars, like you said, what it can be,
mhm.
if a certain approach, to it. The thing is, it's sort of like they don't take it as serious as they should. The thing is, it's like, okay, you want us to believe, and you want to follow on with, Lucas's theory that, again, it's for kids and we make Star Wars for kids. But the thing is, not everything in the Star Wars. I mean, come on, man. When I saw Darth Vader as a kid the first time on screen in 1977, I ran out the theater as a young kid because it was terrifying to see something. When I seen him force choke another Imperial officer, I was like, yo, come on, what? Like, when you're seeing things like this, it's like, okay, not everything is basically for kids. It's
Star
not,
Wars was not for kids. The first
it
Star
was
Wars,
never for
it was
kids.
for everybody.
It was basically for everybody, and everybody basically embraced it. Now we're seeing a more adult driven show, something that we probably should have seen a long time. The thing is, we want variance, we want variety, not something that's consistent. If you're seeing, just the same old tropes, what room is there for growth at that particular point? Now, I understand, look, I'm not trying to force people to like this show, but at least have an open mind to understand that the approaches, what approach that they're basically taking is to give us something different. We've been wanting something different for the longest time. We've been crying and bitching and moaning about it. But when we get something different, we can't really accept it. So it's like, what do we do at that point? I think Andor is the perfect vehicle to realize that, something like this in this world can be dramatic. It can be dramatic. It can be serious. Again, I guarantee you that certain actors in this show will get nominated for an Emmy.
Oh, yeah.
At least.
Andy Serkis is definitely going to get nominated for
Andy
Best Supporting
Serkis is
Actor.
going to get nominated. Pretty much, what Luthen, I forget his name, the actor.
Stellan Skarsgård. Dude,
Skarsgård.
we talked
He's going
about
to
it.
get nominated.
You weren't here last week, but we talked about it last week. That conversation between Luthen and Saw Gerrera.
Yeah, one of. Bro.
We learned that the rebellion has a racist faction that wants humans only.
Exactly, bro. Exactly.
I mean, I was like, really?
Exactly.
I mean,
bro.
that shit was incredible. I mean,
I ate that conversation up, bro. It was amazing.
It was amazing, and you learned so much about the fact that, okay, so there's all these disparate people, and a lot of them are fuckheads.
Yeah,
they're like douchebags that and they're talking about how are we gonna. And Luthen says to Saw Gerrera, like, you're the only person that can bring all these assholes together. They'll follow you. Like, we got to. I mean, the show is so sophisticated in terms of what it's trying to do, and this is just a conversation. I mean, it was basically two different. It was just single shots on either guy. It wasn't particularly dynamically photographed, but it didn't need to be. The camera's not swirling around. It was just two guys talking in a fucking cave.
Having a conversation.
And you learn more about the makeup of the rebellion in that than you learned in all of Star Wars before it.
Exactly.
I mean, it was crazy.
By
the way, dialogue is required.
There are some super chats. I just want to jump in and because people are, let's see. Ghost Rider says, I was working all week when you had people popping in, Rob. You mean randos coming in the show. Will you allow some of us to do that this evening? Yeah, if I go past like 12 and let Lael and go, I'll do that because it's fun. So I'll let people jump in. Kevin Morales says, hey, Rob, I'm jazzed. My Return of the Jedi Darth Vader gets in Tuesday. Would that be Sideshow's Return of the Jedi or Vader, or would that be Hot Toys? But congratulations. Either way, if it's Sideshow, that's a good figure. And of course, Hot Toys is a great figure too. Stubble McShave says, I love the evolution of Deidra. We had a lot of sympathy for her in the beginning as she was the underdog, but now she's full on Gestapo. Oh, she totally is. I mean, she was like the way she was talking about, we'll just kill that pilot and put his dead body in the ship. She doesn't care. He's like a rebel pilot. And I'm like, wow, man. That chick she has gone full on Gestapo.
She's full on, like, cause she knows she has a voice, she has a place, and she's gonna be heard. Like, but she is straight up ruthless. Like, literally, I was talking about this last night. Like, she's one of the most ruthless individuals I've actually seen in the Empire in a while since Tarkin.
And she's fucking great.
Like, and yeah, she is. She definitely is. I want a 6-scale figure.
Dude, I want a 6-scale figure of her. I so badly.
Yeah.
You know, I want to get Luthen with his hair and his norm, you know, and give me Saw Gerrera. Give me fucking Saw Gerrera, please.
Yeah.
You racist fucks. I better get my Dora Milaje. I mean, I you know what? I've been chuckling to myself as I learn more and more about Wakanda Forever, and I'm like, because I know the Black Panther figure sold very well, and now they're forced into making a bunch of chicks.
Yep.
They've got to make a bunch of, and not only a bunch of chicks, a bunch of black queens. You better give me Angela Bassett in those outfits. I want my goddamn queen. I want Ramonda. I want her. I love Angela Bassett and her outfits. And you got to make her hat come off so she's got her white dreads. Yeah, I mean, and when she's out there, when I don't know if you've seen that clip when Namor comes out of the water, you know, my mother told me there was a place like this, and she's like, I mean, come on, I want all of the female. I want the Dora Milaje, and I can't wait to see this movie. I mean, I know it's an aside, but when she says, why am I drawing a blank on her name? Lupita Nyong'o's character, in Black Panther.
Nakia.
When Nakia says, you know, he was your king, but to me, he was everything.
He was everything. Yeah.
I'm like, I get chills just saying that. I'm like, oh, because I love Lupita Nyong'o. I love her face. Like, I could she could read the phone book, and I would watch her read the entire phone book. I mean, I get chills when I think about that. I can't wait to see this movie.
Hell
How many times are you going to see it next weekend, dude?
Okay, so I was talking about this earlier today. So on Thursday night, I'm going Thursday night at one time, but then on Friday, I'm going twice, Saturday twice, and then 3 times Sunday. They're getting my money. They're really getting my money. I'm not playing.
In the theater, Liam.
I am not playing. They are getting my money next weekend. I'm going that many times. Yes, I am going that many times. They are getting my money. Yes.
All right. From what you've seen, what do you think Hot Toys is going to make?
Well, of course, they're going to give us a Panther, 1 or 2 or 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Who knows? We're going to get a Namor. I know we're going to they're going to have to give us a Namor. They're going to definitely give us a Riri. Definitely, they're going to give us a Riri.
Yeah, in armor.
Yes, in armor. They better give us an M'Baku. We need to actually have an M'Baku figure. And the thing is, if it's the wheelhouse, and on top of that, they know that everybody. And look, the promos, pretty much full fledged. They have been promoting the shit out of this film.
Yeah.
So definitely, Hot Toys better take advantage and capitalize on that because it's a lot. Now the thing is, here's the thing: it's always symbolism. We don't look when Hot Toys releases Cos babies. It's a sign of things to come. When they do those Cos babies, and they've done a lot of them so far, it's a sign of things to come. So they better put in some work, but I better see some Dora Milaje this time. I want to see a Okoye this time. Stop playing with me. Give it to me. Let's go.
Yes, I want Okoye, and I want all, I want like 4, like I said, give me Okoye, and then give me like a box set of 4 different, little bit different sized bodies with interchangeable, like 10 different heads. That I can have my Dora Milaje, like the way we buy Stormtroopers for our Star Wars collections. I want Dora Milaje for my Marvel MCU collection, because I want to be able to recreate that scene where they dive off the wall at the Talocan, in the air. I want to put that over my action figure shelf, my Maja cases where they're diving off the wall. By the way, do you know what I got my shipping notice for?
What you get?
My 66 Batmobile.
Oh, wow.
Oh, for real?
For the Hot Toys figures. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Yep.
See? I'm jealous because I don't have those 66 figures at all, bro.
I do. I bought them specifically because Hot Toys was going to make that 66 Batmobile. And it's funny because I think I put my first money down for that 66 Batmobile almost 3 years ago.
Wow.
See.
Yeah. And I look at the other things that I have. I've got the 89 Batwing, and I've got the Snowspeeder, and I have the there's one other thing I forget. The Batman Batmobile as well.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
But I mean, they're not going to come for years. So what is it's here's every month. Take a little bit.
But now you got the shipping notice finally for that 89.
Yep.
That's gonna be crazy, bro.
I should have it by the end of the month.
Do you got space for it?
No. No. I'll probably put it in our new media room. You know, it doesn't matter. I don't have space for my Millennium Falcon. I keep moving the cockpit around.
Just move it around. I wonder what your girl's gonna say when she sees that big ass box show up at the front door, bro.
Oh well, that's the thing. I gotta like. It's one of those things where it's better that I'm here, and luckily she's in school now. So when it shows up, I'm usually home first. So I'm like, move it in the garage. No, baby.
Yeah.
She's like, when did you get this? I'm like, oh, baby, it's been here for a long time.
Yeah.
You didn't see it? It was over there. It was in the box.
Yeah. That's just how it goes, bro. Straight up.
Big box though.
Don't say shit.
It's a huge box.
Yeah, she's gonna.
But the worst, that's nothing compared to the Snowspeeder or the Batwing.
Yeah, no.
What the fuck am I gonna do with the Batwing? Luckily, that's not gonna be done. Like, I'm actually gonna hang it from the
Bro, do you know
ceiling.
how big that Snowspeeder is, bro?
Dude, it's huge.
Bro, yeah, that's what I'm saying. What the hell you gonna do?
I'm gonna hang it. I'm like here in the Robservations. I'm gonna hang it.
Shit, that's a big ass Snowspeeder, bro. Like, yeah.
I mean, it's just like, yeah, because I mean, you know, why not?
You get away with it. Just why not? Just do it.
Yeah, just hang it up. Just hang it up.
Do it. Just do it.
David Milana is a new member of the channel. David, I want to remind everybody who's members of the channel, tomorrow at 11 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time, because we haven't switched over yet, we have our member call, our bi-weekly member call. They usually last, I think we're limited to like 3 hours this time, because Roberto has a heart out. And David Milana goes on to say, hi, Rob, off topic. I saw your Canon stream last night. What's your opinion on DC's Black Label as a chance to adapt great DC story runs without having to conform to canon? Good idea? Possible? Profitable? Well, I would say that they did Joker, and that would answer your question. Joker was a $65 million movie that made over $1 billion. And I think it's a great idea. I think that Joker proved it was a great idea. And the other proof is Matt Reeves' The Batman. You know, that was, even though it was Batman, that's unto itself, creating their own universe. And I think it absolutely works. I think it has both of those movies prove that it not only is possible, but absolutely profitable. Matt Tuween says episode 9's title of Andor has a dual meaning. No one in prison is listening, and neither are the senators listening to Mon Mothma. And what is the title? What is the title of episode 9? Because
no one's listening. No one's listening.
Oh, that's the title of the okay. No one's okay. Andor's writing is so efficient and convey, because when you watch the episode, it's always like episode 9, and they put it up like a day later or something about what it's or something. You know, I didn't realize no one's listening. That's exactly right. And Andor's writing is so efficient in conveying what's happening. I mean, it is. No one is listening to anyone. I mean, it's such a it's so good. I mean, here's the funny thing: if you guys haven't seen Tony Gilroy's movie, Michael Clayton, that stars George Clooney and Tilda Swinton, you know, he won an Academy Award for that screenplay. It's basically people talking. It's very much, I mean, it's not like Andor. It's not science fiction, but you can see where they're going. And what people aren't really talking about is Andor, the showrunner is Tony Gilroy. His brother, Dan Gilroy, who wrote and directed the movie Nightcrawler with Jake Gyllenhaal as a crazy guy who gets into becoming a photojournalist. He wrote and directed that. And their third brother, John, is an editor on Andor. So Andor truly is like this familial experience. And I'm always about authorship. You know, I'll watch anything as long as I feel that there's real authorship behind it, and the people that made it have a point of view, and they certainly do for this show, and that's one of the things I really love about it. Our friend Mike Lito, Mikey says Andor.
Mikey Lito, that's my guy.
Yes.
My
so you
guy.
guys finally got to hook up because he was telling me.
Man, he's always on the show. He's always basically on Comic Book Talk with friends. Mikey Lito like strikes up the conversation. It's like, I mean, literally, like he gets the conversations going, man. I love the dialogue that goes on because Mikey Lito is dope, bro. He's just that.
Well, I'm glad. Okay, I'm glad because I'm glad
Love
you
him.
guys. He's the best.
Love him.
So
Love him, man.
Mikey says Andor. This is actually totally true. Andor is Star Wars without the tropes. I'm unconvinced that Cassian has learned anything. I'll be convinced when we see what he does when he escapes.
Yeah.
I still don't want Cassian to be completely, over to the rebel side. I still want him to have a little bit of a reservation, but if it goes too long where he isn't convinced, it'll create a problem in the story just in general. So he's going to have to, at some point, commit himself to at least saying, I'm not going to just only be out for myself anymore. I really can be part of something bigger, so to speak.
Yep.
He's gonna have to. I mean, because the thing is, like, we can see that he's gonna learn something. I mean, look, he's in there with familiars. He's in there with Melcy, so we know basically him and Melcy are gonna form, a relationship, like a really cool bond, as far as friendship and stuff like that, because they're gonna be working together. You know what I mean? So again, he has to learn something. There's a lot that he must learn, in this show. I mean, or in this last episode, and then with the breakout, and then on top of that, knowing that he has, Kino now on his side, which I do believe that Kino is going to sacrifice himself for everybody else.
Yeah, he ain't gonna make it out of that next episode.
He's not gonna make it out of there, bro. Like I really don't think he is. As much as we want him to, and we want to see the progression of that character, where that character is going, I'd be surprised if he makes it out of there. But it's like, again, like I said, there is a lesson to be learned, and I think this was part of the test. Like the first phase, second phase for him. Now we just have to see where he's going to go. He can't be as selfish as he has been the last couple of episodes.
Yeah, I completely agree. I completely agree with that. But I think Mikey's point about Andor's Star Wars without the tropes is a good one. Although I would say this, Andor is Star Wars with different tropes. Because, they've leaned into it's just that they're it's not that they're tropes, but they are stories that we've seen other iterations of. A politician tilting at windmills or whatever, if you want to call it that, and espionage and subterfuge. I mean, I was talking about, I don't know if I was talking about it on this channel, but I was talking about Jean-Pierre Melville's movie Army of Shadows. That's about the French resistance during World War II, sort of. And there's all those kinds of stories. I mean, because a lot of this stuff, even George Lucas comes out of the idea that, he was going to go make Apocalypse Now with Francis Ford Coppola, and they were going to go to Vietnam and shoot it there during the war. And the whole thing about the Ewoks being a representation of a lesser armed group that was fighting against a technologically superior force. I mean, all those ideas came out of the war in Indochina, and all of these things have real world counterparts. And so Andor is just sort of leaning. Andor has left behind the sci-fi action adventure and has leaned into the gritty realism of all of it. And I think it's great.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Ghost Rider says, is it Lyda, Mon Mothma's daughter? Is it Lita or Lyda? Lyda. He says that Ghost Rider says Lyda was pulled from the EU post Return of the Jedi. Star Wars is to me what Trek is to you, Rob. What do you want to know? Well, yeah, I mean, I think that they've done, they're going back. They've been leaning into. They take what they've been pilfering from the EU, just like Star Trek: Strange New Worlds is pilfering from the Star Trek novels and things like that. So it's not surprising because there was a lot of stuff. I mean, there was a lot of stuff in the novels, whether it was Asajj Ventress, whether it was the Solo twins, Jason, is it Jason Solo? I mean, all that stuff was really, and Luke's honey, Luke's wife, or what's her name? Mara
Jade.
Mara Jade. I mean, all that stuff was all I thought where are the Hoojibs from the Marvel Comics? Where's Jackson?
Mhm.
Where's my big talking rabbit? Yeah, I mean, I think that I like that they're doing that because, you know, a lot of the Star Wars novels, there's some really great stuff in them. You know, that's why I
Yeah.
wanted to see Rogue Squadron. Was it James, who was James Scotchadople or whatever the guy who wrote those books? There was some really good stuff in those books, and I was hoping
Oh, man,
Patty Jenkins
I
would
was
lean
so
into that
hoping
shit.
for that. So
Yeah,
hoping for
I
that,
mean,
man.
but then Wonder Woman 84 happened, and so much for that.
Mhm.
But yeah, so I want to thank you, Ghostwriter. I mean, I can't think of anything I want to know off the top, but you know, Dion Sars says Star Wars Theory and his fans think it's boring. Thoughts? Well, I mean, here's the thing. I would never presume to tell somebody if they find something like there's always talk on the John Campea show about all art is subjective. I don't believe that.
Yeah.
I don't believe that art is subjective. I think that there is objectively great art and objectively great storytelling, but people's opinions about things are objective and or are subjective, I mean. And I would never presume to tell somebody, if somebody tells me that they think something is boring, I'm not going to say you're wrong, because their experience of the world has made it to them, you know, they think something is boring. And I've said this a lot. Most of the people that I know, people that I've met through the John Campea channel especially, half of the movies that I watch, I would never tell them to watch because I know that they would think they're boring. And I would never recommend, when I worked in home video from 1980 to 88 when it was in its embryonic stages. And when I worked in video stores and would recommend movies to people, I was pretty good at knowing, like, I wouldn't recommend, I was pretty good at knowing my audience because I wanted them to be happy. And there's a lot of people that just aren't interested. Like, I can understand. I really do like Star Wars Theory a lot. I've streamed with him before. We've raised money. We've done a charity stream before. His experience of Star Wars was shaped because he started watching it when he was a little kid. You know, and in his mind, Star Wars, in a lot of people's minds, Star Wars is a very specific thing. And what Andor is leaning into is forms of storytelling that most of the big Star Wars audience has never experienced. You know, if I were to say, here's a list of 10 movies that I've seen that anybody that I would suggest you should watch, and if you like these movies, you'll like Andor. One of them being Jean-Pierre Melville's, who's a French director. He made Le Samurai and The Red Circle, but he made a movie called Army of Shadows. If Army of Shadows it interested you, you know, then maybe you would like Andor. But I understand why Star Wars Theory thinks that Andor is boring, because everything he fell in love with about Star Wars is not in Andor.
Yeah.
You know, and he's looking at it going, why is this the Star Wars show that an Academy Award winning screenwriter like Tony Gilroy decided to make? And like Mikey said, he's making it because it has none of those tropes that Star Wars has. That's the whole point.
Yes.
And what it's doing, like anything, is it's asking you to come up to its level. It knows it's not giving you the Star Wars you expect. It's completely the opposite. And for that reason alone, my whole thing is that, like, the letter writer who wrote us at the top, that I read at the top of the hour, he said, look, until I listened to the three of you talking, meaning the three of us, I wouldn't have gone back and watched the show again. And he reconsidered it, not having expectations of what he expected from Star Wars.
Completely stripping the expectations away. Like, literally. Gilroy is writing a show that allows him to, it's like, you know, to play in the wheelhouse right now. He's playing in a sandbox of characters that he's developing, and he's developing in a way that we are connecting with these particular characters, and to the point where you start rooting for him and you don't want to see him, even if like someone like Deidra, like, she makes you hate her that she's so good, but you just want to follow her story because, again, you know, what she's doing is part of the empire. She doesn't think that she thinks that what she's doing is for the greater good, and she's trying to achieve something. She has a goal. I like seeing that type of person in that role, that she's basically asserting herself. He's writing these characters. We're seeing great character development and banter back between characters that has us invested. I'm invested in a dialogue. I wanted this for so long. again, like you and I, we've grown up. I went to see Star Wars in 1977,
Me
so
too.
I know the same thing. I followed these tropes the entire time. Half the people, like, here's the thing, bro. It's a different aspect of it, because half the people who saw Star Wars, we saw Star Wars in 77 when before it became New Hope, it was just Star Wars.
Yeah.
Half the people now in this generation weren't really introduced to Star Wars until episode 1. Like, literally, that's when they were introduced.
Or
And then
the special edition of Star Wars
or the
in
special edition,
97,
and it
20 years
forced them to
later.
go back and watch some of that. So again, they're looking for the actions and adventures. They're looking for punches and powers. They're looking for force users. They're looking for basically a constant barrage of action and less dialogue. They're not really connecting to that. Not to say that they're not, capable of doing it, but they're not connecting to the characters in every aspect. And we're not seeing the underworld. The underworld is where everything is basically happening that we've never seen. It's just like, yo, when the lights turn out, the fun happens. And this is what we're seeing right now. Straight up. We're seeing everything that happens beyond what you would see during the day, like the grime and the grit. And I love that.
Another film I would add that I would compare, or at least would advise, if that's similar to it, is Bridge of Spies, that starred Mark Rylance. And,
the Spielberg movie.
Yes, and Tom Hanks. And of course, Mark Rylance won the Academy Award, I think, for Best Supporting Actor in that role. But it's another film where you have to pay attention, because the whole time the main character doesn't understand or is suspicious of someone, only to find out in the end, I guess he was right all along. But it's another film very similar in feel to me that Andor is like.
Oh, I totally agree. Again, a cold. That's not World War II. It's Cold War. It's Francis Gary Powers, and I'll tell you something else too. Video games have a huge influence on Star Wars fandom. I mean, and I'm a person that liked. I remember playing Shadows of the Empire in the N64. I love that game, and I remember Force Unleashed. I love Force Unleashed, the first one.
Yeah.
I loved all that, and that's also shaped Star Wars. And another thing, with younger audiences, they've grown up in a time where, like when I was growing up in the 70s, the biggest movies, the biggest box office successes were movies like The Godfather. And it wasn't until the summer movie season really began with Jaws and then Star Wars and went on. I mean, I didn't grow up. One of my favorite movies when I was 5 years old was the original Planet of the Apes. And can you imagine now? I mean, yeah, we have the new Apes trilogy, but that was a pretty heady movie. But for me, there wasn't a lot of science fiction films, back in the day. I would watch anything. It didn't matter whether it had giant grasshoppers like the beginning of the end. It didn't matter whether it was 2001 or Planet of the Apes. I would watch anything to do with science fiction, fantasy, and horror. Yeah. The problem is, and this is not a criticism, it's just more of a fact, movie-going audiences today are very populist in their tastes. They've seen less foreign films, I think, than a lot of people that I knew when I was growing up. They've seen less classic cinema. They haven't listened to the pitter-patter. Somebody was talking about, I think it was last night, His Girl Friday, the Howard Hawks movie was on my live stream. Somebody asked about that, and they were blown away by the kind of dialogue they were watching in a movie that was out of their wheelhouse. And I think that one of the things is that, unfortunately, especially now, I mean, think about it. The Marvel Cinematic Universe is 14 years old. So how far back do people go? And now in our video game TikTok culture, this is, I'm sure, trying the patience of a lot of people that they never learn. Look, in order to focus your attention on things like this, you have to train your mind to be able to do it. A lot of people have never had the kind of training that they need, and I'm talking about it as a moviegoer, to focus on a story that's told in this way. They just don't know how to do it. And they're like, no wonder it's boring, because they're used to films that have a certain pace that deliver, and they're not part of the TV generation. So a lot of people grew up, like when I was a kid, you only had 3 channels. And then an independent station, and you no matter what was on, if it was mildly interesting, you'd stay and watch it. And you ended up watching things you probably never would have watched if you had choice. And I think one of the things that I think is really a bummer about the streaming era is that nobody ever stumbles across things they'd never heard of and they have their lives change because they watched something they'd never heard of and didn't know what it was, and they were completely captivated by it. Now, when people watch things, if they don't like it in the first 10 minutes, they turn it off and go to something else. So there's never that moment where you have that revelatory, when something really clicks and you find something you can't believe you love, but you also can't believe it exists. And it's like, oh my God, that was incredible. And it opens up your mind. Now everybody they Wikipedia something, they look at something, and now we come from a world where people thumb their noses at the classics. Oh, this movie's supposed to be one of the best movies ever made. Well, let's just see about that.
They pick it apart like, it's a piece of garbage, and don't look at any of the themes or even the relationships in the story is something that they like to pick at a lot. They don't understand that people are human beings and not every relationship is perfect. So when you see these imperfect relationships in these stories, it's there for a reason. It's there for a specific, it's not meant to be corrected.
No, and it's frustrating because, now, especially now, I mean, the studios are not putting out the diversity of product that they used to in terms of the kinds of, they were telling stories of all kinds of stories, romances, comedies, literary adaptations, big budget action features. I mean, you would get a smorgasbord of different kinds of movies, and now it's all turned into spectacle. And the more dramatic stuff has become streaming series, but it's like, look, you know what? I wish I could see a Star Wars movie that's like The Hunt for Red October.
Oh my goodness.
But this Andor is more like Hunt for Red October than it is like Star Wars, which is one of the reasons, like, I fucking love Hunt for Red October. I mean, or a movie like Master and Commander. I feel the same way about Star Trek. I wish Star Trek could give me a movie like Hunt for Red October or Clear and Present Danger or something. Instead, we're getting these pale, weird imitations of what came before because people don't like. Look, to me,
what episode 9, and I was thinking about this even today when like I said, this last episode, one of my favorite movies, and this is strange that I relate this particular film to that movie. One of them, and this is purely off of dialogue and also Clint Eastwood's performance in Escape from Alcatraz. If you think about that film, think about basically the escape, the great escape, and the plotting and the dialogue between everybody and all the inmates in there where they didn't know his purpose and what he was there for. They were asking questions. He was asking questions so he can fill his way. This is what I'm seeing, and I compared it to. So come on, man.
Dude, that's spot on. Yeah. That's exactly. Now, the funny thing, people are going, Escape from Alcatraz. What's that?
Yeah.
I mean, but when that came out, that was a huge movie.
That was a huge movie, bro.
Like, as a kid, when it came out, I'm like, I gotta go see that.
Hell yeah. It was a dope movie. Loved it. Like, straight up. It was one of the things that made me want to delve in plaster. When I saw that movie, I just want to delve in plaster so bad, bro. Like, I was like, let me just make a mask and I can fool my mom. If she thinks I'm leaving the house, and just put a mask in my bed and leave out.
It's paying homage to these classic films like THX 1138 or
definitely.
We saw the Cool Hand Luke for a while, and now it's on the Escape to Alcatraz or The Great Escape. I'm trying to figure out what's the next film they're going to pay homage to. We're seeing, honestly, formulas that work, and they work in Andor very well.
They do.
I have to give them credit for. The production design of this entire series has been spot on. I haven't seen any errors. I haven't seen one mistake. Even the where you can be more critical, like in the way the uniforms are. They even made a comment when someone altered it somehow. They're very, very careful.
When Cyril's like, I had it tailored, and his mother's like, "Fuck you."
That would never be allowed in the Empire, right?
So
we're going to have to see. Cyril's going to keep making mistakes like this because he's now head to head with the Empire. With Deidra.
He is a psycho, and we are seeing a psycho in the making, literally. Well, and that's the thing is, like, we've never seen a type of character like him before, and
he's like, he's like in a way, he's kind of like an incel. He's stewing in his own juices because he thinks that everything he wants, being this officious character, he thinks that's the way the world should be, not understanding. I mean, if there's anyone in Star Wars that needs to get down to some fucking, it's Cyril. That guy needs to get laid, but he would never, he wouldn't last. He wouldn't.
But you know what? he feels so much like a cycle that, literally, if Deidra, if she not turns on him, but if she embarrasses him, or if she doesn't accept his advances, or if she sees him less than who he is, he would try to kill her. Like, literally, I think
Oh,
that
yeah.
he would be that psycho type
in,
of person.
he's leaned into her, he's grabbed
Yeah.
her arm, and kind
Yeah.
of that face-to-face intimacy that he's forced to
Yeah.
her. But she didn't necessarily throw him in jail yet. I think that's very interesting.
Well, here's the thing, though. He really wants to prove himself. Ultimately, he's somebody that he's right. Like, he's watched men under his command die, and he's been thrown. He's basically been
thrown under the bus.
There's so many people in this world that are very, very smart, that are actually correct. They understand, but they have no social skills. They don't know how to talk to people. They don't know how to play politics, and they don't realize that if you're hated by the world around you, if everyone hates your guts, it doesn't matter how smart you are. It doesn't matter how good you are. You will never succeed because other people hate you. And that's what Cyril is. And, it's funny. I see so many people that want to get into the entertainment business. And I've talked to a lot of people. It's like, well, I'm talented and I can do this and I can do that. And I'm like, you very possibly are talented, and you might be the most talented person in the world, but you want to go into a business that's inherently a business based on social interaction with people. And people are willing to work with people that aren't as good as you if they like you more. When you're on a set with somebody for 12 hours a day, no, don't get me wrong. You have to be really great at your job, otherwise you're gone. But you also have to be fun to be around, because if you're not, no one's going to want to work with you for 12 hours a day, sometimes 6 days a week. And Cyril is a guy that he's as smart as can be. He knows what's up. He knows where Andor is. He's uncovered all this thing, and he's had lost men under his command. But the guy does not know how to talk to anyone.
He doesn't buy beers after the end of the workday, Robert.
No.
He doesn't surprise the crew with extra 2 hours off or
because
he
hates them. He hates the crew. He hates the people he works with. He hates people who thinks that aren't as smart as him. He doesn't understand that the world is full of a spectrum of intelligent people of various levels of intelligence, and you have to learn how to deal with all of them. Otherwise, you wind up like Cyril.
Yeah,
and that's another thing.
Or She-Hulk.
Yeah. Yes, but I think it's amazing that Cyril's even in this show. I love that they've included him. And by the way, I mean, some people are like, why do trust me, all these people have a purpose. And
there's an interesting part that he's going to play. He's there particularly for a reason. And the thing is, he's one that's been shamed. He's fighting to prove himself because he believes that he needs to be the man in the room. It's just that he doesn't have the social skills to communicate with anybody in the room. And that's what
That's a good point, Lael, because the reason why he even has this additional position is because, pretty much he had connections.
Yeah.
So he might be one of those persons who just has connections, and that's what gets him through. That's how he got that position in Morlana.
With a belief that she's doing it because she sees his potential. No, she's doing it because she knows that she has something to gain and information to gain from you. That's it. She has to keep you close, but at the same time, she just wants you to be a bit 12 feet apart. Like just,
you're in the friend zone, buddy.
Yeah, you're definitely friend zone.
You're friend zone.
But here's the thing. He's in the friend zone. But when she goes in and when she walks away, you see her. She's kind of thinking about it. She's thinking about like, what the hell is that? He touched me. I've never been touched like that before. You know what I mean?
Trust me, she's gonna remember that.
Yeah, exactly.
Darth Plato sends in a tip and says, "Give the Empire a break. It gave us the Autobahn." That's pretty funny. I like that, Darth. That's funny. Darth Plato goes on to say, "Oh, this is interesting. Remember the Book of Boba Fett episode when Grogu forced recalled the clone attack on the Jedi Temple? Someone obviously rescued Grogu. My theory, it was Luthen."
I mean, he does have a lot of artifacts, doesn't he? I mean, where else would he get those?
He's got a lot of. He's got both a Jedi and a Sith holocron.
Some people believe that he's force sensitive.
Some people believe he's either a Jedi or a Sith.
Yeah,
but I don't think
people really believe that.
I don't think he's a Sith. I mean, I think
No.
the obvious answer is he's ex-Jedi.
Yeah, he's
But-
definitely, he has to be. But I mean, because a liking to that kyber crystal. He said he wants it back.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's because that goes to his lightsaber.
Mm.
That's that's what I was thinking. I'm like, that's his lightsaber's, and you know what? He was willing to give it up because like he can't. That's the one thing he can't ignite. I mean, that's the one thing. Like the his last thing in the world. I didn't mean it like that.
She started laughing.
I didn't mean it.
Damn.
But what I mean to say is, if he were to have a lightsaber and somebody saw him with a lightsaber,
That's the second time
the
you
jig
said
is up.
someone has showed it.
I really want those holocrons. That's all I want. I want the Sith one and I want the Jedi one, and I'd be fine. I'd still be friends with him. I just want to get those two things. He's got them on the show.
Shit.
They're taunting me. They're taunting,
Yeah.
showing them, and I'm like, there has to be a reason why, because this
Yeah.
show has been so careful and specific. There has
And planting scenes, particularly. I mean, for him having basically Plo Koon's mask,
yeah,
you know what I mean? Having that in the room, you got this Star Killer's armor. You know what I mean? You have so many different things there. Like, all right, how are you getting these things?
they perfected.
Unless you basically took them from,
he
you
liberated
took a
them.
lot of these artifacts from the Jedi Temple yourself. You know what I mean?
And-
So again,
I mean, he's
it's
got
a
he's got
lot.
Probably disguised himself as somebody else and walked out.
Yeah, yeah.
And it also, I also think that for us astute Star Wars viewers, it shows how far removed the Jedi are from what we're watching. And not only the people that come into Luthen's shop don't even know what the fuck these things are. That's how removed. I mean, you might as well be walking into some, not being religious at all, and you go into some Vatican gift shop and you're looking at all this stuff, not understanding what it is or why it matters. No one that walks, like, they just go into, the rich go into Luthen's store and they expect him to tell them, you should buy this because it's this. Oh, really? Well, here's my Imperial credit card. Take my money.
You have anything from Aldani?
Yeah,
You know, like, you
that
have
was so
anything-
funny. Yeah, I love that. I loved that.
Yeah.
But
That was-
honestly, you make a very good point with this because, as far as I'm concerned, he's probably Jocasta Nu's very close friend. Somehow he got in there. Maybe he helped her move some stuff out, but he has to know someone. If it's, let's say he's not a Jedi, he must know someone. There's too many important artifacts in there for thousands of generations.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, and no one knows what it is, and that just shows you
At all.
how. I mean, the funny thing is, because we've been seeing Star Wars through the eyes of the Jedi, we don't realize that would be you've been looking at our world through the eyes of Shaolin monks, and all
Yeah.
the people around Shaolin monks. I mean, what do they know about Chicago?
Mhm.
Or London or Paris? Like nothing. What do Shaolin monks know of Elon Musk buying Twitter? Nothing. And
Nothing.
if you walked into some, I mean, I can imagine someone like Luthen in New York City has a Shaolin monk gift shop, and people go, "Oh, that," and Luthen would be in New York going, "This is like, Chang Dynasty Chinese or whatever it is," and "Oh, really? This bowl was made by blah blah blah. I'll buy that." Not knowing anything. I mean, that's what we're looking at. We're looking at a universe, and that's the funny thing. We're expecting to see our Shaolin monks, and this show is showing us the rest of the universe that doesn't give a fuck.
But they've also perfected cinematography on the wide scale. I don't know what it's called, landscape cinematography, whatever it's called. They've perfected it in the scale of giving us that prison scene. They perfected it in the scene of the ISB. They perfected it in the beautiful landscapes of Aldani.
Well, because they're shooting, what they're doing is they're going to places like the dam on Aldani, that whole the Imperial base. They find a dam to shoot at, real location, and what they do is then they use visual effects and they're shooting on real locations, but then they'll augment it by giving you turbo lasers. Oh, there's a Death Star, turbo laser on front of it, and that's what, like, you look at something like Obi-Wan. They're shooting on the volume stages in fucking Manhattan Beach here in LA.
And
Yeah.
Lael, we were talking about the special effects sounds in particular. Like, we've seen special effects sounds we haven't seen before in this context. When they were in Aldani, literally those fighters were like, they were so close, and they were done up close on purpose. They saw the people like, yeah, we're gonna go and like, you know, do the flyby,
Yeah.
so to speak.
Mhm.
But even when they were on the dam section of that area, they still did the flyby. You know, you got officers just walking by, and it's like,
Mhm.
oh, here comes another. You know, like it was very casual, but the sounds are so important. And
The
as you
crisp,
mentioned, the
yeah.
sounds we don't hear are important. This is from beginning to end incredibly well planned, and
Yeah.
I have to say that I have to give them credit for really showing us something we've been wanting for so
For
long.
so long because you're so submersed in the story, you know, and on top of that, they're giving us a lot of practical sets. You know, we're actually getting to see. I mean, a wide spread of different locations. And the location is a character. They say that all the time. The location, wherever you pick, it becomes the character. You know what I mean? It also basically complements the character or the actor portraying the role. It's like it makes so much sense. Like, I mean, we're watching, you know, Aldani. We're watching, you know, this even the it was funny because somebody you put it up, Rob. As a matter of fact, you put it up on your page when somebody the beachfront that Andor was on, and somebody used and put that Miami Vice
Yeah.
theme. I was like, yeah, but literally, like, that's what you think. And I mean, and I mean, it made sense that you would see shore troopers there. You know what I mean? Well, who else would you actually see?
I
First
love that.
Yeah, it was amazing.
I
Bro.
mean,
Like, I
and
just
we've
love
seen
that
how many
so
new
much.
Star Wars planets. I need to buy the visual dictionary because, you know,
It's
when
a
I was a
lot.
kid, I bought every single Star Wars book that came out, whether it was the McQuarrie sketchbook or the
Mhm.
McQuarrie portfolio, the pre-production paintings, or the Art of Star Wars, or the Star Wars blueprints. I mean, I had all that shit, and that's how I
Yeah,
knew all the names of everything.
Oh my
yeah.
gosh, I thought I was excited about getting Mandor seasons 1 and 2 books. The Andor book is for season 1 is going to be phenomenal.
It
Oh, I
It's going to
know.
be
The Art of
super.
I can't wait. I
Ugh.
can't wait.
is.
I mean,
It
you know, I
is.
remember uh you know, seeing um uh the word Tatooine. I read the novelization and I don't know, do they say, if I think about it, I don't think they say Tatooine in Star Wars. The word
Did,
Tatooine.
did they say they didn't say Tatooine?
I don't think so. They say it in Jedi. I will meet
Yeah.
you on the rendezvous point on Tatooine. Or no, they say
Hmm.
that at Empire, at the end of Empire.
Yeah.
But I don't think they say the word Tatooine in Star Wars.
In the first film.
Or no, maybe they talk about on the Death Star. Does somebody
Hmm.
say? I don't,
I
because
can't remember.
I remember as a kid reading. I thought it was that Tatooine. I didn't know how to pronounce it as a kid, reading all this
Mhm.
stuff, and it was maddening. And then when you finally realized, and like I always thought that the blockade runner, you find out the Tantive 4, but Kevin Rubio said it was the Tantive. It's the Tantive 4. You know, the blockade runner at the beginning of
Yeah,
and
at the very
'cause
beginning of the film,
they
chased
never
by
yeah,
Star
and
Destroyer,
all
yeah.
those things, because they never say, I mean, they
The
say
names of the cruisers,
they
yeah.
say Dantooine in Star Wars.
Mhm.
We still found the remains of
Yeah.
a rebel base on Dantooine, but I never, when I
But
was a
they
kid, made the
they
connection,
said
because you
Tatooine.
look at the word Tatooine, it's hard to understand what it says, and those
Yeah,
books
I
were
mean, we
invaluable
hear the
for that
different
reason.
boroughs. It's like we hear the different boroughs of Tatooine, like, you know, Alderaan. I mean, not Alderaan. Mos Eisley.
Yeah,
You hear
Tashi
the different, you know,
Station, Mos
Tosche Station,
Eisley.
stuff like that. But I don't know. I think they did. I want to say they did. Is just might have been, you know, something in passing or whatever. I'm not really sure.
I don't think they do.
I have to
Mhm.
tell you that I already know if I ever end up there, I have to go to Tassia Moon to pick up a fun dress to wear. That's where the daughter got that dress from her Aunt Belle, and you know they're well off, so they know where to shop. So I already know where to go shopping. I know where to go
Yeah,
on vacation. I know where to go to fancy dinner parties. I am set, guys.
yeah, yeah. I
Drop
love
me
Val
off.
too, man. I do love Val. I love her character.
Yeah,
You can tell that she's a
it's
strong
so
one between the
it's funny. I'm
legs.
just rifling through the dialogue, but I think the first time that we hear the word Tatooine spoken in Star Wars is, in fact, at the end of Empire, when Luke says, "We'll meet you at the rendezvous point on Tatooine." I think. I don't think they ever
Um,
say Tatooine. They say Dantooine in Star Wars,
We
but not.
see We
They-
see Tatooine in the scrolling of the first film. Is that, do
No.
we see it there? We don't.
No.
When do we see Tatooine written anywhere?
Maybe at the beginning of Jedi? In the crawl? I mean, I memorized crawl Star Wars, but and Empire, but not Jedi.
So you're gonna make me basically turn this on and try to
Thank
find
you,
it.
Lael.
I'm gonna try to find the scroll. I gotta find it somehow because I'm just like,
Thank you.
because that's the thing is, it's like I cannot not. I mean, now that we're talking about then having this conversation, I want to look at the opening crawl and see if it's
so
actually
good
there.
that we like can even look now and have access to all this stuff. And this is why we love these IPs.
Technology.
We can talk about it and have
Just that quick.
fun with it.
Damn remote. You just turn it's right there in front of you, 66-inch.
Tassia Moon, that's all I'm saying. That's where I'm getting all my Christmas presents.
Well, what my point was when I was a kid and I would see because the word Tatooine was everywhere.
Yeah.
But I don't think
You
they
don't know
actually
if the
spoke it in
dialogue-
Star Wars, so I didn't know how to pronounce it. And I would say Tatooine, you know.
Well, maybe because it
Not
was the
Tatooine.
underworld and no one wanted to say the name of the place.
Right. All I knew is that if there's a bright center of the universe, you're on the planet that it's furthest from. But he didn't say if there's a bright center of the universe, Tatooine is the planet that it's furthest from. They never said that. You know? And of course, the Tatooine is only if there's a bright center to the universe, it's on the planet that it's furthest from. Well, George seemed to forget about that because if you were a fucking pod racer, you went to Tatooine all the time because you wanted to be in the Boonta, you know, what was that, the Boonta Eve Invitational. I mean, you go to Mos Espa and the huts are there and thousands of people show up for that race. I mean, it's like NASCAR. So Tatooine was not the bright, only if you're a moisture farmer, it would suck, but not if you're a pod racer.
On the off season, it was horrible, but in the height of the race season,
Yeah. And by the way, can I just give you a little? So Luke's like, I used to bullseye womp rats my T-16 back home. Why the fuck weren't you a pod racer, dude? What were you doing bullseyeing? And that's why I hated them going to Tatooine in the prequel trilogy. I hated it because it just negated everything that happened in Star Wars. Why not go to another planet? Why do you have to go to Tatooine? There's no reason to go to Tatooine other than the fact that you could have been anywhere. You know, it was annoying as fuck. And by the way, does no one pay any attention? Like, no one ever said to Luke, I mean, people have brought this up before, but Luke Skywalker, there was an Anakin Skywalker, famous Jedi, fought in the Clone Wars. You related? Whatever. It's fine. I'm not going to get, it's okay. Let's see. A silly.
Don't say it in a crawl. It's definitely not in a crawl.
No, they do say
That's only
Tatooine and
a-
Empire at the end. That's the first time I heard it. But when I was a kid, I didn't know how to. You don't know how to say these things because no one's actually uttered it aloud. So you're asking your friends, how do you say this word? and no one knows, and that's why.
And see, the thing is, I'm wondering if they said it, because remember, on the Star Destroyer, they did dispatch, a crew down there to somewhat, try. But I don't know if they said anything.
I don't think they ever say it. I'm pretty sure they never say it.
Yeah,
they never say Tatooine in Star Wars. Because why would they? It's the planet. If there's a bright center of the universe, it's the planet. No one even knows the name of the fucking planet. I mean, unless you're looking, what planet is this? Well, the Navic computer says it's Tatooine. Oh, what's
it doesn't
there?
matter what planet it is. This is where we are, and we know where we are, and we don't have to say where we are.
Well, I used to go to Tatooine because my dad used to take me to the Boonta Eve pod race on Mos Espa. I was a big fan of Ben Quadneros. I mean,
I'll pass there on my way to Tassia Moon.
Sebulba, hey. And the only reason I know who Ben Quadneros is because I loved Racer. That video game was fucking awesome.
Hell yeah.
Ben Quadneros. Anyway, a silly goose sends in a tip and says, Andor made me fall back in love with Star Wars. Rogue One is my favorite Star Wars movie. I saw it 7 times in the theater, and Cassian is one of my favorite characters. Episode 6 is one of the best hours of television I've seen in years. I love this show. Oh,
I know you guys were saying, and I'm sorry, Robert. I know you guys were saying that Cassie Andor, you know, the character is bad, but I really love Diego Luna in this. I think he's
I don't think he's
wonderful.
bad.
Yeah. No.
I like the character.
He's amazing.
He just needs to
But I
pick a
mean-
fucking side and do something.
Yeah. So he's not, I mean, they kind of present him as a lethargo and all that sort of stuff, but I don't even care. I think he's irresistible. So that's how I view him.
Oh, I mean, he had a smoking hot lady in his bed on what was it? What was it called? You know, Miami Vice World, the Tel Aviv of the Stars, Ibiza,
Yeah.
Space Ibiza.
But I think that's all I wanted to say was that he just has been amazing in the story, and I really like it.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I think a silly goose is right. I mean, it's interesting. It's his favorite Star Wars movie because people come in to Star Wars. I mean, I consider modern fandom really began with Star Wars. There was previous fandom, literary fandom, Lord of the Rings, Star Wars or Star Trek, all of literary sci-fi fandom. But Star Wars was a demarcation point, the beginning of where modern fans are. But it's 45 years old. And what's so interesting to me is we've said it before on the show a million times over, but when Star Wars came out, there was nothing remotely similar to it.
Mhm.
It was so new and so
it's
different and so astonishing to look at that it's hard to explain to people that weren't born yet just what a game changer Star Wars was. And I was 10 years old. It changed my fucking life. I mean, it changed the direction of my life. It changed what I thought about. Like, I spent so much time daydreaming about the Star Wars universe after I saw it. And because you could buy all the books and all the ancillary materials and the action figures, and all of it, it colonized Star Wars colonized your mind. It set up shop in your imagination and stayed there. And it's hard to explain to people just how earth-shattering Star Wars was when it was new. And I'm not telling people that they can't but here's the thing. If you weren't there, you'll never know what it was like to live in a world where Star Wars didn't exist. And then when you first saw it and it changed your young imagination forever. It's hard to explain how shocking that actually was.
Is that what 52577 is trying to do?
I think so. Yeah, I think Patrick Reed Johnson, because the guy he was a film, like he wrote like, I want to say he wrote the Dragon movie with Sean Connery. It's not Dragon Slayer, it's Dragonheart, I think. Like he's a filmmaker. He's been trying to finish that movie for like 2 decades.
2017 or something? Or
No. Since like he shot it like in the 2000s, in the aughts. Yeah, it's been trying to finish, and thank good on him. I mean, he's a really nice guy, and I'm really happy to see that he got it done. More power to him. I can't wait to see it. I haven't seen it. I've seen clips from it. And it's not just Star Wars, it's everything up to that point. It's Space 1999 and Star Trek and 2001 and all that. But it's hard to explain to people. Like, nowadays, I kind of feel sorry for people, kids or younger people that are born now, because they have everything. You know, they grew up in a world where everything from Star Wars and Star Trek and Blade Runner and Back to the Future and Poltergeist and Ghostbusters and The Matrix and Jurassic Park, they had all this stuff. You know, it's all here. So there was never a moment where people's imaginations could get... I mean, the MCU, I think, was new. I think that might have done things for people. You know, if you were 8 years old and saw Iron Man for the first time or something, I could see that happening. But the fact is, you still had the filmmaking technology, the visual effects technology, that it didn't exist until Star Wars was made. And it was so it's hard to explain now just how mind-blowing the first shot of Star Wars actually was. Because up to that point, other than seeing satellite images of the Earth, when you see 2 circular moons, and then you saw Tatooine fill the horizon, a planet had never, ever, ever been depicted on film that way. Where it was as if the camera was floating over the top. It had been put into orbit. And then when you saw the blockade runner and the Star Destroyer, that shot was so radically different from any science fiction image that had ever been put on film before, that the whole audience, from that first moment, it was so shocking and so cool and so amazing that it's hard to explain what it was like to see something no one had ever seen before.
Exactly. And the experience of seeing it on a big screen, like literally for the first time.
I can still remember the most vivid memory I remember of Star Wars is the entire audience whispering as they read the crawl under their breath. And they didn't even know they were doing it. The entire theater. I was in a 1,500 seat theater. It was huge in Seattle, the UA 150. It's been blown up, those fuckers. And you just heard the audience like, "This is a period of Civil War, Rebels, Nations, for their first victory of the year." And everyone's reading it. Every kid's reading it. Every adult is reading it. They don't even know they're reading it. And everyone's like, it was so loud in the theater. The score was louder. And you're reading this. And it was so funny because it was the sound of that stopping. And because it takes a minute. And you watch the paragraphs, the 3 paragraphs go into the infinity. And there's a moment you hear the music, and then the dun, 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 when it comes down on the planet, dun, 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 and then... And I mean, I can't. I lost my fucking mind. I mean, it was one of these things where I'm like, I was a huge science fiction fan. I'd seen every episode of Star Trek. I'd seen every science fiction movie practically ever made. Godzilla, War of the Worlds, Forbidden Planet, Day of the Earth, so Planet of the Apes. That opening scene, I never dreamed anything like that could even exist.
Exactly.
And it's so hard to convey to people. You're just going like
the experience. Yeah.
I mean, it was. I saw it the Sunday after it opened. So it opened. I want to say it opened Wednesday, May 25th, 1977. So 26, 27. I saw it on the 29th. I saw Star Wars on May 20th, Sunday, because we couldn't get in on Saturday. I'd never even seen Line for a movie before, and that opening sequence. And then it just got more amazing from there. Cut to the inside of the blockade runner, and there's 2 fucking robots. Did you hear that? They've shut down the main reactor. Or there'll be no. What is it? He says, "Did you hear that? They've shut down the main reactor. There'll be no escape for the princess this time." Yeah. And you're like, what princess? I mean, she's running home, and who are these people, and what reactor, and what the fuck's going on? And I'm watching 2 fucking robots, and that was mind-blowing. And it wasn't just a robot you knew was a humanoid. It was R2-D2, and he's beeping, and they understand each other.
They have the communication binary language between 2 droids. Yep.
Yeah, and you're just looking at this,
Yeah.
And I mean, all of it, it's hard to explain. I mean, I get into this reverie, but it really was insane.
Seeing it for the first time in 1977 was incredible. Like I said, because it was something we had never seen before. I mean, we were so basically used to, art. The closest thing that we got to claim, to science fiction and stuff like that, was the Argonauts in claymation and stuff like that back then. It was just like we didn't really get a chance to see anything of this on this particular level. The battle between good and evil in a science fiction film on screen, though, and the thing is, like, now when you think about it, you're watching it, like, we know how we saw it and how we viewed it in the theater, in the experience that we had, that it looked effortless. Now, basically, if you sit back and watch, the documentaries and what they went through to make this film, it's like, damn, it just makes it that much more important, like literally for the culture. Like, it was a remarkable feeling being in the theaters for the very first time. And that was back in the day where you could just pay 1 fee and sit in that theater the entire day if you wanted to. And that's what we did. We sat it was a Twin Eric Theater. They were playing New Hope, and I forget the other film that they were actually playing at that point. But again, like, it was just something that was, completely amazing. And to have that experience for the first time, it wasn't that we had a variety of films to choose from at that particular time when it came to science fiction. Nowadays, people do. Like, you have it at your fingertips. You can just turn on the TV, go to your, whatever, streaming platform that you actually have, find a film you want to watch, or stumble onto something that's basically brand new, and you'll be able to watch it. Back then we had cinema and Siskel and Ebert to tell us when we were going to the theater.
Yeah.
That's all we had. You know what I mean? So Yeah,
And,
I love those.
well, and now if you're born into a world that has all this stuff, and unfortunately, there will never be a time again, and where you're going to see on a cinema screen something you've never seen before,
Mhm.
because it's in terms of the medium of cinema, it's all been done. And
Mhm.
I don't mean to be cynical. We're going to see other mediums, gaming and virtual reality and things like that. Cinema was the art form of the 20th century. And I'm not saying I still love cinema, but cinema was unique to the 20th century. And it was refined in the 20th century. And it's going to lead to, ultimately, we're going to get, and I believe the gaming renaissance hasn't even happened yet. We're going to see, yeah, I think we're, and it's going to be a combination of virtual reality, whether it's beamed into your mind or whatever. The ultimate example where you are the player, where you're in it. You're not holding a controller. You're going to be in some kind of a virtual world. You might not even be wearing goggles, but it's going to get to the point where technology that has yet to be invented. You know, I think, like, if you think about movies at the time, if you go back 100 years to the 1920s, the advent of sound didn't happen until 1927. That was a fucking game changer. The movies were silent. They had people actually playing an organ in the theater, and when they had sound, it changed. People thought sound wasn't going to work. They pushed back against it, and it was so revolutionary. I wouldn't be surprised if in 2027, or maybe after that, there is new technology that we can't even conceive of right now. We can see kind of where it's going, but in terms of whether it's you're connected in, your brain is connected into something, and you can actually live in a real virtual world without goggles. I'm talking about the experience of like Brainstorm, where they can tap into your brain. They can literally tap into your brain. I mean, remember, all of our senses are just a combination of the actual physical structure of our bodies and then the electrical impulses that those things send to our brains, our eyes, our ears, our skin, our receptors. Well, what happens, and it will happen, what happens when all of those electrical impulses can be interfered with and something can be beamed? Instead of your eyes seeing the real world, your eyes will be given whatever virtual world you're in. So you will literally see through your own eyes whatever world somebody's conjured up for you. And if you're in a place, like, you might have to stand like some kind of a platform or interactivity or something, like maybe you'll stand in a place where your body is not moving, but the electrical impulses make you think your body is moving, like an illusion. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. And once you are the protagonist of your own story, why would you ever leave? Like, you're going to play whatever games you want where you're walking, there's no world to escape to. There's no real world to go back to. You're in a virtual world that feels, it's like the Matrix. It feels as real. When we get there, that is going to be the next truly game-changing experience, where
Like
people are going to,
Strange Days and
yes, exactly, like Strange Days.
Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah,
all of that. And when
to
that,
the point where now you can't, but the thing is, it's like, then it becomes a drug, like, where people don't want to come out of that world. Like,
no,
they get
and I think,
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine that and we've seen this depicted in science fiction shows before. And the question is, then the philosophical question is, well, if they can give you a virtual world that's more satisfying than your real world, there's a lot of people who lead lives of quiet desperation. And if you could live in a virtual world where you don't have to worry about making rent or taking care of whatever you need to take care of, who's to say you wouldn't do that? And if you could do that, like, wouldn't people, if you could pay money, like, say it would even cost you as much as, I don't know, if you could go into a virtual world where your body's taken care of, your waste your bodily waste would be eliminated, whatever suit you're in, but all of your senses would make you feel like you're in a alternate world. Would you pay $4,000 a month to live in like a tube, getting all this input instead of having to pay rent and buy a car and go to work? I mean, it's gonna, and that's the philosophical question that we've seen it, and It's like when Joe Pantoliano says in The Matrix, "Put me back in the Matrix." I want to eat a steak. This sucks.
Yeah.
Why do I want to live in the real world? And that was
Exactly.
one of the things that I wish that the Matrix sequels dealt with more, where there were humans. Here's Neo wanting to liberate mankind and take them out of the Matrix. How many people are like, fuck that? I don't want to live in some post-atomic horror. I want to live in I want to go back to my job and my family and my world. I mean, and those are the philosophical things that people are going to have to deal with.
I don't want to eat something that looks like creamed corn on a plate. You know what I mean?
I mean, give me a fucking steak and lobster, and if it's and the thing is, if it seems and then you philosophically, if your senses are being interrupted, and all of this is being beamed directly into your brain, where it appears absolutely real, philosophically, who's to say it's not? I mean, if your brain is perceiving it. And even though it's being beamed into your brain, it's not the real world. Does it matter? And some people think we live in a simulation anyway.
That's true. This is true.
Let me just get through. Sonny Squirts Dominguez, referring to the interesting conversation we had a couple weeks back. Sonny, that was amazing.
Sonny Squirts.
This is a good question. Sonny says, "How do y'all introduce a movie you love to someone who hasn't seen it? Simply watch the movie only, or have a dinner and drink event? What movies are on your list?" Me, 9.5 Weeks, Charade, North by Northwest, Willy Wonka, Toy Story, Predator, Cinema Paradiso. Okay, I throw it out to you. I mean, Lael, Latoya, what was the first movie you and Latoya watched? What movie did you want Latoya to see? Do you remember?
Ooh, the first. Okay, so the first. All right, so we basically had the first movie. You talking about the first movie outside of a theater?
Yeah, that you wanted to show her, like on video, something you wanted to show Latoya, maybe because you wanted her to know more about you, or you just wanted to show her.
Star Wars.
Had she
Star
seen
Wars.
it?
Yeah, she's seen them all. She's wanted to see him with somebody, but nope, she never had a companion or somebody that wanted to watch him.
Wow.
I was the first person she ever seen it with. Yeah, and she's been submersed ever since. Like, she loves Star Wars, bro. She's always wanted to watch it and understand it, but she had no one to really enjoy it with. And then when we met, that's one of the things that entices, because I was going through all her pictures. Yeah, I was, I was a little bit, not crazy. What do you want to call it? I was
obsessively checking her out on social media.
Yeah, I was going through her pictures and I saw
doing
a
the
picture
deep
of her
dive.
and, she had a Darth Vader onesie on. I was like, yeah, that's the chick I want, straight up. And ever since then, but Star Wars.
I
was
look
the
at
first
Latoya,
film.
and the first thing that strikes me about her is her Darth Vader onesie. I'm like, oh yeah, that's why I want her. Are you kidding me, bro? Have you looked at her face? Come on.
Yeah, that too.
Okay, just checking.
That
The Darth
too.
Vader onesie might make me interested, but her face is the thing that keeps me there.
But you know what? Another film that I wanted her to watch that was a staple of my being, Used Cars.
Oh, that's a great movie, though. That's
Used
early
Cars.
Robert Zemeckis
Exactly.
and Bob Gale.
Used Cars, bro.
I have
Used
that on
Cars.
Blu-ray.
Bro, that movie was probably one of the best movies I've ever seen in my life. And that was a staple. How they had to move cars from one lot to another, bro. Like, literally. Used Cars is an amazing film.
Dude,
It was
Used
amazing
Cars is
premise, too.
great. Great movie.
That Stir Crazy, I had her watch. I had her watch Stir Crazy. I mean, these are all films that I watched as a kid that I enjoyed. What was it? Damn, one of my favorite movies, Sylvester Stallone and Billy D. Williams, Nighthawks.
Oh,
I had
dude.
to watch that too. I love that
And
film. A lot
Rutger
of people
Hauer
don't
and
like
Persis
it.
Kambata. Wolfgar!
Hell yeah. Exactly. Love that film. Like, what if the film, the scene that always made me cringe is when they were chasing him through the train station and Billy D. Williams gets, his face sliced by Wolfgar and stuff like that. And he's like, why didn't you should have shot him. You had the shot. You should have took the shot. Like, it was such an amazing movie. But all the movies that I basically grew up with, that I loved, I just took her a cycle through all those particular films, and now she's a fan. So, yeah.
Nighthawks.
Yeah.
The only Nighthawks, Persis Kambata from Star Trek The Motion Pictures in that, and she's in Megaforce.
Yeah.
I love
she
Nighthawks. I saw
passed away,
Nighthawks
right?
in the theater. What's that?
She
Yeah,
passed away, right?
She died. Yeah,
Yeah.
she died of, I believe, cancer, maybe a heart attack.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
King Tannic says, here's the problem with Andor. It feels like a first cut of a show or movie that needed one or two more. First of all, wait a minute. But for King Tannic, hold there. This is a great question. Don't think it. I didn't ask.
Yeah.
I ask you the question: has there been a significant other in your life that you wanted to watch movies with, and what are some of the movies that you think that you need to show a significant other so they understand you better?
Now, before
Yeah, I think
before you
for me-
speak, their nakedness is going to be nudity. in these films.
Absolutely, yes.
It's gonna be fucking.
There's going to be films there where it's going to have nudity, adult situations. There is going to be sexual situations.
Yeah.
For audiences only, violence, you name it, things
Yo.
like that. And I like to keep it
That's
themed.
all we
Slow
love.
jam.
That's why we love them, man. This is
Absolutely,
what
you
we
know,
love.
I like to keep it themed. So, you know, I would probably do, like the other day I was watching Turner Classics, and on a Saturday night they had movies with robots in it. So I really liked that theme, and they had RoboCop, and they had, you know, I think it's called, I think it was THX 1138 was on. And
Yeah.
They had a bunch of films that had all robots in it. So I would go that route and just kind of mix it up a little bit, because at least you're kind of like, or horror films with, you know, werewolves in it, or Dracula in it, but a bunch of them at a time, just to kind of make comparisons. For example, The Thing, 1958 versus the 1984 version.
82.
And I like to look at the two of them together, because the 58 one, where they ended up having to kind of like electrocute the creature, and then the effects were different. There was a female scientist in the 1958 one. She was there with them. And I was like, why is this woman with all these men in this like remote, like, so, of course it was the director who just wanted to have this lady in the film, but it doesn't matter. Like, the film was still terrifying.
Yep.
Then when the John Carpenter one, it had that They Live kind of feel, like, you know, it's like, I'm just going to stay out here for a while, you know, kind of feeling, of course, the end of it, but that, you know, unusual feel.
See what happens.
Yes.
We're just going to stay here for a while and see what happens.
And the practical effects, you had, you know, this group of people together that just, at the end, we didn't know who was whom. And I like endings like that. So I would put, you know, or at least try to find the remakes, The Fly 1950 versus the one with Jeff Goldblum versus
from 86.
Another one. So that's how I
Cronenberg's.
would start to introduce people. And of course, the same thing for more mature audiences.
Bow, chicka, bow, bow.
That's right. Yes. No, there are a lot of very important films. Like the first ones that I would think about would be, you know, the ones with the ladies in Hollywood. I can't seem to remember what it's called, but where
The Happy
it was,
Hooker
like,
with Xavier Holland, based on Xavier Hollander's memoirs.
And the ones the ones with the women in Hollywood as well. But like the movie that Joan Collins made, I think it's called
there's The Bitch, and there's and her sister Jackie Collins wrote the books, and Joan Collins, it was The Bitch was one of them. And you know what's really interesting? I forget the other one, but I watched those as well. The 70s had all kinds of, I mean, there were so many movies about fucking, about teenagers fucking, about adults fucking. There was so much fucking in the 70s. I mean, there was a lot of like Crown. There's a company called Crown International Pictures that made movies like Malibu Beach and Van Nuys Boulevard, or just a movie called The Van about teenagers who had, and these are really explicit because they catered to the drive-in market, you know, and even then, I mean, coming out of the 60s and Free Love, I'm a huge fan of softcore Euro porn.
Yes.
From and it's not really porn, but like there's a director named Radley Metzger who I'm a big fan of. He made a kind of a weird, surreal sex film called The Licorice Quartet, where these people, these aristocrats, have seen this woman in this film, and then or she was it's a very weird movie, and they find this woman. She may or may not be the woman for this movie, and they take her to this castle, and they all, both men and women, have their way with her, and it's really surreal and weird. I have it on Blu-ray, but I love those movies, and there was so much more sexually explicit content, whether it was in horror films like the Hammer horror movies, but there was a lot of these softcore Euro films that, and then Radley Metzger ended up becoming, he went into hardcore pornography in the mid-'70s, and he changed his name to Henry Paris, and he made things like Barbara Broadcast and The Afternoons of Pamela Mann and stuff like that, and which he still made really interesting. If you go back and you look at those weird, like in Barbara Broadcast, they go to a restaurant where you can order sex acts on the menu, and it's really weird and surreal, and it's just, which by the way I also have on Blu-ray, but very, very weird stuff. We don't have any of that anymore. I mean, now it's all just Pornhub and OnlyFans. And the problem with all that is, okay, that's great. It's real, but in a weird story context, it became like Sonny brings up 9.5 Weeks. I fucking love 9.5 Weeks. Mickey Rourke is the man in that movie. He's not a nice person, and he's severely damaged. And the games he plays with Kim Basinger. I mean, how did you know I'd respond to this way? How did you know? How did you know I'd respond to you in this way? Because I saw myself in you. Come on, man. Nowadays, people are like, "You white cis male." That movie never get made. But
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it's so weird. And we don't have. We always talk about eroticism is gone.
Valley of the Dolls. I couldn't remember what it was.
Oh, that's another one.
Like that entire genre, but also things like Barbarella, and I don't know why I couldn't remember Valley of the Dolls.
Well, I think you'd like Beyond the Valley of the,
yes,
Valley of the Dolls with their pill pop,
well.
but Beyond the Valley of the Dolls, it's my happening and it freaks me out. I mean, Beyond the Valley of the Dolls is, by the way, I also have that movie on Blu-ray. It's great.
And any kind of sexploitation, of course, but also things like "I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker," like those sort of like 80s or 80s blaxploitation films.
Oh, the blaxploitation movies were awesome. I mean,
Coffee, you name it, like all those
Foxy
films.
Brown,
Coffee,
Obi, Coffee,
Slaughter. I mean, Fred Williamson and Shaft in Africa. Richard Roundtree comes back and those, and you know what's great about those movies? You had these really handsome, virile, strong black men, and they got laid all the time, man. Those movies had great sex, boobs and ass everywhere,
with socks on,
buck
the entire
naked.
Time. Yep, just everything straight up. That is literally.
I mean, and they knew kung fu. They killed motherfuckers, and they got laid.
Yes.
I mean, and even when,
hey, mama, I'll see you later on.
and
she'd be like, "Shaft, I love you," and he'd be like, "I know."
I mean, it was awesome. Those, I interviewed Ruth Carter, the costume designer for Black Panther and Wakanda Forever, and we were having a conversation, and I asked her about that because she did I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker, and she did Dolomite is my name. Yeah, she designed the costumes for that, and I asked her. I said, did you like the blaxploitation films because basically Ruth Carter began. She told me something really interesting. She began her film. She never thought, she was a child of Broadway. She would go with her church groups, and she would go to Broadway and watch the plays, and that's what really got her into it. But it wasn't until she saw The Color Purple in 85 where she thought that she could work in movies. And what's really interesting about her is she's literally worked with the entire cast of The Color Purple in various other movies. Everyone. From Oprah Winfrey to Larry Fishburne, everyone. And I asked her if she liked blaxploitation movies, when she was younger. Was she offended by them? She liked them? And she said, no. She talked about how her and her friends would go to the theater and sit there all day, and they would watch these movies. And she's like, they were crazy. You never knew what you were going to see. And as a kid, it was, she was black, and it was very liberating and seeing all these. Nowadays, people will look down on those movies and talk about, and it's like, but you had people like Rudy Ray Moore when he was making Dolomite.
With those films,
I mean,
part of the culture, man. Like,
watch the trailer for The Human Tornado. I have a dong as big as King Kong. I am the Human Tornado. Those were the best. And by the way, if you have not seen the trailers for Dolomite or The Human Tornado, you must watch them.
In the jungle deep.
Oh.
My ass stepped on his signified monkey feet. Signified monkey said, "Motherfucker, can't you see? You're stepping on my goddamn feet."
Dude,
That's Dolomite. That's just who
that
it was. Like
Dolomite.
straight up.
And then you got Rudy Ray Moore's records, and I asked,
Yeah,
I
straight
mean,
up, man. Like, come on, Rudy Ray. So Islamic is like, how much for one rib? That was Chris Rock.
I remember
I'm gonna
that.
get you, sucker.
How much for a sip
Yo,
of
come on,
soda?
man. Come on, man. Straight
by the
up.
way, I gotta ask. Papa Jish has a really interesting super chat for you, Lael.
Yeah.
What movies did Latoya make you watch?
Whew. Okay, so Toya has she has a list of films that she loves. Okay, so number one, she loves one of her favorite films. All right, so her favorite film right now is that she made me watch, that she can't wait till the sequel drops here in a few weeks, is Avatar. So she loves Avatar. She also loves
Me too. I love it too.
yeah, she loves what is it called? David Bowie. What is it called?
The Hunger,
Legend.
No.
Labyrinth.
No.
Labyrinth.
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 So she made me watch the Labyrinth, which I basically saw
Everything I
Labyrinth.
do
which
for
she
you.
exactly. She loves Labyrinth. Where's some of the other movies that she basically made? There's so many. Surprisingly enough, it's like every movie that she made me watch, I'm like, we have so much similar taste and we love it. Like we love these films. So it wasn't too different. So
Well, you belong together. Like
Yeah.
Shama Lama Lama Kadiki Ding Dee Dong.
exactly. Islamic New Jack City. Yes, Lord. That was another one.
Dude.
Definitely.
Nino Brown.
Yeah.
Wesley Snipes as Nino Brown in New Jack City is one of the great villains of all time.
Yeah. Yeah.
I still want to be a New Jack hustler.
Straight up.
Yeah. I love Wesley Snipes.
You know, it's funny.
Straight
I
up.
got to meet. So that movie was directed by Mario Van Peebles,
Mhm.
and his dad, Melvin Van Peebles,
Melvin Van Peebles. Yeah.
directed one of the great blaxploitation movies. If you haven't seen Sweet Sweetback's badass songs,
Hell
oh
yeah.
my God, why not? Why haven't you seen
Mhm.
Sweet Sweetback's badass? Just watch the trailer. Go and watch the trailer for Sweet Sweetback's badass song, and it's badass
Yes.
song. Tell me you don't want to watch that movie right now.
Man, listen. We like some of the great comedies back then, man. Like Which Way Is Up, Richard Pryor. That was like one of my favorite films when he played multiple characters in that movie, and it was phenomenally done. Like it was such a genius in his time.
Like all sorts of.
Yeah, like literally, like, and when you watch these films, it's like, come on, man. Like but I mean, just a lot of them. Like, I mean, even the film that he was in, like, I think one of his best, especially with a serious tone, was the role that he basically played with Diana Ross. What was it?
Not Mahogany.
No, not Mahogany.
no,
It was another
that's
film.
not-
It was
that's Billy D.
Lady Sings the Blues.
Yeah,
Lady
that's what I
Sings the
meant.
Blues.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, Lady Sings the Blues. That was such a phenomenal film. Like, the thing is, the films back in those days, it's clearly structured off of storyline, dialogue, and less. They didn't have the spectacles that they have right now. Everything was practical. Even like some of
Right,
the
and
science fiction
they
films
were
today.
making these movies
Yeah.
for like $500,000, $200,000. Oh
Yep.
yeah, they were making for nothing, and they were getting him in
Yep.
a lot of, especially the blaxploitation movies, because they
Yeah.
could play in New York. I mean, sometimes some of these movies were New York, L.A., Chicago, and
Yeah.
drive-ins.
Specific screens and
Yeah.
And there was I remember like Larry Cohen, who directed the It's Alive movies and stuff, and he made Q and the stuff. Larry Cohen was a Jewish filmmaker, but he made Black Caesar, which is one of the first of the blaxploitation films. And he came back and he made Original Gangsters, where he brought back Pam Grier,
Everybody.
Richard
Pam Grier,
Roundtree, Fred
Roundtree,
Williamson,
Isaac Hayes. He brought everybody.
everybody back. And there's this great. So when that movie, I was so excited to see Original Gangsters. It opens here in Hollywood at the Cinerama Dome, the biggest. This beautiful. Opening day, I go there and I thought everybody in the city would be there. It was like me and 5 other dudes. We went, and I'm like, and in that movie, so basically, like Fred Williamson comes home to see his old crew, which is fucking Shaft, you know, and Pam Grier and all of her roles, Foxy Brown. So he comes back to visit all of the. It's like the Black Avengers. It's the Black Avengers. So he comes back in town. So when Fred Williamson rolls up, he lands and like young gang members, like the Crips and the Bloods, modern gangs have taken over.
Yeah.
And the old school, the OGs are going to kick their motherfucking asses. So in this movie, Fred Williamson lands in his Learjet, and the Learjet pulls up, and the door for the Learjet comes down, and Fred Williamson comes out, and he's smoking a stogie. Me and the 5 other people in the theater, we fucking yelped like little girls, like, woohoo! And we were like, and that was it. Once we did that and we understood that everybody in the theater, like we're the only 6 people in Los Angeles that understood why Original Gangsters opening at the Cinerama Dome was so important. Why no one else did, I don't know. But I proceeded to have it's the second greatest movie-going experience of my life behind Friday the 13th 3D. Which is the single greatest movie-going experience of my life. But seeing that movie, and what was sad, what I realized is that nobody understands. I mean, Original Gangsters is not great. It's not great.
It wasn't a great film, but it was just to basically see everyone back together.
Yeah, it's like
carrying
seeing
the same trope. Yeah.
But to see that, I was really sad because then that was when I realized, oh, my generation, no one knows these movies anymore.
Yeah.
They didn't. It was early 70s. They were too young. You know, all my friends that I moved to LA with, they're all the Star Wars generation. You know, they didn't see these movies and they missed them. You know, they don't know. And not only that, they don't like them anyway because like these movies are so cheap. I don't believe them. The blood doesn't look right. I mean, it's like, come on, man.
Something about them was right. There was something about them. Maybe it was the
fucking. It was the fucking that was right.
No. Well, yes. I think there was the intent. The intent was maybe more. I don't know. Genuine intent to make.
Well, there was a certain joie de vivre with these movies. Even though a lot of the time you look at them and you're like, they're not good. Like no one's.
I mean, when you look back on it right now, you're just like, wow, like it aged. A lot of movies don't really age that well, but some movies do. It's just that when you look back, you're like, damn, I can't believe I thought this was good. It was good, but it was like it was for that time.
I mean, you know, movie making is so sophisticated. It looks like these movies were made by junior high students.
Yeah,
but you know what? It doesn't matter.
We enjoyed it. We loved it.
But then when we had kind of like a revival of it with "I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker," that one didn't necessarily feel like it was made by high school students. That one felt
that was really well made.
It was well made. It was funny as hell. And how they made fun of themselves, even with the stunt scene. You can actually clearly see the stuff in those scenes. But they were making fun of themselves, and that's what made it that. Yeah.
But I have to tell you,
that's genius.
When I saw "I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker," I really didn't like it. I was offended that they're making fun of these movies that I loved when I was growing up.
Huggy Bear, you didn't like Huggy Bear? You didn't like that when he comes out of the
Mabel.
He puts on his gear and they're like, "What's up with you, man? What are you wearing?" And he's like, got these fish shoes. You remember, like they had.
Oh
like,
I know.
It was. I thought it was clever. I thought it was a clever kind of twist on it. And
no, it was, but I just, it's because I took all this stuff so seriously. This is film history you're making fun of. And I understand. I mean, I get it. But now, you know what's so funny now? Now there are people that go back and like, Rob, these movies are, you can't say. I remember I was on Collider Heroes once. And I was talking about the blaxploitation genre. I mean, that's what it's called. It's called blaxploitation. I mean, it just is.
That's what it was. That's what was labeled back then.
And somebody got pissed at me for saying, Rob, you really shouldn't be talking about that. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, dude, I went to film school. I'm like, it is okay. First of all, you've never seen these movies. first of all.
Mhm.
And if you had,
Mhm.
you would understand blaxploitation is the perfect name for them.
It's the genre for him because
It's-
that's
it's-
what it was called back then.
Yeah.
Like straight up.
And
Come on, man.
it's hard to. And
Come
by
on,
the way,
man.
nowadays,
who didn't watch a Superfly film and want to actually be Superfly?
dude,
Richard, come on, man, really?
dude, Curtis Mayfield. I mean, think
Yeah.
about that. Here's a movie that Superfly is a perfect example of how music and movies together can create a power that, I mean, by the way,
Yeah.
did you see the remake of Superfly that came out a couple years ago?
I didn't like it.
It wasn't,
I
I was
It
bummed
was
out.
Terrible.
It was so,
terrible, bro.
Who
I
was
didn't
it?
like it. There was a more modern day version of it.
yeah, it
and
took
was
place in
a thing-
Atlanta, right? It was
Yeah,
Atlanta.
I hated that movie.
Dude, it
I
was
was like,
so-
oh, don't play it. Don't do it. Yep.
You can't. The funny thing about it, there was a sincerity to those movies.
Mhm.
And there was no sincerity in the remake of Superfly.
Mm.
And they
Yeah.
didn't have Curtis Mayfield in the soundtrack. But I
Yeah.
mean, and that sound, I mean, those movies were about a lifestyle. They were about, I mean, it was also about people pulling themselves up. These people were superheroes. Dolomite was a fucking superhero.
Yeah.
And so was Slaughter, and so was
Mhm.
Shaft, you know,
Mhm.
and they were superheroes in their neighborhoods. And that's
Oh,
what those
yeah.
movies were about. And they were empowering, and Coffee, you know, Foxy
Yep.
Brown. And
They had Pam Grier on, you know, Turner Classics is always talking about these older films, and they had her on a few weeks ago talking about the impact of Coffee and the characters that she played in the other films. And I think that, honestly, they shaped a lot of movies going forward, and a lot
Oh, yeah.
of people were inspired by what they saw in
Yeah.
these films. I also, if I ever had to make or was given the opportunity to make a film, I'd want to do a sexploitation film, something like Barbarella. I think that there's
Yeah.
a lot of potential in our world that's changed so much that would be interesting kind of play with. And there was that film, I can't remember what it was called. It was made about 20 years ago, Robert. And we talked about it on the channel here, where it was a group of actors who met in New York City and kind of experimenting with sex, which was
was it Short Bus?
Yes, it was Short Bus.
Yeah, Short Bus. That's what we're talking about. And that, by the way, was directed by John Cameron Mitchell, who created Hedwig and the Angry Inch.
Yes.
Mhm.
And
Which
I thought
I love.
something like Short Bus kind of, what it did was that it kind of captured the state of sex in New York at that time.
Right.
And I liked that it did that. And it'd be interesting to try and capture whatever the state of sex is in New York or in another city. It doesn't have to be New York. It'd be interesting if it was Seattle or even Atlanta right now at this time, in a way that we don't always see that happening. Maybe we saw that in some films from the 60s. Maybe Valley of the Dolls kind of captured that in the
Mhm.
1960s. But it would be nice to kind of go forward and to see something like that. Maybe that's not necessarily sexploitation, but it is obviously an adult film, a film for mature audiences, however, still a significant film when it comes to sex and sexual situations. So I'd like to do something like that. I
Well,
think
they
it'd be
are,
very-
like somebody in the chat says, Haunted Autumn says, isn't Sylvia or Sydney Sweeney doing a Barbarella film? Yeah, they are
Yes, she
remaking Barbarella, but I'm like, are you going to have Dr. Duran and the Orgasmatron? I mean, is it going to open with her taking her clothes off in zero gravity? I don't. Here's the problem. I really think that our modern, on one
They're gonna
hand,
change it.
yeah, on one hand, men are condemned for the male gaze, and on the other hand, women have commodified sex through OnlyFans. And we live in a strange, odd world where on one hand, one thing is true, but then on the other hand, the exact opposite, the way thing. I mean, it's amazing to me that we live in a time when everyone wants to have equal treatment and have respect, and yet we have a whole generation of people that think OnlyFans has liberated women and has allowed them to take. And it's like, oh yes, you've taken your bodies back in control of yourself, and you've now completely commodified yourself for men to pay you money, and you've decided that that's liberation. And hey, if that works for you, whatever. What are those people? One of those early girls in their early 20s who've commodified. Like, look, I'm not against pornography. I'm not. I've even been in pornographic movies. I'm not against all that, but I'm just
Star Wars.
I know. But beyond that, if you've commodified your own sexuality, where is that going to leave you in 20 years? How are you going to feel about that? What's that going to do? You know, and can you have sex without commodifying it, or would you even want to? I mean, hell, man, if I was a young 20-year-old dude that was hot as fuck, I would become a fucking gigolo, and I'd be good at it. I mean, I would have no problem with that. I'd put myself on the circuit and do whatever. I'd work out every day. I would look at American Gigolo. I wouldn't get involved in a murder rap, but I'd look at Richard Gere and I'd learn how to dress. You know, I'd find older women to teach me everything I need to know, and I would go out and make some fucking money. In this day and age, nobody would ever condemn me for that.
No,
right?
probably.
I mean, we live in a weird world where, oh no, you can't make exploitation movies, but you can have an OnlyFans account.
Exactly.
It's so
quite
weird.
Dichotomy. And the other thing I was going to say is my best friend is he's obsessed with horror films. So I've seen more horror films than I care to say, and I'm still scared to turn the lights off. I'll just leave it at that. Okay. Like I'm terrified by what I've seen. However, something that I think that has happened to me fairly recently after 20 years of watching these horror films is that I've started to see horror films in a different way, almost as if the horror film is an interpretation of that person's state of life versus somebody just getting stabbed to death or something like that. So I think it's very interesting looking at the undertone of what the horror film is trying to say. You know, it's like the gore or whatever this is. There is something else that's going on. Understanding the importance of why, the Dawn of the Dead or Day of the Dead or whatever had the cast it did, what it meant, like what was being said or what kind of statement it was saying. So I think that was, it took me a while to look past the horror part because I was so scared. So I admit it. I'm a fraidy cat. But I've kind of like been able to get past some of the scarier parts.
Well, listen,
if it was scary and sensual, you'd be like, yeah.
Oh, yes. Sensual horror film is different. Like when we were talking about The Autopsy of Jane Doe, which I think has a little bit of sensuality to it. Is a little different. And The Hunger might be considered a sensual horror film.
I would think so. Yeah, of course.
So something like that. I guess like The Exorcism would be something that would scare me to death. And it does. Like it still scares me. So
I mean, there's a lot of...
What was the name of that horror film? I keep forgetting the name. We talked about this before, but I forget the name of it. I've seen the movie millions of times. When it was the female, it was a female vampire from outer space, who came.
Life Force. Yeah,
that was sensual
because she's naked the whole time.
That was a beautiful film.
Yeah, and Toby Hooper directed that. You got to watch the international version, which, by the way, I produced special features for that Blu-ray.
Or the one with Scarlett Johansson in it.
Oh, the Scarlett Johansson. That's under the skin.
Yeah,
that was a beautiful film too.
Yeah. That's based on a novel by Stephen Michael Farber. I have the book right up there. Yeah. By the way, I want to get back to King Tanic's super chat.
Yeah.
He's a longtime member of the channel. King Tanic says, "Here's the problem with Andor. It feels like a first cut of a show or a movie that needed 1 or 2 more cuts to trim out the fat and give it a better pace. Respectfully, King Tanic, I completely disagree with you. I think that the pace of it is exactly, to paraphrase Gandalf, Andor is not too fast or too short, King Tanic. It is exactly as long as it's supposed to be. I think that's part of, the pacing of it. It is the definition of a slow burn, and it's an intellectual exercise as much as it is an action adventure exercise.
Yeah.
And it's doing a bunch of different things. The story, you know what I also think? You know why I think they chose the pace they chose? Because if one storyline was at a breakneck action pace, like if Andor was chase, fight, whatever, when you cut to Mon Mothma, it would have been jarring. And then when you cut to Cyril's story, and when you cut to Luthen's story, So what they've done is they've had a pace. They've picked a pace that works for all the different stories, and when they intercut
Pacing it
them
evenly, yeah.
yeah, and when they intercut them, it works as a whole, as a
Yeah.
piece. That's
Yeah.
just a theory. So yeah, I mean, maybe, I don't know. Now there's a bunch of people in the chat that are like, I was going to be a gigolo. I worked for one day and it was demeaning. I'm like, well, look, it's my fantasy, man. It's my fantasy. I'm not saying being a gigolo was a good thing. I'm just saying, hey. Adam Fresh says, Sir Wise One, Rob, will we ever see a recut of the last 3 Star Wars films with George Lucas's support? What are your thoughts and predictions? Stay wise and bring on more Dita. Well, Dita will come in on Sunday. I don't think we're ever going to see a recut of those movies.
No, I don't believe so.
I don't either.
I definitely don't believe so. They're trying to keep all hands off. And this is now we're going to see retellings of things that happened before. This is what Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau want to do, but before the prequels, I mean the sequels. But yeah, I don't think they're going to do a retelling. I don't think they're going to actually do any type of enhancements or like that or anything of that magnitude. I mean, the damage has already been done. Don't go back and try to do anything else. Just let it go.
I agree. Yeah, I don't think that they will. Do you think they would ever? Anyone would? I think they're done.
I've been waiting for someone to re-edit, rechange, remove, subtract, add in. You know what I mean? Like,
take it apart, yeah.
Maybe make 2 films out of the 3 and put it together, and it makes more sense. Kind of like what they do with the Obi-Wan Kenobi series, where they made the movie version of it. Someone made a bootleg version. It's on YouTube somewhere, but I haven't seen this yet. I think that you could possibly remove about half of what they put in there, and it could make some sense. But boy, that would be an editing job from hell. But I think a person could do it if they had a year or two to just work on it. Maybe get the music. You need somebody really good with the music to redo the whole musical score, because it won't work with what's there. And if you could especially remove things like horses in space and, just ridiculous stuff that we just don't need to see, go ahead and wow us with what's already there or what they didn't include that they just threw on the floor. Then that's a figure of speech. But what they didn't want to put in there, which I'm sure they filmed so much footage for these films.
Yeah,
so,
maybe.
So a good film is out there of that material, guys.
Yeah, I just don't think they'll ever do it. But
no, they won't ever do it.
Yeah.
Will someone please do it, please?
Stubble McShave, all the way from Sweden. God bless Stubble for this one. Stubble sends in a tip, and Stubble says, both Cyril and Deidra need a good romp in bed.
Yeah.
Maybe that will remove the stick up their butts. However, maybe they want a stick up their butts during the romp. Hey, I'm a big proponent of that, depending on whether it's done well. I believe
see her in black and being the dominatrix, and Cyril just taking it through the whole time, and also helping her with the case.
Yeah. Do you think Deidra's a submissive in bed because she's such a dominant force at work?
I think she's a dominatrix, bro. I think she dominates. She's definitely one who dominates. You could tell.
All right, just asking.
She's a wonderful actress as well. I mean, it is true
she's great.
We have no choice but to look at her in this regard because of that intimate encounter she had with Cyril. But she's trying to get ahead. That's what she's trying to do. And you know what? Nothing is going to stop that woman.
I agree with you. Glenn Mark says, hi, Rob and Lael. Remind me, Rob, when was whining about movies restarting? I have some extensive notes to share on everything everywhere. I'm going to try and do it this weekend. It was supposed to be last weekend. It's just been really hard. It's really busy. But yes, it's going to be everything everywhere all at once. Hopefully it'll be Sunday. If not, because the last Sunday we were going to do it, but we were working on the yard. We're doing a lot of yard work, building these tiers, and we were both exhausted. I was using a pickaxe, building trenches, and we were just like, I couldn't even work. So maybe Sunday. I'll know more tomorrow. By the way, thanks for being a member. The Lego Fifth Doctor says, what do you think of the Gene Roddenberry archive trailer and the character and setting recreation? So for those of you who don't know, they're doing these 3D and photorealistic recreations of Star Trek characters in different scenarios that we never saw, but now they're making look exactly beautifully. It's incredible. And as a Star Trek fan, I think it's great. And they're from what I've seen, it adds to the canon of Star Trek, and it accentuates the universe as opposed to destroying canon the way something like Strange New Worlds and Discovery do. So I'm all for what they're doing. I think what they're doing is amazing. I can't wait to see what is up. Can't wait. By the way, Norwegian Kryptonian says, will there be a Black Adam MOS Superman hot toy? Well, there is going to be a Black Adam hot toy.
Yes.
And there's two different ones, too. It
Yes,
looks great.
is. You have the gold version. Yeah.
Yeah,
black
it looks
version.
good.
The body, you had to create a special mold for the body of the Rock in this, and this looks exactly like the Rock.
Yes,
it's awesome.
Perfect.
It's awesome.
Yes.
It's so good. I ordered it. I ordered the black one, but everyone else said make the gold one. I went back and looked, and I changed my pre-order.
The gold one, I'm telling you, it's incredible, bro.
It's incredible. I did. You were the one that told me. You were the one that said it. I changed it because of you.
One is comic accuracy, bro. It looks so good.
It does look good.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a good one for you both. Papa Jish sends in a $20 super chat and says, erase, recreate, or leave alone. Revenge of the Sith, Return of the Jedi, Rise of Skywalker. And he wants all of us to answer.
Erase Rise of Skywalker. Erase it.
Yep.
Erase
I agree.
it as if it never effing existed on this planet.
No.
That it wasn't even a thought. What was the other one?
Rise. Okay, so it's Revenge of the Sith, Return of the Jedi, and Rise of Skywalker. I agree. I would want to erase it too.
Yeah. I would definitely want to erase Rise of Skywalker as if it never existed. Like literally.
So you recreate and leave alone Revenge of the Sith or Return of the Jedi?
I could recreate Return of the Jedi a little bit. Did he say Return of the Jedi?
Yeah.
I could recreate a little bit on that one and just maybe remove some things if I could. But and then I would leave Revenge of the Sith alone. I think it's perfect.
Wow, that's interesting. Okay. All right. What about you, Lael? Would you recreate or leave alone Revenge of the Sith or Jedi?
Well, see, the thing is, we see two totally. I mean, Jedi, I enjoy.
I know you definitely. I know, man. Don't worry about me. What would you do?
I sort of enjoy it. So I would basically leave Jedi alone. Well, that's tough because I love Revenge of the Sith as well. So I would probably say, oh man, that's tough as fuck. Why do you use these films? I would say, okay, slightly modify some things in Jedi. But I agree. I would leave Revenge of the Sith alone. I would slightly modify a few things in Jedi that I think could make it a bit better and believable. You know what I mean? If you have a whole bunch of Ewoks, roaming around with spears and the Ewoks, I mean, it didn't make sense to me that they were able to pose any type of threat to the garrison. It didn't make any sense to me, but I mean, if they retool it to do a certain way, and maybe I don't know. I mean, the Ewoks were fun for what it was. I mean, Warwick Davis, this first time we had the chance to see him and whatever. Yeah, that's fine, but I would probably retool that. I loved the speeder bike chase. That was phenomenal.
Yeah, but you only have to, you can recreate it, so you can leave the speeder bike chase in it. But you know what? The speeder bike chase means nothing as far as the plot's concerned. It just stops. The speeder bike chase is like pornography. You put in a sex scene, the movie stops cold. The speeder bike chase has nothing to do with the plot. It's just a cool scene. Nothing wrong with that.
It was so dope when I saw it on Cisco.
I know, dude. I know. So and you know who was one of the people?
You're trying to get me on that same shit that you got them on with Willow, bro. He was like,
no. I mean, it's a cool sequence, but it doesn't. My problem with that is that it doesn't feed look. The rescue of Han Solo and Jedi is great, and the final battle and the throne room confrontation is great. The rest of the movie you can throw out and completely recreate and do something much
Yeah.
more interesting.
Yeah. Everybody, if you haven't watched John Campion's show's episode, was it Monday or Tuesday? Was it Monday?
I'm not sure. I don't
It was
remember.
Monday or Tuesday. Please make sure you watch that and just watch Rob's interaction when he talks about Willow. And he was like, come on. He was like, it was boring. And everybody was going crazy. He was like, no, come on. You know I'm right. It was boring.
Robert.
This shit.
Children. It's a child.
Look, here's my problem. All the fantasy, we got a lot of fantasy in the 80s. Conan the Barbarian, You're the Hunter from the Future. You know, there's so many Legend, Willow. There's so much fantasy. Dragon Slayer. None of it was very good because it was all Tolkien light, and no one had figured out a way. Once you had Star Wars, it was really difficult to try and make fantasy. And what was Willow? Willow was the Ron Howard version of all the great fantasies made palatable for an elementary school group of kids.
Yeah, I loved the soundtrack. It was so playful.
I know. Dun 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 dun. I know, it's great. It's fun. And you had Joanna Whaley and Mad Mardigan with Val Kilmer. Look, I'm not saying it wasn't. And you actually had a dragon called an Ebersisk that was named after Roger Ebert and Gene Siskel.
Yeah.
I mean, the movie was like a goof. It was a collection of bargain basement, basic fantasy tropes put together.
It was just boring to you.
It was better than everything else. I read Tolkien. I read Stephen R. Donaldson, The Chronicles of Thomas Covenant. I read Terry Brooks and The Sword of Shannara. I read all that stuff. And Willow was like a bargain basement remix of all that crap, and I hated it.
I thought it was for children. I just think the children like it.
I'm sure the children loved it. At least Labyrinth had Jennifer Connelly in it. Come on.
It did. And I can forgive the shaky horns. That's what I call it, the shaky horns.
Yeah.
Running and the horns are shaking. But because they didn't adhere them to his head.
Willow. That part of it.
I mean, look, for me, Willow had Queen Bavmorda, and I wanted her to take my pants down and spank my bare bottom. That's what I wanted. But she wouldn't. There was no fucking in Willow.
No. Well, yeah.
None. Not really.
Yeah, not really.
No.
Just love.
There was, and if there was, no one was getting their cheeks wet, if you know what I'm saying.
No, there wasn't.
None of that.
Sorry, I thought it was a children's story.
Oh my god. Oh.
So, just saying, Anyway, I didn't answer. My answer about this is I would leave Revenge of the Sith alone, even though I think it's a deeply flawed movie on many levels. But I would recreate Return of the Jedi. Elon Abdi says, the Tel Aviv of the stars love it. Andor is indeed fresh. Look, when I saw, everyone says Miami, but I've been to Miami, and Miami has all these tall buildings on the beaches, But I've also been to Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv is one of my favorite cities I've ever been to. And I had a great time there. I was brought there in 2005. I showed my movie. I went with Roger Nygaard, who made Trekkies, and I had the best time. Tel Aviv rules. Loved it. It's a fantastic city. It's cosmopolitan. The women are hot. The sun is hot. Everything is hot about Tel Aviv. Great beaches. So much fun. I loved Israel. Loved it. Loved it. It was so much fun. It was so much great. And the people are great. And I met all kinds of people from all walks of life. I met Arabs. I met Jews. I met all kinds of people, and they were all great. Everybody. Loved it. I think that's something that people don't quite understand because the press doesn't exactly give you that.
That side of it.
Tel Aviv is awesome. And when I saw that shot in Andor, I'm like, it's space Tel Aviv. So it is in Fred. So Elon, there you go. Mattuine is a member of the channel now. Thanks for becoming a member. Paul Aday says, yo, Rob and Lael, what do you think about one? Some people are criticizing Tony Gilroy for saying, I'm not a fan of Star Wars, forgetting that both JJ and RJ claim to be fans. I don't necessarily think you have to be a fan of a franchise, even though I said fans of franchises are not always the best people to work on them. I was saying last night on my stream, Nicholas Meyer was not a Star Trek fan when he made Star Trek 2. However, he was a very smart man that was trained. He'd already made movies. He'd written novels, plays. He understood storytelling. And both Star Trek and Star Wars are classical storytelling with their narratives steeped in things like the hero's journey. And if you're a smart man and you or smart woman or smart storyteller, or however you identify, if you are a smart person with a literary mind, you don't have to be a fan of Star Wars if you understand. And by the way, if he was a big fan of Star Wars, he wouldn't have given us Andor, because he would have been like, no, we need Sith Lords and all this. The fact that he wasn't a Star Wars fan allowed him to give us his perspective in Andor. Do you guys agree or disagree? Am I talking up?
No, I definitely agree. Because again, we've talked about this before. You don't have to necessarily be a fan to tell a great story. I mean, maybe it wasn't something that he was connected to, but I like that because then you're seeing it with a fresh set of eyes. It's a totally different perspective, and you can bring something new to it. Whereas if you're a fan of what has already been done. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, so it's like you need something that's going to be totally different because, I mean, lately we've seen what these so-called fans can do. You know what I mean? We've seen what, fans. We've seen what a so-called fan has actually done to the prequels. You know what I mean? I mean to the sequels. Not the prequels, but the sequels. We've seen, basically how the mistreatment of these films, based off of fandom, based off of individuals who say that they're fans. But when you get someone who comes in and they're like, look, I'm not really a particular fan, but I'm a fan of good storytelling. So let's see what we can do here and make this. And I think that's what Gilroy did. So I mean, I appreciate a person's honesty. You know what I mean? If they don't lie to me and tell me you like something when you really don't, you know what I mean? So I'm enjoying the show. I think Gilroy is knocking it out the park, which each episode, it just keeps continuing to build. And I love it. I love it just as much as I love House of the Dragons, literally.
Yeah, me too. I think it's different kind of a show, but just as smart.
Robert,
exactly.
Did you get a super chat from Tom Jr. Jackson?
Yep, and that's where we're at right now. That's the super chat right here. Tom Jr. Jackson says, Rob, if more theaters charge $5 for classics and $10 for new films, people would see more films in a day. Do you agree, or am I wrong? What do you guys think? $5. Here's my problem, and I've always said this on this channel since I started it. Pop culture has a half-life of 20 years. That's what I believe. You go beyond 20 years, movies, music, all of pop culture is pop culture because it's a reflection of the now, and people who go through a period of time when they grow up, music, movies, pop culture, fashion, whatever it is, means something to them more when you're going through it as a young person. And after 20 years go by, a new crop of people and new pop culture turns up, and things, as the decades pass, pop culture becomes more of a distant memory. The problem is nowadays, even when I was a kid watching Star Wars, there's 4 decades of more stuff to watch in addition to what I had when I was a kid. So by asking people to go back further and further and further, there's twice, 10 times, 20 times as much stuff to watch. So to get people to go back and watch classic films when they can't even keep up with their Netflix queue is hard to do.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. Yeah.
I mean, look, I love the idea of charging less for classic films to get people to go and see them, but it's hard enough trying to get people to go see new movies. And look, I hate the fact, like, I grew up loving classic cinema, and nowadays people don't even know how to watch it. That's the thing. They don't know how to watch black and white movies. They don't know how to watch movies that are more stage bound with no special effects. I mean, a lot of the old classic cinema, very little of Hollywood, older Hollywood movies, would they even shoot outside?
Would they really introduce it? We have a theater called the Midtown Cinema, which they basically show a mix of like art box type of, art house type of films.
Yeah.
More like they show like a lot of documentaries, but they do show a lot of classic films. They even dedicate a night to like a lot of classics, whether it's black and white, foreign films, stuff like that. They do basically dedicate that. It's a much smaller theater, but they dedicate, pretty much that, genre of films to that. And I like that they do it. I mean, I think again, if you charge less for those classic films, but the thing is, it's like I would do it on a specific day, away from films that are already in the theater at the moment. Don't do it now because it's distracting at that point. You know what I
Right.
mean? You're getting less traffic into those old films, those classic films. Do it on a day where it's devoted strictly to that. You know what I mean? And that would make more sense.
I totally agree.
Fandango's doing a great job of bringing back a lot of, not Fandango, Fathom. Fathom is doing a good job of bringing back a lot of these movies into theaters. And just this year, I did happen to see Star Trek: The Wrath of Khan in the theater. I didn't know I was going to see it. I went to the theater. They had it there, so I watched it. And where I live, there are quite a few, theaters where they focus specifically on showing you old reels. Like for example, I've seen reels of I Love Lucy in the original
Right.
format. It was shown on television, and then they also have a special where they say, okay, we're going to show you the way 2001 looked when it originally came out. So I have access to this, but my mother watches TCM constantly, so it's on 24/7. Obviously not right now, but it's on every day. And I've seen more of these old films than I can count. Some of the stuff I don't even, she's seen them all. So
Right.
I'm like, it's impossible for her to have seen them all. Well, it's been over 20 years she's been watching that channel. So, it's about time they started to offer some more of these films in the theater. They should make them double features. You
Yeah.
see an old one and you see a new one, and then just go ahead and throw that older one in. After all, no one's watching your film. No one knows about it.
Mhm.
So Turner Classic Movies has one of the women who was on the board of Turner Classics is the president of the Academy Museum, Robert, and we were talking about this. But even the museum has some deficiencies. So they've got a lot of work to do in regards to kind of like getting it up to par, and especially when it comes to the founders of cinema, which I guess maybe a lot of people are unaware of who they are, but that needs to be added in there. And certainly some film education programs should also be continued for people who want to study cinema and are interested in classic films. And we just aren't really seeing a lot of that the way we could. Especially it should start in grammar schools when everybody is watching films and starting to watch films and try to understand what films are about, what filmmaking is about. It should start then. And I think this might possibly even save some cinemas from shutting down if they were permitted to offer a wider range of films. Because if you go to the regular theaters now, there's not a lot in there, and there's not a lot of variety. And I think the more variety you have, the better chance you have of people walking in the door.
Yeah. We have one more tip, and then one more tip from Sonny Dominguez saying, speaking of fucking, Young Lady Chatterley, anyone? Which
Yes.
version is the one you know? Mine was the Harley McBride version. My dad forgot he left a copy of it mixed with other VHS tapes. The movie showed me a woman in complete control of her sexuality under the male gaze.
I've seen a number of different versions of Lady Chatterley. There was a version with Skarsgård and another actress, a more modern version, where he gets injured. This is her husband. She's like 20 years old. She's never been with a man. And he gives her a hall pass. He says, I know you love me, but you need love too. Go, experiment. And she's like, I don't think I can. And of course her clothes come off and she does whatever she has to do. But my absolute favorite, and Robert, you already know this, Lael, you probably know this too, are the Emmanuel series. For me, Emmanuel.
Yes.
Emmanuel.
And they had different versions of Emmanuel. They had so many different.
Oh, they had, yeah. Now, have you seen my Emmanuel box set?
I saw your Emmanuel box set.
I figured you would have it.
But now that's the three Sylvia Crystal Emmanuel movies, and then Laura Gemser, who's basically the black Emmanuel. She replaced Sylvia Crystal, and she was. I mean, Sylvia Crystal, Emmanuel 1, Emmanuel 2 is my favorite. Emmanuel 3 backed off on the sex, but then they started making a bunch of Emmanuel movies, and like Laura Gemser, she was hot as fuck, and they replaced Sylvia Crystal with her, and that was good. I mean, the Emmanuel, those are staples of great. They were. I mean, Emmanuel, by the way, is being
Eroticism,
remade.
sexual eroticism back then, man.
Yeah,
It was
it's
so
being remade with Leah Seydoux, who played Bond's love interest in Spectre, and she was also in Blue is the Warmest Color. Now, there's a movie. I don't know if you guys have seen, and I'm going to be roasted for saying I love this film, but I do love this film, not for the reasons you think. So the French film, it's a comic book adaptation, believe it or not. Blue is the Warmest Color. It won the Palme d'Or. It's an incredible movie about these two women that fall in love, young women that fall in love with one another. And it got blasted for two unbelievable sex scenes between Leah Seydoux and Adele. I can never pronounce her last name. The film's 3 hours long. It is a devastatingly emotional film. I love the movie, not because of the filthy, but because it is just it aches with romanticism and heartbreak. And it's an incredible film. A lot of people, of course, would get pissed at me for liking it. We know why you liked it, Rob. No, you'll watch the movie and you'll understand why it's a devastating movie.
What was it called? Beyond the...
No, it's called Blue is the Warmest Color.
Blue is the Warmest Color. Okay.
And the other film that I was talking about that stars Skarsgård, the same one who's in Andor, Stellan, along with Emily Watson, it's called Breaking the Waves. And she marries this man who is, he's an oil rig worker. And unfortunately, he has an accident. And she's such a beautiful, sweet girl, and they actually had some, I'm sorry, Robert.
No, I mean, and it's directed by Lars von Trier, and it's an incredible movie.
It is an incredible film. There's they have one part here where he says his condition deteriorates, and he urges her to find another lover and to tell him the details.
Yes.
As if it would be as if they were together, and it will revitalize his spirits. And it's kind of Lady Chatterley's Lover-esque feel, maybe. But I thought that it was some modern twist, and the two of them have incredible chemistry in this film. I thought that it was beautiful. I thought in regards to sex and sex therapy, it opens the door for people who have difficulty having that intimacy together. I thought it was spectacular. So, I had to mention that one for my modern version of Lady Chatterley's. It's two of them, and of course, Emmanuel.
Well, it's okay. So Sonny asks about Lady Chatterley's Lover. It's on Netflix. A new version's on Netflix. The one that I saw was the one that from 1981 that was directed by Just Jakin, who directed Emmanuel, and it stars Sylvia Crystal as Lady Chatterley, and of course Lady Chatterley is based on a D.H. Lawrence novel. But that's the version that's the only version I've ever seen, is the one from 81, 82. And I saw it on cable a lot. And it was okay. It was no Emmanuel 2, though.
The Lady Chatterley's 81 with Sylvia Crystal, you're saying?
Yeah.
It was not, okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that was the one that, it's funny because Canon Films released it. But yeah, that's the one that I had seen. That's the only one I've ever seen. And it's okay, but I'm really looking forward to seeing the Netflix version because it looks hot. Looks hot.
The Netflix version has who's in this? Emma Corrin. You did mention that, didn't you, Robert?
I didn't mention Emma Corrin, but
okay. So apparently she's in it. She's also starring in The Crown, I think, as Princess Diana. Yeah, she is.
Yes, she is.
And Jack O'Connell. Wow, he's cute. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think it's an interesting story, and I think that it has a lot of appeal. The notion of holding on to, because she's still in love with her husband. This is the dilemma. What is a woman to do?
Well, listen, you guys. I know it's 3 o'clock. It's 3:18 in the morning where you are, and I don't like to keep you. I always keep you longer, but I I did want to ask. There's two more. Mikey Lito asks if anyone has seen Till.
No, I haven't seen
About
that yet.
the Emmett Till movie about Emmett
I've
Till's
been wanting
mother.
I want to see it.
about it.
I want to see it.
Looks incredible.
Yeah.
They and what's interesting is they do not show what actually happened to Emmett Till.
Yeah,
Which I think is
definitely wanna
probably
see
a
it.
good thing. But it looks incredible, and her performance, Mrs. Till. We were talking about it today. I
Yeah.
think it looks incredible. I can't wait to see it.
Mhm.
So Michael Lito's
Yeah, I
going to go.
definitely cannot wait to see it.
He's going to see it before he sees Black Panther: Wakanda Forever.
Yeah,
Man, there's a double bill.
that sounds like an idea too. I definitely might do it because I've been wanting. We actually, because we keep seeing the previews and stuff like that, but I think it's in limited theaters around this area. But
Yeah,
I definitely want to see it. Yeah.
yeah. And then Glenn Marks says, "I didn't find Willow boring, but I did Dark Crystal. Dark Crystal is boring, and it's boring because there's no humans in it, and no one cares about puppets, unless they're the Muppets and they're funny." Unless you like them, look, as much as I like the it's fine, you know, the Gelflings and the Skeksis, it's all that, but when you're watching it and you don't have a human connection, that film is distancing. It's beautifully made. I love the score, love all the effects, but I just never connected with it. I understand some people do, but whatever. But now what Glenn Mark really wants to know is, what do the two of you think about Lady Hawk? Have you seen Richard Donner's Lady Hawk with Michelle Pfeiffer and Rutger Hauer and Matthew Broderick?
Matthew Broderick, yeah, that's classic.
And Alan Parsons doing the music. Lady Hawk rules. And at the end, when Michelle Pfeiffer sees Rutger Hauer in the church, and she says, after the curse is broken, and she says, "Navarre," kills me every fucking time. I cry. I'm crying right now, even just thinking about it.
Yeah,
Lady Hawk fucking rules.
Yeah, it does. It was an amazing film. Loved it. That's a classic. That's when and Broderick's haircut. Yeah, I still remember that. But it was a what was he?
He was an apprentice to a monk.
An apprentice. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
that movie ruled. John Wood is the evil priest that cast the spell on them, who was also Dr. Falcon in War Games.
Mm-hmm.
And Rutger Hauer on that amazing black horse. I don't know what kind of horse.
Oh yeah, and that armor. Rutger Hauer has never been cooler than he was in Lady Hawk.
Yeah.
Great. And now the last question I'm going to pose to you is
Oh,
our man Alex Detman sends in a $50 super chat. A $50 super chat.
Yes, thank you.
Wow. He says, of the 6 original Star Trek movies, how would you rank them from favorite to least favorite, and why? For me, it would go Wrath of Khan, Voyage Home, Search for Spock, Undiscovered Country, the original, and then The Final Frontier.
I would say, Wrath of Khan, the motion picture, which is the first one, and I agree with the rest of what he had there. My other, let's say, next gen film I would want to include on this list would be Generations, even though I know a lot of people don't like the Nexus, but I'm sorry, I really liked that film.
All right. I'll let you have that. Whatever. That's what you want to say. It's fine with me. Go ahead. Lael, do you have any thoughts on the Star Trek movies?
See, the thing is, for me, I'm a classic dude, bro. Like I said, the original Star Trek and Wrath of Khan, that was my ish. And Search for Spock, you know what I mean? That I stopped there for some reason. Like I said, beyond that, I love. Don't get me wrong, I love the other film. I mean, the other films had its place, but I stopped there. For me, I just stopped there.
Well, for me, Star Trek: The Motion Picture is my favorite Star Trek movie. And I could get into the reasons why. It's great to have the new director's cut in 4K, but it's my favorite Star Trek movie. Then it would be Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan. Then it would be Star Trek IV. Then it would be Star Trek VI, Star Trek III, and Star Trek V.
Yeah.
So, gentlemen, lady, first of all, we're going to end this. I'm going to let you guys go. It's 3:30 almost. Let me ask you, where can people find you online and tell everybody what you got going on?
Yes, guys, you can always find me here on the Post-Geek Singularity, obviously on this show with Robert and Lael, but you can also find me on Monday nights here on the PGS at 6 p.m. Eastern for my show, Ladies at the PGS. Lorena Creole is usually with me. Sometimes I am solo, but guys, you can find me here doing that show. You can also find me on Positive Fandom on Sundays at 10:30 a.m. in the morning for my show, Sunday Brunch Live. Do come and check it out. We promote everybody on the show and just to say hello and talk about everything in the fandom. But you can also find me streaming with Lorena Creole on Thursdays on our Toxic Male Appreciation Show at 5
Yeah.
p.m. Eastern. You can also find me on the 1/6 Scale Man Network. Sometimes
Yes.
on any Say What or on Uncivilized Scoundrels. And on Fridays, you can find me on Midnight's Edge in the morning at 12 p.m. with Tom and Andre. So please, guys, do check me out there. Subscribe to my channel. I almost have enough for monetization on my
There
channel.
you go.
I need like 100 more hours, I think, to finish. So I'm so close. And guys, everybody, thank you for your support. This is such a great community. I love the PGS. Just and a great time to be a fan, everybody. This is going to
It really
Hell
is.
yeah.
yeah,
Hell yeah.
2022, 2023 is going to be one of the best years for the fandom.
Hell yeah.
It's so exciting. And I just, it's a great time for everybody.
Definitely can't wait.
Lael, I know you got a lot going on. What's happening on your channel?
What do we got? So we have Collectors Lounge International on Sunday. We have Comic Book Talk with Friends on Monday. We'll be basically breaking down or getting people prepped and ready for Black Panther next week. And then of course we have Say What Wednesday. There will not be an Uncivilized Scoundrels next Thursday because of Black Panther. Definitely won't be. And it probably won't be a Figure Flex Friday next week because of Black Panther. There won't be a lot going on next week because of Black Panther. Don't know if there will be a Collectors Lounge International because of Black Panther, but I'll let people know and beforehand. But yeah, that's pretty much it, man. Got a lot of videos that I actually got coming up with unboxing. Well, actually, just more so posing. I don't do reviews. I leave that to everybody else. But I mean, I stick to posing. I leave the reviews and let everybody else handle that. But that's pretty much it. And that's what's going on. And you always will see me back here Friday night again for Midnight Musings. So just be prepared next Friday night if we're here.
Yes.
I will be talking about some Panther, and I would be excited about it.
I can't. By the way, I cannot wait to discuss Black Panther with the two of you. I'm very excited to see the film. It's going to be a big conversation. So I
also forgot to say that next week is also the premiere of The Crown season 5. This is the most controversial season of all, guys. I'm going to be doing live watch parties on my channel starting on Wednesday. So there will be some live coverage of, I think Lorena might join me to watch The Crown season 5, guys. This is going to be Charles and Diana. So for those of you who are fans, certainly do check out Positive Fandom for The Crown next week for our live watch parties.
All right. Well, Lael, it's been great streaming with you. For those, I will bring on you randos, you people that want to speak some late night truth. I'll bring you on in a minute, but I want to say goodbye to Lael and being great co-hosts. Thanks. It's always great to see you both. Have a good night and a good weekend and a good week.
All right.
And,
we'll talk to you later.
Wakanda forever.
Wakanda forever all day. We will see y'all next week. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, everybody. I'm just going to say, I'm going to bring you fucking randos on. You know what I'm talking about. I love you guys. We always have and look, Sonny Dominguez is going to come on. Maybe I'll say Sonny. Maybe in a little less squirting, or maybe not. A little less controversial. Whatever. I won't say it. I was trying to sing Elvis. So I'll stay on for a little while longer. I'm going to go drain the main vein, and then I'm going to come back. For those of you, I'll leave the super chats and the tips open if that's what you want to do. And if you want to come on, get your microphones and get your cameras ready. And I do say this, if you've never been on the show and want to come on the show, somebody early on tonight, Ghost Rider said he was working all week. I think it's he. I was working all week when you had people popping in. Will you allow some of us to do so this evening? Yes, I will. Yes, I will. We're going to have some fun time. So how it works is I am going to take a little break, and then I will come back, and then we are going to bring on two people. I can only bring on two people at a time with the software that I use to broadcast. It's not Zoom. That's why it's high resolution. And we'll have a conversation. But if you, I'd love to hear from people I haven't heard from. So if you've been on the show before, hang back. And I mean, if not, whoever shows up, shows up. That's part of the fun. So give me about 2 minutes and I will be back. All righty then. All right, you ne'er-do-wells. You ready? You people want to come on? Hold on here. Let me see. All right. You want to come on the show? There's the link. It's in the live chat. First come, first serve. Whoever wants to come on the show. We'll see who shows up. Yeah, no, really exciting with Wakanda Forever opening. I think there's a lot of excitement for it from a lot of different places, a lot of different quarters. I'm interested to see that film. I can't wait to see it. I mean, first of all, Angela Bassett, who in my world can do no wrong. My God, she's never looked better. How does that woman not age? I don't know. And I just can't wait. Is Just a Brown Girl is here? Just a Brown Girl sent me an email, and I forgot to get back to her. Now that yes, I still want to go to screenings with you. I had so much fun going to screenings with you. I'll do it again. I'll drive. I have to drive like 90 miles more, but worth it. You should come out here, by the way, too. How have you been? I missed you. I feel like my life in the John Campy shows in the last year. Somebody sent me an email that summed up. You put your life on hold and just did this show and disappeared, but I'm back now, baby. So, Just a Brown Girl, if you're still here, I think you are. I don't know. Not seeing people show up, that's okay. If you don't want to come on the show, it's fine. You don't have to. I get it. But we shall see. We shall see if anyone sees that. I hope you see it one more time. I'll throw it in the live chat if you missed it. Wait, maybe I didn't put it in the live chat. I don't know. Maybe people don't want to come on. Wait, that's very strange. Maybe something's wrong. Well, there we go. There it is again. We'll see. Oh, somebody came on. Let's see who it is. Just Joe. Joe, how are you? Oh, it's Joe. Joe, how are you? No, it's good to see you. No, I haven't seen you in a while. I always love talking to you. You're on. I'm putting you in, Joe. I'm putting you in, Coach, because I'm a fan of Joe's. I'm a fan of yours, and we'll see who shows up. You seem chipper tonight. Hang on, wait. You got to say this live. Wait. Let me get you in because this is important. Yeah, I can't wait to hear what you have to say about this, because I have something to say about my beloved Seahawks as well. Wow, who would have thought? Top of the conference right now. I mean, that's not really saying much compared to the East Coast, but still, I'm bringing on Joe, everybody. So let's see. Well, Lael's gone. We'll see who's going to fill Lael's spot. Welcome, Joe, to the show. Joe, you've been here before, but I bring you on because you're always a good time and you have lots of fun things to say. How are you doing? First of all, how you been? It's been a while.
Yes. I was telling you that I'm from Buffalo. Anybody from Buffalo, you ask, just look at where the Bills are in the standings, and that's sort of where our mood is. So we're 6-1, hoping to be 7-1. So we're riding high, but it's not like a big city. Like if you go to, LA, New York, and there's so much going on. In Buffalo, like you go to a doctor's appointment after a Bills loss and they're like talking about it. It's like, it's like a high school or like a college. It's really like the whole mood of the city is based on the Bills, which is, sort of sad, but you ride the highs. So it's going great right now.
By the way, people are saying Lael's window is still up. Yeah, I'm waiting for somebody to fill it. That's the whole point. We're supposed to have a conversation. None of you ne'er-do-wells have, where's somebody to fill Lael's spot? I understand Lael's spot's difficult to fill. Maybe you're scared that you can't. But Joe was willing to jump on. But so the Bills, the Bills could go all the way, though.
I hope so, because it's.
Remember last year you thought they were? You really, not to rub it in, but.
I know, but come on. It's been almost a year. We need to bring up old wounds, but
never. We don't want to bring up gold. I don't want to bring up old wounds. I don't want to.
It's you saw with Seattle though. They won that like 10 years ago, and
it's true.
We thought that they would have a dynasty, and then they never made it back once. But then it was over. So hopefully we win this year. Otherwise, it gets a little bit nerve-wracking.
We'll see. I mean, hey, you know what? Ghost Rider, who asked about coming on, actually looks like he might have made it. Could very well be. I'm going to put Ghost Rider in the show to join us, and hopefully he will. I was hearing a little bit. I'm going to put Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider, are you ready to jump in with us? Okay. That's all right. We can hear you. Please welcome Ghost Rider, who's not as ghostly as he would lead us to believe. He looks very corporeal to me. Ghost Rider, welcome to the show. Let me see if I can pan you down so we don't have your head cut off, because I don't want to cut you off. There we go. Hang on. Hang on. There we go. There we can see your face. First of all, Ghost Rider, where are you coming to us from?
Currently, I'm in Ohio at the moment.
Ohio.
Although how long? We'll see.
Do you travel around? Are you in our military service, because you do have a Marines hat on?
I used to be.
Semper Fi. But
right.
So do you travel a lot? Hoorah.
I do actually. I used to be. After I got out, I was in the industry for a little while. This is not my first time on on the show, Rob, if you recall.
I was
I was
just
under a different name.
I was just thinking that because you look familiar, and I'm like, I've seen you
Yes,
before.
and yes, you have. Not just on here, but we've actually spoken while I was working in the industry. I worked with you on Axonar.
Yes, but you work with me on Axon in California or in Ticonderoga?
I was actually never on set. I only talked to you over the phone.
Oh, okay.
If you recall, I believe one conversation I remember vividly was when you were describing to me the set of when they were walking they were walking in the desert. And you had to keep moving the set as the sun was.
Oh yeah, that was the Vulcan scene. We were shooting the Vulcan scene, and man, that was 7 years ago. Oh my God.
Yes, it was a very long time ago.
7
And
years
then
ago.
one thing that I remember as well. Another thing was we were trying to decide which kind of Klingon ships we were going to have in there, and I mentioned the D7, and you're like, well, what about the D5? You know, and then unfortunately our glorious leader decided that he was going to can me after I was a little too honest. In the industry, you sometimes don't want to be honest in.
Yeah, yeah. Our glorious leader, he's got his own troubles. I have been involved in that project for 6 years. It's too bad because we could have made something from it. But I will say this: there's something that we were going to do in the movie, the Axonar feature film, that you're going to see a version of it in Star Trek Picard season 3, which I found very amusing. They didn't know that we were going to do it, but I won't say what it is, but it's interesting. So let me ask you guys both this question. So Wakanda Forever is coming out, obviously Thursday. It opens on Thursday. What is your level of anticipation for Wakanda Forever, and what do you think we're going to see in it?
I thought Wakanda came out this past weekend.
No, it opens Thursday. It opens this coming Thursday.
Yeah, the Weird Al movie opened today.
So yeah, the Weird Al, and everyone loves it. People say it's great.
I watched it.
Did you love it?
I wouldn't say I loved it. I mean, I liked it. I wasn't. There's even like celebrities. I didn't know that there were that many like Weird Al super fans. You know, like a lot of celebrities come on and they talk about him. Like, you know, and I grew up with some of his songs and I liked him. And there was a period where I probably was, you know, into him to a certain degree, but
right.
I didn't know that there was such like a passionate fan base for him, like that's still around. But
yeah,
one of the things that was interesting about the movie, and you obviously knew this from the trailer, is that it was a parody of a biopic.
Right.
And we haven't had a lot of parodies that come out nowadays, so it was cool to see a movie that just is totally non-serious but plays it straight, which is my favorite type of comedy. You know, like I like when they're not winking at the audience too much, where I always go back to 60s Batman, where the humor comes from, you know, the level of seriousness that they're taking with it. Not every joke landed in it, but for the most part, it was just kind of a fun parody. And if you know, the more you know about Weird Al, the more funny it is, you know?
Right.
So like I wasn't as much of a super fan as some of the people that I'm talking about, but I knew enough that there was like some really funny, you know, in jokes and in references. And Daniel Radcliffe is playing Weird Al, which itself is, you know, really funny.
Right. And he said today, I was listening to him on NPR, and he goes, I wanted to do a biopic where none of it was true. And I'm
which is so great. You know,
that's Weird Al.
Exactly. Yeah. And that was like the selling point for me when I saw the trailer, because you're like, Weird Al biopic, like, you know, what's this going to be? And when you saw that it was a parody, I'm sorry, I totally took a, you know, jutted away from your question there. About
no,
Black
man,
Panther.
it's Midnight Musings. You can muse any way you want.
All right, well, I'll muse back into Black Panther. I liked the first one. I really liked it, I think, for like the first half, and then it's kind of, you know, fell off a little bit for me. But there's a legitimacy to the Black Panther movies that I've been missing with a lot of the MCU. I hated Love and Thunder. Uh, I liked, I don't know, all the recent shows I've kind of tapped out of the whole Disney Plus shows. Not Andor. I'm talking about like the Marvel for the most part, just because it felt like diminishing returns, and I just kind of felt like with Moon Knight, I watched the first 3, and then I was kind of like, I don't really need to go back to this. I'm kind of good. Like I get it. It's fine. It's not the worst thing I've ever seen, but I wasn't finding myself really looking forward to it. I kind of forgot about it. And then She-Hulk, I watched a little bit of that, but it really wasn't grabbing me. And I really felt kind of that they were cheaper than I would have expected. And not just like they didn't have a lot of money, but it felt just like they didn't really think about much. They're just kind of slopping it together. And I felt like if they're not putting the time and effort into it, like why do they expect me to be tuning in? Not just now, it's not even just like 2 movies a year. Now it's like 4 movies a year and TV shows. Like I'm not, so with the Black Panther movie, the trailer looked a lot more emotional than some of the recent movies.
Yeah.
And I think I might have mentioned this at some point to you either on one of the Zoom chats or whatever. Love and Thunder, I felt like had the plot seemed like it could have been really good.
Yep.
Some of the, like if I just told you like here's some of the things that's going to be in Love and Thunder, they're gonna go through cancer and Thor is going to kind of reconnect with Jane. Like that all sounds really good.
I agree.
We don't need to beat a dead horse, but the movie just did not live up to.
It was the first Marvel movie I actually hated. I've loved the MCU. I hated Love and Thunder.
And I get that because, like I said, I hate and you've mentioned this, but I hate when they make jokes at the expense of the character. And a lot of people don't get this. They'll be like, "Oh, but they'll be like, it's supposed to be funny." And I always say, like, if you're watching the next Star Wars movie, let's say, and Darth Vader comes in and he slips on a banana peel and flops on his back, like you might laugh at how ridiculous that is, but then you'll be like, that was terrible. They just ruined, just ruined them. So that there was all sorts of stuff like that where they had an idea for a joke and they just went there, and then you're like, Thor is just a clown now, and I can't get invested. Like I'm not watching the end rooting for
No,
him.
I the beginning when he's fighting with the Guardians of the Galaxy to liberate that planet, and he's trying to save that glass temple or whatever it is, and then he fights and destroys the people, but he also at the same time destroys the temple, and it collapsed. I'm like, I was out.
Especially because it wasn't even like that was a plot point. Like he had gotten cocky and he, whatever. Like he was like, oh, another great victory. And then you see the whole tower collapse and there's thousands that you assume have died. And then they just made that was just it. Like,
No, they turned him into a buffoon. Thor's not stupid. He knows, he understands the relationship with these people and what this temple means to them. And they just turn that into a joke. And I'm like, first of all, that's not the MCU. Even the Guardians of the Galaxy, the humor of the Guardians of the Galaxy comes out of the characters themselves, but it's not at the expense of the characters. I mean, even though Drax says funny things, Drax is still a noble warrior from a planet, he's trying to exact his revenge, but, he takes things literally, and his character traits make him funny for the audience, but they never make jokes at the expense and diminish that character. All Love and Thunder did was diminish Thor.
Yeah, and they had a good stretch of like humor with Thor, where Thor was kind of a fish out of water, and he never quite meshed with the people. Like he'd call Rocket Raccoon a rabbit, like there were things like that, but this was just constantly making him into a goof and him screwing up and not realizing it
and incompetent, and Thor is not incompetent. You ruined they ruined his character, and I was actually surprised by that, because I'm the biggest supporter of the Infinity Saga there is. And when I liked Ragnarok, because Ragnarok had the perfect blend. They destroyed Asgard, they killed Odin, they destroyed Mjolnir in that movie, and it worked. I thought it worked.
Yeah,
but
I thought it mostly
terrible.
worked.
Yeah, I mean, I like Ragnarok, but whereas Love and Thunder wasn't.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but Christian Bale, like he was giving it his all, and that character, I didn't know anything about Gore the God Butcher, but because I'm not like a insanely
Oh, Gore the God
obsessive,
Butcher's awesome.
Yeah, and
He's an awesome villain.
he's an awesome
but
villain, and I mean, Christian Bale was great, but he was underserved by the writing, and they really took a great villain and
even that his opening scene, like after he buries his son, like it's pretty emotional, and then the god that he comes across, like I get the idea that he's going to have this like loss of faith, and then he's going to meet a god and find out like this guy's just this guy's he's a buffoon, whatever, but it was played so silly, and I don't know, it looked so cheap that I was just taken out of that moment and just being like, what am I watching here? And that happened a lot, but then you'd see these threads of a good idea, like the fact the fact that every time Jane uses her powers, it kills her a little bit more.
oh
And
yeah.
then like that moment where she has to decide, like, I know that I'm going to die from this, but like I have to go and help in the effort. And like she's basically sacrificing herself for one last hurrah, but I didn't feel any sense of like, sadness, or I didn't care about her at all in the movie, and
Oh
it
no.
was there. It was there. I didn't think Natalie Portman was bad. I don't think that she ever had great chemistry with Chris Hemsworth, and I didn't go into it thinking, I went into this thinking that it was going to kind of win me over on her in this role, but it just wasn't working for me, and a lot of that was in the writing. It was they'd have a moment and then they'd undercut it with a joke, or they'd have a whole scene like that scene where he goes to the palace of all the gods, and it just went way too far, and that was kind of the underlying theme through the whole movie.
Let me ask you this, Ghost Rider: are you at all? First of all, what do you think of the MCU, and are you anticipating Wakanda Forever?
The MCU, there are aspects that I like post Endgame. There are aspects that I don't like. I don't like how all the the main characters have been getting swapped with their gender counterparts. That's not to say I don't like strong female characters. I do. I think it does a disservice to a character when they're erased or gender swapped with hold on, my phone. Okay. When it's like it's like getting a hand-me-down. You know what I mean? I think they would be better served if we had some creativity and actually made some original characters. But it's neither here nor there. I think the writing needs to be better in this Phase 4. I liked Werewolf by Night.
I did too.
I understand. Yeah, Werewolf by Night was pretty awesome. Moon Knight was okay. I was kind of disappointed with how it turned out, but at the same time, I also understand what they were going for.
Right. I did too.
Do you guys know what month was that? March that came out?
Moon Knight. No, it came out in October. It came out like October 3rd.
No, not Werewolf.
No, that was Werewolf.
Oh, Moon Knight. Oh yeah.
Moon Knight came out earlier.
Yeah, I think it was like March.
Okay.
Something like that.
Yeah, because I'm trying to. I feel like that was kind of in the mix of a lot of these sort of mediocre Disney Plus shows.
Well, it's funny to me. I mean, I love Moon Knight, and Moon Knight has never been. He's never really had. It's funny to me that the definitive Moon Knight run that I fell in love with is not what's become the character now. And my favorite Moon Knight was Volume 1 that Doug mentioned Bill Sienkiewicz was drawing, the first 30 issues of Moon Knight, that a lot of people looked to as like, and he was ripping off Neil Adams for the art, and that it was Doug Bench was writing, just a Marvel's version of Batman. But I never saw it that way. I saw it as something a little bit different. I saw Moon Knight as very much a film noir superhero. And I liked his alter egos. That wasn't because of mental illness, and I I liked all that stuff, and they leaned into a later iteration of Moon Knight where he was mentally ill, and they did some really interesting stuff. But to me, that what they were doing with Moon Knight made very little sense. They brought in Khonshu and Amet and these Egyptian gods that were eating people's souls, and I'm looking at all this stuff, and I'm like, is this real? Is it not real? And if it is real, there's a mass casualty event in Cairo, and are the Avengers coming? And
I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah.
I mean, I'm like, what am I supposed to take away from this? It's not
another,
about Moon Knight.
That's another thing with the MCU right now is it's getting sloppy. It feels like they're, I know that a lot of people talk about this, like with the DC movies, it's always been sloppy since the start. Like they didn't seem to have much of a plan, and you'd have this movie come out, and then like just this latest Black Adam movie, like they have the Justice Society, and but in Man of Steel, Superman was the first superhero that people were aware of, but now that just comes from honestly a lack of planning, but also the fact that they've tried to get rid of the DCU, and then they kept it around, and it's.
No, there was
really
definitely planning. There was definitely planning with the DC.
There was when they started.
They just what I think happened there was that they got to a certain point, and then they were like, well, we're just going to do away with this because these are problematic,
Well,
I mean,
it was Batman versus Superman.
Well, that's what there were two things that were happening. Yes, what was really interesting was, first of all, Man of Steel underperformed. They thought they were going to make $1 billion, which is ridiculous because they hadn't made. You have to earn that. And Superman Returns certainly didn't make $1 billion, not even close. It didn't even make $400 million. So the idea that they thought they were going to get here's the problem. Here's what I see as the biggest problem with what happened with DC. You had the Nolan Batman trilogy, where he reintroduced Batman in Batman Begins. He made a masterpiece, sort of, in Dark Knight, and had that great performance. And even I think
I know you've got.
I love the Dark Knight, but I think that the third act has some problems in it, and it suddenly tries to do a little bit too much. And I love the Dark Knight. The Dark Knight Rises has got a lot of logistical problems, but I liked it. But either way, so the Nolan Batman trilogy was really financially successful and did quite well. So then after that, people forget that they gave Nolan and Zack Snyder the reins of the DC universe.
Well, I don't think no one ever even accepted that. I think he was always sort of hands off in terms of the reins, because he's never been that into comic books and superheroes.
No, he wasn't, but he was a producer on Man of Steel, and
a writer.
But that was the plan. Because the problem was Warner Brothers always looked at the MCU rose up beginning in 2008 in the middle of Nolan's run as the Batman director. Suddenly they had this universe, and by the time they rolled around to making Man of Steel in 2010, when they started making it, the MCU was established and it was doing quite well. Yeah. And Warner Brothers wanted that. The thing is, what they didn't have, and what's very not understood by the industry, is Zack Snyder and Christopher Nolan are directors. They're filmmakers. They're not executive producers, and like you need an executive producer. That's what Kevin Feige was. Kevin Feige's not a director, and he had a master plan like a great showrunner. Kevin Feige is the first showrunner of a motion picture franchise, and maybe not the first, but he's certainly the most successful. And
Kevin Feige also had two other guys with him.
Yeah, well, he had Victoria Alonso and Louis D'Esposito. But the thing about Kevin Feige was he worked as a producer on 14 Marvel movies before the MCU. He worked on the Spider-Man movies, the X-Men movies, Elektra, Daredevil, Ghost Rider. He worked, and he saw Man-Thing, the Man-Thing movie people always forget about. He worked on those things for 14 of them so he saw what worked and what didn't work. The DCEU never had that. You know, they expected these directors to be their visionaries, but when Zack Snyder's directing a movie, he's not thinking about the DCEU. He's thinking about fucking Man of Steel. You know, and then when he was thinking about Batman v Superman, and what happened was that they lost faith in both Zack Snyder and David Ayer. And David Ayer was making Suicide Squad, and they didn't like the fact that both of these, I mean, David Ayer, the man who wrote Training Day, it's like, what did you think you were going to get from him? And they were getting a really dark version of Suicide Squad, very R-rated, and the studio, between that and Batman v Superman, they panicked.
Oh yeah, I forgot that was so bad. The recut of Suicide Squad.
Oh my God, it was unwatchable.
Just the fact that they hired a trailer editing.
Oh, it was so god awful. That movie, I couldn't even watch it when I first saw it. And how do you?
Well,
But the executives, because they had the AT&T merger coming, they all had to protect their jobs. And it was something where they threw both filmmakers, they threw both Zack Snyder and David Ayer completely under the bus. And the studio, they were trying to scramble because the studio, they don't know. Studio executives do not know whether movies are good or not. They do not. There are very few.
Creators don't know.
Yeah, I mean, they don't know. And so they're trying to second guess and listening to social media and all the marketing bullshit. And what they did was they meddled with both movies. And then, you know, Zack Snyder was already making Justice League, and they panicked.
Well,
and they fucked them both.
I do think there's a certain degree of bad luck with all of this. Now, don't forget they did try to make the Green Lantern movie, and that went over poorly. I believe that was one of their intentions, that would kind of launch it. But the other problem is, as you mentioned, they had a successful Batman series that was running that Christopher Nolan had no plans of connecting to any sort of continuity.
And that movie, the Batman, the Dark Knight were the first. I don't know if it was Dark Knight or one of them made $1 billion.
They both did. The Dark Knight.
Dark Knight Rises. So they had a $1 billion Batman movies, and they expected, well, that was the least they could expect. So they just expected that they were going to get that Superman was going to be $1 billion, and everything they did after that was going to be $1 billion. And they shouldn't have. They shouldn't have thought that, but they did.
I do think at the same time, though, the other problem was, now I think if they had it their way, this wouldn't have been good, but they probably would have wanted the Christian Bale Batman to be in Justice League, and and they just like take that and bring it on over. If no one had allowed it, or I think they, at the time, if he had said that that's cool and he's not going to be part of it, but they can just take that and use that as a groundwork, I think they would have done that. But
I don't think Christian Bale wouldn't have done it if Christopher Nolan wasn't directing.
Probably not, But anyway, the point is that they had a successful standalone series running that was sort of in the way of starting another universe, because by the time Rises comes out, Avengers has just come out. So now Marvel's on top of the world, and then the Batman series has just ended. The next year we get Man of Steel, and the problem with Man of Steel is it's got a very mixed response, and not everybody's on board with it. And then Snyder's already going on, BVS after that.
Yeah.
And
that's and also what they wanted was, and what their shareholders wanted, Avengers made $1.5 billion.
Yeah.
And suddenly a comic book movie makes $1.5 billion, and DC's executives just thought that, well, we've got Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman. Of course, we're going to make $1 billion too. And they didn't put the foundational work that Marvel had, and they also didn't have a visionary. They were just executives, and they thought that we'll just have these characters and it will just happen through osmosis.
Your colleague John Campea, he's talked about. I remember because I was watching his show, back in way 10 years ago, probably.
Yeah, before I even knew him.
Yeah, and he was saying that with DC, you just start with Justice League because everybody knows who Superman, Batman is. You don't need to, build these Wonder Woman. You don't need to build these characters up. I wonder what would have happened if they had just said, "Hey, we're making a Justice League movie, and then we'll make standalone."
Well, they were. George Miller was making Justice League Mortal, and I mean, they had already cast all the Justice League, and I think that at the time, because that was pre-MCU and they were making that in the aughts, It just got scrapped because, one, I don't think the script was as good as it should have been, but I think they hadn't seen the MCU yet, and they didn't know that it could work. And I sort of disagree now, because I think the problem with the Justice League movie is Guardians of the Galaxy you can make. Men on Mission movies is the Dirty Dozen. Go back, the Wild Bunch. I mean, building a team of disparate individuals and putting them together and putting them on a mission is easy to do. I mean, that's a time-worn storytelling trope in movies. The problem with the Justice League, especially in the wake of what Marvel was doing, is that all of those characters, Wonder Woman had her own TV show. Batman had multiple iterations of Batman at the movie theater. Superman had multiple Superman movies. So the idea to make a Justice League film with new iterations of these characters, they're fighting against their previous legacy as characters on the screen. If no one had ever seen Superman, Batman, or Wonder Woman before, and it was the first movie that they were making, maybe you could get away with it. But the problem is, Wonder Woman, while she hadn't had a feature film, she'd still had a TV series, and she still had been in animation, and she'd been a character that people knew. Batman had many different iterations on the screen, and so had Superman. So if you made a Justice League movie, who's the star? And I don't think anybody, Justice League Mortal, which I read, I don't think it did. Then you have all these other Aquaman, Flash, Green Lantern. You put all them into it. All of those characters are pretty well known. And I don't think characters that are that well known, they're all marquee characters in their own right. You put them in the Justice League without meeting the various iterations of who they are. Who do you focus on? I think the movie would have felt unfocused and it would not have worked. And
probably not.
And I only say this about Justice League. Any other team film in the DC universe, you could make a Legion of Superheroes movie, and I don't think people would care. I think it would work.
So you think that they did, the way to do it would be to build up each individual hero, and then you're right, because this is going to be this movie's version of Superman and Batman. They're all a little bit different, and you got to kind of get used to who you're dealing with when they're going to.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this Marvel Cinematic Universe beat them to the punch. You got to meet Captain America, Thor, and Iron Man. Iron Man in 2 movies, so you knew who this person was. So they already had the gravitas of their own stories with them, and when you put them together, they already have their own movies. We already know who they are, so then they can interact, and you don't have to establish who they were. But with the Guardians of the Galaxy, nobody knew who they were at all, so you can start with a blank slate.
And the other thing is, because there had just been a successful Batman, you're dealing with that baggage. Like people are going to compare you to that. So again, that kind of goes back to, they probably would have liked to just, if somehow it was possible, like, oh, we've got our Batman, we've got our Green Lantern, even though people didn't like it. Now we've got a Superman. Let's bring them together. But anyway.
Well, I see it to me, it was the studio. It was Warner Brothers wanting to make Avengers money, but they wanted to take a shortcut, and they figured, well, we've got Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman. We make Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice, and it's going to make $1 billion.
It should have, though. Let's be honest. Like, in fairness, I know what you're saying, but the Marvel, other than Spider-Man, it's Batman and Superman. Like Iron Man, these are not nearly to the level of recognizable. When I heard that they were making a Batman Superman movie, I would have bet a lot of money that it would make $1 billion, just for the fact that it had not been seen on screen before.
Do you know what the problem? I like the ultimate version of Batman v Superman. It's not fun. That movie is dour as fuck, and I like it.
You know what else is not fun, though? The fight is not fun.
No,
the fight
it's
dirty and grungy.
Yeah, it's not fun, and it's not. That movie makes you feel bad. It's got Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman, and there's nothing in it that it would be if you showed. You know what that movie needed? It needed Superman being Superman for a while before like Superman doing great things and being a statesman and having fun and smiling and taking care of the world. And with everything, you've got you're dealing with apocalypse and the nightmare version when the anti-life equation and all and the parademons and this. You're watching all this stuff, and for anybody who's watching this movie, it's like that movie. And as a comic book fan, I really like what Zack Snyder does. I love his operatic Ring of the Nibelung Wagner versions of these superheroes. I'm like, yeah, man. But no one else does. You know, there's no, and you look at Batman, it's like there's no pithy like even when Batman and Superman meet, when Bruce Wayne and Clark Kent meet, and Lex Luthor's like, oh, I love bringing people together. They're like gonna beat each other up. And the funny thing about it is, if I had made that movie, they know who they should absolutely. We should know as the audience that Clark and Bruce. Of course they know who each other are. They live in a fucking... Why Gotham and Metropolis are across the bay from one another, I don't know. But of course they know. Are you telling me that Superman never just sauntered over to Gotham City one night? He's like, I'm going to go check this guy Batman out. Use his X-ray vision, follow him back to his fucking lair, check everything out and understand who he is. They act like Clark Kent has never even understood who Bruce Wayne or Batman is. It's so weird.
Clark Kent is an investigative reporter. I mean, that's his thing.
Yeah, he would know all about it. And he's also Superman. As an investigative reporter, he's like, well, I need to go find out. I think I'm going to turn into Superman, use my X-ray vision and find out what I need to know. So when you're watching this movie, none of it is fun. Not the way it should be. And you know, it's the thing is, Zack Snyder thought he was doing an opera. It's all fucking Wagner. It's all lightning and he jumped right to Doomsday. You know, right to this apocalyptic event and Luthor and all that. And I do like that. I got to say I like it. It's like I said, it's like a heavy metal record. And I love Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Well, yeah, because I think his sensibilities are much more suited for Justice League than they were the type of film that Batman vs. Superman was trying to be.
But if you look at, but here's the thing about the Marvel Universe. The Marvel Universe, beginning with Iron Man 1, does a great job of humanizing Tony Stark's a guy. Before he's Iron Man, he's Tony Stark. He's a dude that we can all relate to. He builds arms and sells them to governments. He likes hot chicks. He likes great suits. He has hot cars. He's got a great friend. He's a party animal. Tony Stark in the MCU is exactly what all of us, the everyman, would be if we were rich. We'd be party animal. We might not be as smart as Tony Stark, but we'd be partying like he does. He enjoys his wealth. We recognize him. It's wish fulfillment. So when you watch Iron Man, it's fun to watch. And when he's trying to build his Iron Man suit and failing, you know, falling into or flying into it's fun. You're totally entertained. It's a good time at the movies. Mm-hmm. And the problem with Man of Steel is that people have a good time with Superman. Man of Steel was so and I'm a huge Man of Steel fan, but it's so like self-important, and where's the fun in it? Where's the fun, the joy in being Superman? The great thing that the Richard Donner Superman does is when Superman finally comes to Metropolis, there's literally a montage scene where he stops criminals, he rescues Air Force One, he literally rescues a cat from a tree. You know, he gets cat burglars this cat burglar is crawling up the side of a building. Superman is standing there as the cat burglars. It's fun. You're like, Superman rules.
Everything just needs a John Williams score. That's, you know,
well,
that brings so much more fun.
Yeah, yeah, it's a bummer. Ghost Rider.
Let me ask you a question. Oh, ask Ghost Rider. Sorry.
No, I was just saying, Ghost Rider. Are we wrong or am I crazy?
I don't disagree. Honestly, I like the Snyder movies.
I do too.
There are some things, there's some things that I'd say could have been done better. Like, what's his name? The guy that played Lex Luthor in Justice League.
Jesse Eisenberg.
Jesse Eisenberg. I think that was a miscast. I think they could have done better. But I mean, he didn't do a terrible job. But I think I think probably could have got someone better.
It was the conception of the character. Like I actually I'm like, okay, I get it. You liked what he did as Mark Zuckerberg in The Social Network, and you wanted to go I thought he was good doing what he was tasked to do. I just thought that was the wrong direction to go because
they should have gone more shrewd businessman rather than like the Michael Rosenbaum iteration of Lex.
Yes, exactly.
Like Michael Rosenbaum is my favorite Lex Luthor. Personally,
he was great.
I mean, like that. I remember seeing. Go ahead.
I don't think they've ever captured what I would imagine to be like the ideal live action Lex Luthor in a film. I've always felt like it was always a little lacking, one way or another from what.
See, Michael Rosenbaum, he did that for me in Smallville. He was what I always imagined Lex Luthor would be. Like, and Smallville, they took some creative liberties, of course, but they also had him being friends with Clark Kent, who these two characters we know grow up eventually to become mortal enemies. And honestly, I love that trope where two people are friends, although maybe it's because it's very it's everywhere in comics and in this genre where two characters are best friends, and then there's something that happens and then they just split apart, and eventually they become so polarized that they clash and become nemesis.
Right. Yeah. I like that trope as well. And I think I just think that the problem with is I like those movies. But as populist popcorn entertainment, I don't think that was the right way to go for those characters. As much as I enjoy Zack Snyder, it was not, if you're trying to duplicate the success of what the MCU is doing. The Marvel Cinematic Universe they do a great job at balancing populist entertainment with their extended superhero universe, and at the same time concentrating on what makes those characters beloved. And I don't think Zack Snyder's Justice League is far more of his own auteurist vision of his reimagining of the characters.
If I could tweak Snyder's movies a little bit, I would I probably wouldn't have gone with Zod as the first enemy. I would have picked somebody else, and then maybe I would make Zod like the second. I think in the Christopher Reeves movies, he was the second villain.
Yeah,
it was Lex, and then Zod, and then Nuclear Man. Or
no, we don't need to get anything.
Yeah, that was Richard Pryor and Robert Vaughn.
Yeah. Well, whatever. Anyway, I probably would have gone with Lex Luthor, and then Zod, and then after that, probably like Brainiac. Although Brainiac is one of those tier villains that's also like a world ender, but then again,
he's a tricky one to do too.
Yeah, Superman, like most of his villains are world enders, other than Lex. Until the later years.
My favorite Superman was the Fleischer cartoons, and he usually was either fighting like the environment, there'd be a volcano that erupted, or like mummies or something like that. So in my mind, you don't need any major villain. But I think that, see, the weird thing for me is that at the end of Man of Steel, you sort of feel like, okay, now he's going to be Superman, because it's like Rob said, it's a first contact movie. It's not Superman. It's like the prelude to Superman.
Yeah, he's not. That's why it's called Man of Steel. He's not Superman.
And it sort of frustrated me that people would complain about that, given the fact that the movie made it clear, like the movie wasn't pretending that he was the, shucks, I'm Superman, I'm saving a cat out of the tree. But it wasn't saying he's not that. It was, he's not that yet. So, right. But then Batman vs Superman, he was so mopey and pouty, and they kind of lost me on the character at that point, where I was like, okay, it's a little late in the game for me to now excuse this. And then he dies, and it's like, then he comes back, and that we're not going to mention Justice League. We'll stop there. But it was. I really think that it was messy. But I wanted to ask you, Rob, because you mentioned something, and it kind of reminds me of Andor, and I think it kind of ties together. A lot of people said what you said. They said that Man of Steel was self-important, and people actually said this about the Dark Knight trilogy too. And there were some people that were saying that you're sort of sucking the fun out of it. You know, if Batman, they're trying to make it too realistic and it's so earnest and serious, and at the end of the day, it's a guy wearing a bat costume, and there's only so far that you can take that before it's unintentionally funny how serious you're taking this. And I'm always big, like I generally prefer to be taking things seriously. Even like I can suspend my disbelief pretty far, even though if I'm watching something goofy. You know, I've talked to you about, I take the Toy Story chronology that seriously, so I can do anything like that. But there's a certain point where people said, yeah, but Superman is a hopeful, optimistic character. You cannot do that and try to make it too dark and self-important, or it is just missing the mark. And I think with Andor, some people are like, Star Wars is swashbuckling adventure. It is archetypes. It is, you know, force and good versus evil. And when you get into this gray area stuff, it's falling on its face because it wasn't built like this. Like, I always say, like, the Harry Potter universe is very limited. It looks like it's this expansive universe, but at the end of the day, when you really start thinking about it too hard, it falls apart. Like the whole idea of it and how the society would work. And like, if you watch The Wizard of Oz, 1939 movie, you can't make a serious movie in Oz where, like Andor, you know. So or it would, like a movie about the Munchkins where it's like dark and serious would be impossible to watch. So some people maybe look at Andor and think like this. You're now removing so much of the Star Wars from it. It's almost like you're embarrassed to be making a Star Wars show, and you're like, you're not connecting it to anything from Star Wars, and it doesn't feel like Star Wars.
Are you saying Andor? Are you saying Andor?
And I'm speaking for some of the people that have disliked Andor, and I'm saying I don't know that it's necessarily that they were expecting differently, that they might just reject it.
Here's my response to that. Is that okay? The thing about Star Wars is Andor is a show that is completely unconcerned with the people, the characters, and the struggles that previous Star Wars movies and shows have depicted. What it is doing, however, is it'd be like it's decided to tell a story of not the aristocratic Jedi, and it's now telling a story about the everyman. It's still a part of the Star Wars universe, but all the stories that we've ever known have been, in a way, very limited in what we know about the Star Wars universe, because what Star Wars has never done is it's never told us, why is there a rebellion against the Empire beyond the obvious that an empire is bad? Because we know an empire is bad. But here's the thing. At some point, a storyline that's going to talk about an oppressive imperial regime, you need to show how does it affect the universe. And I would say that the great thing about Andor is it's covering ground that has never been addressed ever in Star Wars movies, and yet it's always been there. And so, unlike Batman v Superman, which is actually fundamentally changing the tone of a story that, or the tone of characters and the stories we're used to seeing, Andor is telling us the story of what are the families of people who had relatives on Alderaan when it blew up. The Empire blew up. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
The way that I've been explaining it to people that have found it not to their liking is that it is a different flavor of Star Wars. Like you said earlier, it's a different genre. It's not the adventurous space fantasy. It's a drama. It's like if you're used to having chocolate ice cream all the time, and then somebody brings home strawberry. Maybe you like strawberry, maybe you don't, but that's what you got. It's still good. It's just a different flavor.
Right, but so there's another channel I watch, and it's called Geekvolution. That's the name of the channel. He's been around forever. I think he's pushing 40 now, but I've been watching him since he was in his 20s, and Roger Ebert always had he would judge a movie on what it's trying to achieve and how it achieved it, and this guy has added a third level of review, and then his third one is, was it worth telling to begin with, right? So like if you're
that makes sense. I like that.
If you're making a movie about something stupid, like if I'm making a movie where I'm doing jumping jacks and that's the whole movie, I might achieve what I'm trying to do, but you just watch 2 hours of me doing jumping jacks and you're like, well, that wasn't worth my time. That was terrible, even though I achieved what I was trying to do. So the question I have, and again, I am all for Star Wars doing this because I've been leading the charge on not clinging to the past and bringing back these aging actors, and Mark Hamill lifelessly appearing in The Mandalorian. And everybody's favorite thing about Star Wars in the past decade is Mark Hamill's CGI face showing up.
It's so weird.
Or Darth Vader through a hallway. Like I get it. I get that people love it. But I'm just saying, like, if you want this to be around in 20 years, it's not, you're diminishing returns. You're pulling from what's already been there.
One point real quick on that. It wasn't Mark Hamill lifeless appearing in The Mandalorian that they were appreciating. It was the fact that the fundamental hero of this story that so many people loved, was back after the atrocities that were committed against that character in the sequel trilogy. That's why they were crying. That's why they were happy and elated. Yes, the CGI was a little shaky, but you know what? That wasn't the point. The point was that they had their hero back.
No, I totally agree with you there. But here, I wanted to throw something out. I totally agree with that about Luke. The problem that I have with that is that, Mark Hamill, what you're watching is a facsimile, because they can no longer, I understand why they're bringing back Luke, but it's weird to know that it's not. I mean, for me, it's bizarre to watch these weird recreations, these CGI recreations of characters that are either de-aged or devolved. I
thought what they did in The Rise of Skywalker, when the little flashback was fine,
that was good. Yep.
So like that's okay, and I'm wrestling this in my head because I don't want them to recast and be like, oh, now X actor's playing Luke, and we're just going to do it. We're doing the same thing, but with an actor, unless they've got a great idea. But and like I said, it's tough because on a pure surface level, I grew up with the prequels, so seeing Ewan McGregor come back, that's super exciting. You can't help but be excited.
Well, but that's legitimate. That feels legitimate.
I'm saying, like, but did they really have a good story to tell, or were they just trying to milk the character in the franchise? Because
they could have if they
had stuck with the original script, they could have. Originally, he wasn't supposed to leave. He was supposed to stay with Luke on Tatooine, because something was supposed to happen to Luke. And Ewan said that in an interview, and they changed it.
Yeah, and I will admit, I think whatever they're doing with James Earl Jones is working. I can go with that. Like when we're talking about like recreating.
But I wanted to get back to Andor and make it okay. And here's how I would say: World War II was an event that happened. If you look at World War II movies, there's probably hundreds of movies about World War II. Some of them, like The Dirty Dozen, are, I would say, very entertaining romps where they take these disparate criminals or bad guys and they put them together and they put them on a suicide mission. And it's this fun, wacky, awesome, kick-ass 60s star-studded action adventure. Or you have a movie like Where Eagles Dare, where Richard Burton and Clint Eastwood have to attack a German outpost or base in the mountains. Or you can do Schindler's List and show what the German industrial murder machine did to not just 6 million Jews, but 6 million other people, and literally murdered 12 million people. Or you can do a movie like Enemy at the Gates, which is about the siege of Stalingrad when the Nazis attacked that. Yeah, and there's a bunch of different ways, or Schindler's List. There's a bunch of different ways to tell stories about World War II. And on one hand, if you're your Easy Company or you're George Patton and you're rampaging across Europe, having a great old time, you can tell that story. But you're not telling the stories of the displaced families whose relatives were carted off to concentration camps and murdered. And all of those storylines and all of those different you can do Hogan's Heroes and do a comedy in a concentration camp, or a POW camp. And
I think that there's a bit of a difference though, because that's tethered to our world and all that.
Right, but I think that's true. But I think in the same way, but in the same way that Andor is the most allegorical of Star Wars, and it does relate to our world. Everything that's in Andor, I'm like, oh my God, that's happening right now. You can, and I think what Andor is doing is what great science fiction does. It's and I do think that it has its disparate storylines, and it's all pulling together, and it's showing you the birth of the rebellion. All of these things happened in the Star Wars universe. It's just that the way we've looked at Star Wars is we never had to deal with the nuts and bolts of all this. All we're getting is the snippets of people being heroics with their lightsabers and their X-Wings and winning a battle, but we're never seeing the creation of the Empire. And for someone like myself, I mean, I grew up loving all different kinds of... What's that?
You mean creation of the rebellion, or why there was a rebellion?
Yeah, why we don't even understand. Now we understand. We understand what the loss of democracy and the rise of a fascist regime does to people on the ground, every person, and how it affects every single person's life at the governmental level, at the level of local law enforcement with Cyril, the man on the street with Cassian and all the people, and Bix and the people that are just trying to make a living, with Luthen, who may or may not be ex-Jedi, who knows? And we're seeing all the different myriad effects of what happens when a totalitarian regime rises up and takes away when democracy is defeated. And I think that a lot of people aren't interested in that because they're just not interested in that kind of storytelling anyway.
All right, but that's what I'm objecting to. Not necessarily. I mean, there is a portion of that that's true, and there are a portion of people that have an expectation. But I'm saying, and I'm sorry, I was developing a 30-minute argument instead of just saying this right out. But is that a story that can be told or should be told in this universe? And I go back to my my silly Wizard of Oz analogy, but like, no, you and I don't want to see how the Wicked Witch's reign over Oz was affecting the Munchkins, because it'd be impossible for us to take their struggles seriously to the level Andor is trying.
I would go back to, I think this story absolutely goes all the way back to Star Wars. When you first saw it, I mean, look at Luke Skywalker. Luke Skywalker is he's a kid whose friends have left. He's of college age. He's not going to the academy. He's staying home on the farm. He's farming water out of the atmosphere on a desert planet. He's living a shitty existence. And if R2 and C-3PO never rolled into his life, if the Jawas never brought R2 and 3PO to Luke, and you just concentrated on Luke Skywalker as we met him in Star Wars before R2 and 3PO showed up, it would be a fucking shitty movie that Terrence Malick could have directed about a poor kid who was stuck farming water vapor on a desert planet. And you could have told...
What a whiny farm boy.
It could have been a nomad land, it could have been, and maybe you could have maybe gone to, it would have been like Days of Heaven or some shit like that. And it would have sucked. And then sometimes the stormtroopers might have rolled around and roughed up his family and wanted tribute or some shit. So Star Wars shows us the reality of the universe, of the Star Wars universe. It's just that luckily for Luke, R2 and 3PO showed up. But if they didn't, you would have a story about Luke that's just as bleak as Andor is. And I think absolutely, if you have a fictitious universe, is it valid to go and figure out why the fuck is there an empire and why is there a rebellion?
I didn't say fictitious universe, so I mean, like, is the Star Wars universe, as it has been established up to 2022, too childish to be this serious?
No, because I'll give you look at the comics look at the 1980s comic look at Frank Miller's Dark Knight Returns. One of the most classic Batman stories ever. He revolutionized. I mean, if you go back in the 70s and what Denny O'Neil and Neil Adams were doing with Batman was cool. But it wasn't until fucking Frank Miller shows up and rolls in with Dark Knight Returns and then Batman Year One and suddenly like, oh my God.
But that was its own canon. That Batman wasn't dressed up in silly costumes in the 1950s.
Well, but was he not? I mean, it was a Batman that disappeared after being Batman for 30 or 40 years, and what it did was and Superman was a puppet of the Reagan administration, and it basically posited the idea. All that it does is it looks at the things that were always there in a light that brings in more reality from the real world into the fictitious world. And I think that that's what all Andor does is examine something that's always been in the Star Wars universe that we just haven't ever looked at.
Okay.
And I think, like you said, the Munchkins, the witch, though I would be interested to see what was that like. Before Dorothy landed in Oz, what did they do on a daily basis? I think that would be, now could you find a story to tell in there? Because what's really interesting is look what happens when you get to the end of Star Wars. When you get to Yavin 4 and you meet all those dudes, those are serious people, and they're all disparate kinds. The fighter pilots, General Dodonna, Leia, the people that are in the rebel briefing room. I mean, where did all those dudes come from? Have they all lost family? Is that why they joined the rebellion? I mean, it's all there. And it's just that's not what people, Star Wars fans, people asked earlier tonight, Star Wars Theory. Star Wars Theory is a guy, and I really like him. He started watching Star Wars when he was 4 years old or whatever, when he was a kid. His version of what Star Wars is very limited, as is a lot of other people. They only want certain kinds of stories. I look at Andor and I'm like, fuck, man, I've always wanted to see this. And I'm getting exactly what I want. Whereas I look at Book of Boba Fett and I'm like, what is this shit?
Right.
It doesn't make.
Could you?
I
agree.
You know what you could have done? I've often thought if you took Solo, the movie Solo, and instead of having Han Solo in it, made it about young Boba Fett, that he's now like a teenager or whatever, take the exact same film, exact same movie, same script. The only thing you change is Chewbacca's not in it and Han Solo's not in it. But you tell the same story. Somebody on Corellia, running away, girlfriend, winds up in organized crime. That could have easily been the Boba Fett movie and everyone would have loved it. Same movie.
I mean, you mean from as opposed to Book of Boba Fett?
Yeah. If you had done, like, the thing about Book of Boba Fett is it's like, I don't understand if you look at Boba Fett as he's portrayed on film, say in Empire or whatever.
That was really good.
In Empire Strikes Back, Boba Fett's a fucking badass. He knows what a smuggler's tactics are. He knows Han has hidden the Falcon on the back of the Star Destroyer. He already plots.
He says 3 lines in the whole movie.
But his actions show that he's a badass.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm saying like he does all that he only has like 3 lines of dialogue in the movie, and that's what comes across.
And he also knows, if you think about it, because a lot of people never think about this, The Empire Strikes Back had to have taken place over a lot longer than like 3 days, because the Falcon had no hyperdrive. How long did it take to get to Bespin? Could have been a month. I mean, Luke could be on Dagobah training with Yoda for months. We don't know. You know, look at the time. You have no idea. And Boba Fett has gotten to Cloud City way before Han Solo has. They, knowing that where he was going to go, the Empire was probably tracking the Falcon for a month and knew. I mean, no one ever deals with this stuff, and they don't really think about it. But if you do think about it, they were already there. I mean, Vader was looking for Han Solo, and Boba Fett reports back, oh, okay. Well, we'll go back. We'll make our deals with Lando and take care of business or whatever. And then Luke was just a benefit. But Luke was not. People think that Luke was on Dagobah for like 3 days. I think to be, as powerful as he was, Luke would have had to have been there for months. And how long did it take the Falcon with no hyperdrive to get to Bespin? Probably months. But no one ever thinks about that.
Certainly, that would explain a lot of people's questions about his training and whatnot. But regardless of all of that, what we know about Boba Fett is essentially he's the man with no name, you know, from the Dollars trilogy. And if you watch all 3 of those movies, in none of them do they demystify that character.
Ever.
He always has something to do. There's always a story to tell. And there's not really continuity. So you're basically looking at three different films featuring that character, and that's what you should be looking at. So you should be saying, okay, let's take this Boba Fett character, we already know who he is, and let's put him in a situation where, you know, we can tell this story. And I don't know, it's hard to imagine doing a worse job than they did with what they did with the character. I wasn't like my whole life there's been 2 things I learned is that everybody hates Jar Jar, which I didn't know when I was little. I grew up to learn that, and everybody loves Boba Fett because I didn't care about Boba Fett, and I didn't hate Jar Jar until I got older, and then I heard that those are like the 2 things. But I can't imagine how much more mad I would have been if that was like my favorite character, because they
I found the Boba Fett series like I liked the way he was portrayed in Mandalorian. You know, when you first meet him and he's whatever.
Yeah.
But I found the entire Book of Boba Fett series one of the most inexplicable things I've ever seen in my life of any movie ever. I looked at it and I'm like, how do you?
Inexplicable is the best review of it.
Like you just said, based on the Man with No Name. And what is the Man with No Name? Obviously, like a lot of Star Wars, and this is what's so fucking maddening to me. George Lucas based so much of Star Wars on Akira Kurosawa's movies. And if you look back at Yojimbo and Sanjuro, and then you go back and you look at The Man with No Name that were based on those movies, when The Man with No Name like rolls into a town where there are 2 warring crime families, and he rolls in and he pits those crime families against each other to destroy one another. I mean, I'm like, that's your fucking movie. You know, Boba Fett rolls into a town, assesses this situation because he's a bounty hunter. He wants to get rich. He looks at these 2 motherfucking families and he's like, they both need to go. And he manipulates them into fighting one another. And he sits there and manipulates, because think about it. In Empire Strikes Back, he figures out where Han Solo is going. He contacts Vader. He gets the Empire to get to Bespin, deal with Lando, wait for Han, and then grab Han, incarcerate him, put him in carbonite, waiting for Luke to show up. And that's a pretty smart dude. Like Boba Fett was all Boss didn't do it. IG-88 didn't do it. Zuckuss and Dengar didn't do it.
My favorite Book of Boba episodes were the ones that were not directed by Robbie Rod.
Yeah. I mean,
but even that, like, they bizarrely just had 2 episodes about a different character that he wasn't even in, they didn't have much to do with him. Like, what are we doing here? And then there was something I'm noticing in one of the best things about Andor. This has been happening in a lot of these Disney shows. How is there ever a scene where you have Boba Fett chasing a droid around a kitchen like it's a Disney movie?
Dude.
From like how does that ever happen? And then there was that chase scene that you're just looking around and they're moving like 5 miles per hour, and you're thinking, like how does this get through one person, let alone a whole team of people?
I feel that way about
the Leia chase scene in Obi-Wan, where the Leia scene in Obi-Wan looked like literally looked like a little girl in her backyard with like her uncles pretending to chase her around. I was watching. I'm like, I can't believe I'm watching this.
Look, I feel that way about modern Star Trek as well.
Yeah, but but this is a show that they had Ewan McGregor, they had James Earl Jones as Vader, they had Luke, Leia. It was basically the like Star Wars 3.5. Like if you think about it, like where in terms of all the characters and the storylines, why wasn't that treated with the care that Andor is being treated with? It completely blows my mind that it was so callous, like the way that they looked at the whole thing.
Well, it was also just, I mean, the funny thing is when you have all of film history to look at, and you think about, like you said, Boba Fett's the man with no name, and let's go even further. Let's look at Clint Eastwood's entire oeuvre of westerns, whether it's High Plains Drifter, whether it's The Outlaw Josie Wales, Unforgiven. Look at all of that. In addition to Fistful of Dollars for a Few Dollars More and Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. And go even further. If it's not The Man with No Name, look at Once Upon a Time in the West with Charles Bronson, The Man with a Harmonica. You look at all that stuff. Boba Fett comes from all that. Or even open it up even further, whether it's The Searchers or The Wild Bunch or The Professionals. Take your pick, whatever Western movies you want. And when I looked at that, I was like, how do you guys fuck up a character so badly like you did with Boba Fett? And I would say part of it is the same is true of Obi-Wan. You look at the Obi-Wan show and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? I did like the first episode of Obi-Wan quite a bit. When you saw the life that he had sort of, he had taken on himself.
Yeah, they did a good job of just, showing you where he is in the despair. And again, like, so they go Obi-Wan, look, what's his comparison? And then where is he in his journey right now? Like he's a broken person, he's a broken man. He's blown at, he's failed. He's wallowing in his misery. What could we look to of somebody like that? Even of somebody who's it's not a great comparison. Remember The Wrestler with Mickey Rourke?
Yeah.
That's like somebody who's a screw up and he's trying to get better, but he's fighting his own demons. Like look at in the history of films, like that's what you do. You just look back, just like Lucas did. You look back and say, like, who's this character? Where is he? What's his path to redemption? And instead, they did the inward, like, let's look into Star Wars land, and we got Leia.
That's what I don't.
Anything with Leia.
I honestly don't understand that Star Wars and Star Trek were both franchises that looked outside of their franchises to other things that inspired the original creators to make what they made. Gene Roddenberry talks about Horatio Hornblower, the sea captain, and that's where the adventures of Star Trek came from. So why don't people who are making Star Trek then take a cue from Roddenberry and look toward literature? I mean, I guess you could say Nicholas Meyer did when he did Wrath of Khan. He looked to Moby Dick, and there were things like that. Why don't modern, and I think, honestly, I hate to say it, I just don't think people are as smart as they used to be. And
they're not as educated.
Yeah, well, that's
look at our education system, Rob.
Yeah, it's terrible. It's terrible. I mean, our education system, like, I don't understand a lot of what I would normally think would be common sense about, like for instance, I don't understand a lot of what goes on in this country in terms of, like, we have people that are fighting for rights, right? Fighting for the rights, marginalized people. And yet women in this country have literally have had rights removed. The people that are under the most danger of having their rights taken away from them are all women in the United States. And it's happened. And, like, for instance, if you are a woman that has an ectopic pregnancy, which is not uncommon, and if you have a pregnancy that has gone awry for whatever reason, that would technically, and the pregnancy has to be terminated. It's threatening the life of the mother. We have now made it impossible for women to get life-saving medical care in the United States that they would need to save their lives. And if they don't get that medical care, they and the baby that they might be carrying will both die. And yet we've now outlawed, and then people say, well, it should go to the states and they should decide. No, a woman should not have to worry about if her life is threatened to get a procedure that'll save her life. But we live in a world now where in America, that's the case. And they didn't realize that by getting rid of abortion rights, you also get rid of pregnancy is fraught with peril. Not everybody who gets pregnant has a child easily. I mean, watch one episode of House of the Dragon. I mean, 50% or something during the most of human history, 50% of all pregnancies ended badly. And yet, in this country, we've taken away rights from people to get normal health care. And yet, we're still bitching about everything else. We've lost our senses. We've lost common sense, and it's weird. And
this isn't a political statement by me, but I saw a clip. It was Bill Maher. He was talking about the upcoming election and the voting and whatnot, and he was saying how the January 6th hearings are not affecting how people feel about Trump one way or another.
No.
And what's shocking me about that is that is, and again, I'm not making a political statement about Trump here. I'm just saying that it's shocking to me that someone could bring out evidence about whether or not the president was trying to take over the country and bypass the electoral process, and that doesn't matter to people about how they feel about this person. People are in this, and I've talked to some people who are who believe in certain conspiracies, and as they're talking to you, you realize nothing I say to you or show to you is going to affect one iota how you feel about
But
this.
that's what Andor's about. Andor is about a world where none of that matters and nobody cares. And at the end, and I think that we're living in a world now. Oh, his camera might have burned out or something. But I think that one of the reasons I really like, oh, you're back. One of the reasons that I like Andor is Andor shows us, look, I know for a fact, I've met people, I've talked to people that I am friends with, or I've talked to people that I know, that they're one step away from saying it's okay to round a bunch of people up and lock them up and call them concentration camps, call them prisons, call them detention centers, because they don't like them.
I've heard people say that already.
Yeah, we live in that country now. I mean, any semblance of what America stood for is already gone, and we're pretending that it isn't gone. And I'm not saying, I'm not trying to be paranoid or anything, but we're already there. There's already groups of people, and you saw it with January 6th, whatever. Let's say forget that conspiracies were involved. You had Americans going in there wanting to either kill our vice president or kill Nancy Pelosi. We just watched some crazy person go into Nancy Pelosi's house, attack her 82-year-old husband, and admit that they wanted to break her kneecaps. I mean, what's amazing to me is how many people have to walk into elementary schools and kill children? It's already there. And we pretend, I don't even know what we're pretending anymore because, and Andor is about the world. Andor is about the United States after all of this has finally run its course. And it's about America. Star Wars has always been about America. And the thing about Andor is showing the actual reality of what the Star Wars universe is all about. But everybody would rather watch the fun, adventure, action version of it all without worrying about the fucking billions of people that were on Alderaan.
How ironic is that?
But that's the crazy thing about it. And when I listen to fandom, I don't like politics in my entertainment. Okay, but you like Star Wars, right? You ever think about the 6 billion people that lived on Alderaan? Did you ever think about them? No, you never did. You never did. Because it doesn't matter to you. You're watching an action adventure thing. Fucking billions of people died in Star Wars. Billions. Nobody gives a fuck. As long as Darth Vader's rad. And the thing is, if you think about it, we're there. We're already there. We are this close. The United States is in such a state right now. And I really wonder if you asked most Americans You can't even get people to agree. Like you go into a college, people in college now, rather than listen to somebody they disagree with and actually sit down and engage with that person's ideas, they'd rather shout them off campus and get rid of them.
Mm-hmm.
As if as if those ideas are suddenly gonna disappear. I mean,
that was the point. That was the point that I was going to make, is that people can't even have civil discourse anymore.
No,
you can't talk to. And it's not even just the polarized opposites on the spectrum. It's you can't even have somebody who's in the middle talking to either one of these people, because both of those people will assume that person in the middle is on the other side.
Well, the real problem is, why do we have sides at all? Why is it that we can't have people that have a democratic look? What I can't stand is people don't even understand what their own political ideology is. It's like, if you ask, do people know that Lincoln freed the slaves? I mean, do people understand the difference in the political parties at all, really? Do they understand?
Lincoln didn't free the slaves, though. He freed the slaves in the rebelling states, but that's semantics.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot of there's so much. There's people think that America was the only place that had slaves.
But it's still legal today in the United States. It's still legal. Slavery is still legal in the United States today. It's just that the slavery that we use today is like what we just saw in this last episode of Andor. It is the government using the prisoners as slave labor. They just don't call it that anymore.
Right. I mean, look, there's a lot of and you go back and you look at the actual history of the slave trade, where the Middle East actually purchased more African slaves than the North America did. It's just that they would do things like, castrate their slaves so they couldn't procreate. I mean, there's all kinds of, but nobody knows that. It's like,
this is and
I mean, it's
one of the things I've gathered from in talking to you is that you're a seeker. You're somebody who goes out to learn things, and I've considered myself something like that, where I've always been interested in learning more about things, and I love something you've said, that the more you go out and travel, the less bigoted and racist and whatever you are.
Yes.
Because you learn that we're all people, we have different cultures. I grew up in a very stable home, and my parents always afforded me the opportunities to learn about different cultures and different things. So I'm sort of in a different boat. Like a lot of these people, and again, this goes back to like when you talk about campuses. People grow up without a father, without a mother. They grow up in very messy situations, and they're looking for a mentor. And a lot of times with the internet these days, and the internet's the problem in a lot of these, it's the problem to a lot of these questions you're bringing up, that people go out and they're looking for somebody because they don't have anyone in their life. And sometimes they find the wrong person. And what I'm not defending.
Have you been spying on me?
I'm not defending any of like these college campuses, like booting people off or whatever, but I'm saying like part of the fear is that they are worried that someone is going to hear a message that they consider to be dangerous, and then they're going to run with that, and they're going to find themselves online. This happened in my hometown, Buffalo. Like there was a shooter who came to, and you guys all heard about this, it was a national story. He went to a supermarket that he knew was a black populated area,
mm-hmm.
and he opened fired, and he had been on one of these websites, and and he was radicalized just by being there. So it's a very interesting world we live in. But again, I think that education is the solution to a lot of this, and I think we need to, like, I'm working with a company on whose goal is to triple literacy, because he thinks that the CEO owner thinks that's like the silver bullet to solving a lot of these problems of people. There's a statistic about like just by being able to read, your chances of going to prison like dramatically drop.
Oh yeah.
I would absolutely agree. There's data to support that claim as well. And then not only that, but like back in the day, words used to be considered magic. Like written word was considered like wizardry. Like what was it in the Game of Thrones episode? Gilly's, she's like, you're a wizard. Because he could read pages.
Because he could read. Yeah.
Yeah. You know,
Well, no,
I mean, and it's not just that. If you learn these symbols, you can then go on to learn other symbols from different languages and then communicate with people that you actually don't speak the same language with. You know, it's communication is key to our salvation.
I agree, and I'll tell you something. We used to have our public education system is not that old. It wasn't. I mean, back in like say the 17 and 1800s, the people that were really highly educated, most people were not highly educated. Around the world, most people were not highly educated, and then we had an incredible public school system, and learning was something we did for its own sake. And now, if there's no profit in it, it's like, well, now schools everything has to be a for-profit system. Let's teach to the test because it's much easier to look at test scores and assess intelligence than it is. I mean, when I was in school,
It's so dumb.
it's so dumb. When I was in I went to a very good public school in Seattle, the Seattle area. I couldn't even afford to live where I grew up anymore because the wealth there is unimaginable. But everybody, when you went to school, there was all kinds of, because the school is very well funded, there was all kinds of things to do. There was drama programs, music programs, sports programs. I worked for the high school newspaper. We ended up getting our own typesetter back in the day from the school board. I mean, there was so much to do, and it allowed you to explore. As a kid, you didn't just take programs because, it's going to look good on my college transcript. There was that, of course, but for the most part, like, I didn't write for the school newspaper because I wanted it to look good on my college transcript. I thought it'd be cool to write a film column and write about my college class or my school classmates, and I would write interesting op-ed pieces that interested me, and I had a film column, and that was the first time I interviewed Martin Brest, the director of Beverly Hills Cop, was my first quote-unquote celebrity interview, and I was terrified, and I went up to his hotel room, and he sat down with me for like an hour, and I'm interviewing a Hollywood director. It was hugely influential on my life, and that was because of my high school newspaper, and it was nowadays. I mean, having grown up and seen two teenage girls grow up, Elizabeth, my girlfriend's daughters, and watch their engagement at school, which was very little. School, when I was growing up, school dominated my life. It was I worked on the weekends, but school was, how are you going to do? Tests and teachers and friends, but your academic achievement was really important. And it was something that I didn't see that at all with these girls, and meeting people from their high school. It's like school's an afterthought. They got too much going on. And I'm just like, what the fuck are these people going to do in 20 years?
Well, and like you as again, as seeker, another thing you've done that I admire is like encouraging other people to learn about something. Like I feel like if somebody says something that is, racist or sexist or whatever else, instead of them just being excommunicated and removed from society, I feel like you should encourage them to, learn more about something. And
education is the key to
be more introspective.
Killing all that stuff.
Nobody should ever find themselves if I'm racist, like if I feel like I'm racist, right? I should be thinking about that. Like why am I racist? Am I wrong in what I'm thinking? And then through research and understanding, like, you can become a better person just by learning more, like by traveling more, rather than people just, I just removing you.
I just think that my attitude toward life in general is that I find people interesting. I found that people from all walks of life, like all shapes, sizes, I just like people in general. Now, there's a lot of assholes out there, but I found out that, even if you meet somebody that's intolerable, that you fucking can't stand, if you're in a situation with them and say you're stuck with them for a day, if you take the attitude like, well, wait a minute, okay, I'm stuck here with this person for a day. Why don't I just I already know I don't like him and I fucking hate this person. He's an asshole. But since I'm here for a day with him, why don't I take this opportunity to learn about this person? Maybe I'll discover something I don't know. You know, why it baffles me that in a world, especially a world where people love Star Wars and Star Trek and Harry Potter and all these different things, which are all about weird shit, you know, and these characters will make friends with giants and monsters and like all of our pop culture. I don't understand why. And I've discovered in my own life, the truism of my own life is that people are pretty good. I mean, for the most part, you know, most of the people you're going to meet have something. I always say it in every show. Every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. I have discovered that that is true. I believe that. That's why I say it, because I know it's true. Because I've gone, when I've lived and traveled all over the world. I'll tell you a funny story, a quick story. I was in Australia. I was in Tamworth, Australia, working on Superman Returns. And it was like a Friday night. We were done working, and there was a local pub in town. And I would go there and just by myself, you know, hang out, because I just like talking to people wherever I go. I would go to places where there were people, and pubs are a good place, especially in Commonwealth countries. And I'm sitting there, and I'm just hanging out, talking to the bartender. A guy sits next to me. We start talking, and we're just chatting, and I buy him a pitcher of beer. And I pour him a glass, and he drinks the beer, and he looks at me, and he goes, "This is the first beer I've had in 15 years. And I was like, "Really?" He goes, "Yeah." And I go, why is this the first beer you've had in 15 years? And he goes, "Because I've been in prison for 15 years. And I just got out." And I said, "What do you mean you just got out?" He goes, "No, I just got out." Like, just got out? Yeah. I just got out of prison. I just got off the train. I'm taking the train now from here going into Sydney, from Tamworth. It's 450 kilometers northwest of Sydney. And I'm like, let me get this straight. This is one of the first places you've gone after being released from prison after 15 years. What were you in prison for? "I killed my best friend." "You killed your best friend?" "Yes. He was fucking my wife." And I'm sitting here at the bar, you know, just bought this guy a beer, and I'm listening to his story, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, this is amazing. And we had a long conversation, and he said, "Look, I wasn't a bad person. I wasn't particularly violent, but when I found out this was happening, I snapped. You know, I lost it. I murdered my best friend. It was not premeditated. I probably would have hurt my wife, but I didn't. And he went to jail for 15 years. And I was one of the first people that he talked to. And I'm listening to his story, and I'm sure a lot of people would have written him off and said, "Oh my God, you're a murderer." But I wanted to hear, I just asked him questions and listened to him tell me the tale. We bought a second pitcher of beer. I bought a second pitcher of beer. And we just sat there, and it was an amazing story. I didn't judge him. And I just asked questions because, you know, that's what I was doing. I was literally making a documentary about making Superman Returns. So I was in documentary mode, and I was just asking him these questions. No judgment. You know, and I listened to his story, and I'm sure a lot of people would have written a guy like that off. Perfectly nice guy. He'd been in prison for 15 fucking years, and he did some hard time. You know, he told me some stories, and I'm like, and you know what? At the end of that evening, I guess they closed the pub, and he had to go get his train or something, and he looked at me, and he said, "I very much," something to the effect of, "Thank you. You know, thank you so much. You're one of the, you're one of the first people I've even talked to since I got out of I don't think he called it the joint. He called it something else, you know, being
slammer,
something incarcerated." But he looked at me, and there was genuinely a human, there was a human light behind his eyes, and his spirit and his soul was still of a man, a human being. He regretted what he'd done. He'd served 15 years of his fucking life in prison. And I was one of the first people he met, and I bought him 2 pitchers of beer. I didn't judge him. I just talked to him. And he was actually the kind of guy, after talking to him, I liked him. You know, I'm never going to ever see him again, probably. That was the only one time I had that interaction with him for a couple hours at a pub in Tamworth, Australia. Now, I wouldn't have given that up for the world. I'm happy I can tell this story to you. That was back in 2005. That was in March of 2005 when we were in Tamworth. And I wouldn't have wanted to not. I absolutely am glad that happened to me. And when you live a life where you can imagine, if you live a life where you're open every single day. I'm not saying you're going to meet a guy who's in prison who killed his best friend, but I'm saying that every single day there's somebody you can meet that's going to tell you a tale that will enrich your experience of the world around you. And you know what the crazy thing is? You go outside your house, you go down the street, you pass by people all day. You drive. It takes me an hour and a half to get home from the John Campea show on a Friday because of the traffic. And I think to myself, every one of the people I'm just sitting next to in traffic, every one of these people knows something I don't know. And here we are. We're all going the same direction, trying to get home. I'm never going to speak to them. I'm never going to know what they know.
Whole lot of stories in that city, Rob.
And that's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm like, and I just think to myself, and why is everyone pissed at each other? Why does everybody want to get angry? You hear somebody say one thing that you don't like, fuck them. And I feel like that's where you live. And not only that, let's walk into a house and kill somebody. Because it's so crazy.
Again, and that was a great story. And, it's interesting just like how much you might have literally saved, that guy's soul just by listening to his story. Like, who knows where his life ended up, but the hope is that he ended up living a more productive, useful life after that conversation. And another interesting thing that comes from this is with the internet, people now have fights with people that they went to grade school with, kindergarten with, first grade with, on Facebook over politics. And we didn't used to ever talk about that. I didn't know the political beliefs of the kids I grew up with, even in high school. Like, it wasn't discussed. And now, but when you think about it, like you brought up, abortion, like that's a hot button issue. And, one side thinks that abortion is murder. The other side thinks it's not, and it's egregious to take that right away. And one side thinks it's egregious to have the right to do it because they think it's murder. So that's a real tough debate. And I do understand why it's tough to look, to go to work with somebody when you know that they disagree with you on that issue. It's not the same as, Star Trek versus Star Wars or something.
No.
Or what football team I root for. These are big beliefs, and I'm the type of guy, like, I compartmentalize this stuff. Like, if there's something about someone that I really don't like, I can still be friends with them, and that's just like a part that, like, we are not going to agree on that, and there'll always be like an element of us that doesn't connect because of that, because we have major disagreements, but then we have other places where we see eye to eye. So, but a lot of people aren't like that. Like that one thing, turn off, I'm done with you.
Well, look, I mean, here's the funny thing. The people that do believe, like, I am pro-choice. I'm pro-choice because, but on the other hand, I totally understand the idea. I mean, look, you can't build a skyscraper without pouring a foundation. You can't. And so the idea that a child that is gestating in the womb of a woman, maybe they're a zygote, maybe they're an embryo, and maybe you're 10 weeks along. But eventually, if you're carrying that pregnancy to term, it's not like it's going to turn into a kangaroo. It's going to turn into a baby. Mm-hmm. It's going to be, but my whole thing is, here's what I don't understand. I get it, sanctity of life, and you believe that the termination of a pregnancy is murder. But what about when a human being's born? Are you willing to make sure that the quality of that human being's life, that person, why aren't you having the best? Why doesn't this country have the best education and the best health care and the best life for that child once it is born? It's almost like it's easy to believe in the sanctity of life when you don't have to deal with the reality of that life on a day-to-day basis. And when I hear people so often, all the people that are talking about, oh, I believe in pro-life, but then they're like, okay, well, what are you going to do? Are you going to make sure that child has health care? Are you going to make sure that the parents can make sure that that they have to work all the time and you're going to make sure they have good daycare. No one ever talks about that. People talk about abortion because it's an easy issue to identify and take a position on. What's really hard is to make sure that once a child is born, that it gets to lead a fruitful life where it gets to live in a house and it has love and everything it needs to grow up and be fruitful and make sure that if you're a godly person, make sure that every child has a life that honors their creator. But nobody ever
We
talks
haven't
that.
even gotten to the rights of fathers yet either.
No, but they haven't even talked about that. And no one even talks about, I mean, I'm more interested, and I'm just speaking from the choice of life, and once that life is here, and you're either, and I never hear people that are pro-life talking about all the other things that come along with making sure that life is taken care of. Because to me, and that's what I can't stand is you only think about one bit of an issue and you don't think about the ramifications of it all. It's like with education. What I've never understood is education, we have to justify like, okay, every child costs this much money. So let's quantify what education is. But the thing is, education is valuable for its own sake. You can never quantify what it's like for a kid to go into a drama class and work outside their own comfort zone and realize that they can get up in front of people and perform. And what that revelation might do for that kid 20 years down the road. Put somebody on a road of like, okay, I don't want to be an actor, but maybe I realize I can get up in front of people and I can be persuasive. I can be a politician, or I can be a professor, or there's so many things. And if the kid doesn't have a school that has a drama program, they never get to, that they could even randomly go into, they'll never find that thing out about themselves that they might need to carry them to their destiny later. We don't even think in those kind of terms. America is now, we've distilled everything down to economics, and it all has to have an immediate return in the last fiscal quarter. Otherwise, we won't do it. And we're killing ourselves. The United States is rapidly falling behind the rest of the world in everything, especially in education.
We also got foreign powers on our shores, scoping us out, like China and Russia, hanging out in Alaska.
The Chinese, I mean, even at art school, when Elizabeth, my girlfriend, was going to Pasadena Art Center, she knew Chinese students that were terrified because they were convinced other Chinese students were enrolled in the same. And by the way, Pasadena Art Center is a very prestigious art college in the United States. And there's a lot of, the thing about colleges like this, there's a lot of thinking going on there. There's a lot of, about our culture. You get into, people wouldn't think about this, but if you want to shape culture, where do you want to go? You want to go to liberal arts colleges. You want to go to art schools where people that are going to create products that are going to be consumed by the masses. I mean, you can't beat America militarily. Our Navy alone could destroy all the ships in the world combined couldn't do anything against our Navy. I was talking to somebody last weekend at a restaurant that I randomly ran into, and they work for the Air Force, and they were telling me about hypersonic weapons that they've been testing, and nobody even knows we have. And I said to him, I'm like, should we worry about, should we worry about stuff? And he's like, no. And I'm like, okay, but I mean, it's
when you're facing an opponent that is mightier than you are, like the entire rest of the world would be if they went up against us. The way you do it, there's 3 ways you can take over a country or a foreign power. 1 is militarily, by force. 2 is economically, and then the 3rd is culturally.
Yeah.
And these 2 right here are the ones that we're dealing with right now, because nobody's going to be able to beat us through show of force.
Oh, I would presume to venture, and again, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but you can look at American culture over the last 25 years, and it has been systematically and methodically dismantled by outside bad actors. And it's happening every day. I mean, I can just go onto my Twitter feed. I look at people that have interacted, people. I've had people come after me on Twitter for various, and that they're bots, You know, they're certainly not. I mean, our country is under attack each and every day, like you said, culturally, mostly culturally, economically as well. But it's happening each and every day, and you can actually see it. I can watch it because I'm a pundit online, so I get a lot of it from various areas, and it's easily identifiable. You look at it, and it's incredible to me if you really read. I mean, there's documentaries that I've watched about this, but if you really read American intelligence services information about TikTok, I mean,
it's a Chinese spy app.
Oh, absolutely. And it's, if you look at how and the thing is, what's really frightening about all that is they're developing psychological profiles which isn't hard, based on the things people watch. What do people respond to? What do they look at? What do they laugh at? And so all that information is incredibly useful when it's turned back on the population that you're gathering it about. The Americans are the most easily manipulated people in the world because we are less informed and less educated than we were 20 years ago.
That's the problem.
But we also found documentation that our government has been influencing this. Like, we have actual documentation that we found. They have been colluding with big tech to influence our decision making and regulate our free speech.
Oh no, we have to be smarter. Like you can combat all that nonsense by just being freaking smart enough to look into something. You see something that's like, oh, I saw some statistic about.
But most
blah, blah,
people.
blah.
Well, most people, I'm not saying they're not smart. I said most people won't go through the trouble or the hassle of doing
That's
that.
not acceptable, though. Like,
That
you can't just sit there. Well,
and then we're back to our education system.
Yep.
Where,
but no, you're absolutely right. I mean, the collusion between look, what's so funny is I don't necessarily think this is a bad thing. This is just a result. I mean, anyone that read. If you read classical science fiction, like I joined the science fiction book club when I was 10, and I was you read any of the science fiction masters, all of this stuff. You don't just have to read Aldous Huxley or Brave New World and then George Orwell, 1984. You don't just have to read those guys. I mean,
like Orson Scott Card.
Yeah, read any of the grand masters of science fiction. Now read Charles Stross or read all of this stuff, all the manipulation of civilization, especially now by big tech, all of it was because great science fiction writers are extrapolating on the future about what existed now. And all of this stuff is out there. There's all kinds of books and information you can read about. Like, there's a great documentary I was reading or watching on Netflix about just the manipulation that big tech is making against our democracy. And the real sad part is it just eventually comes back down to money. You know, people just want, it's all about money. Yeah, I mean, I really wish sometimes
that we had replicators.
Well, no, I really wish that there was a great evil, like Satan was real, and that Satan, it was all Satan, it was all Mephisto, and he had some grand design for the human race. Like, there was a purpose behind it. That, like, I'm going to suck the souls of every man and woman, child. I wish that was the case, but it never is. It's just, it all comes back down to money and and at the end of the day, I mean, tonight, the Powerball in the United States is worth $1.6 billion. I think
I got some tickets.
Yeah, I'm getting some tickets tomorrow. Goddamn right, I'm getting some tickets before that drawing, because why not?
Probability of winning
it's like, and by the way, no one has won the Powerball. That's why the jackpot is so high. But somebody's going to win it at some point. Why shouldn't that person be me? But at the end of the day,
your chances increase exponentially for every ticket that you buy. And if you don't buy anything, your chances of winning is zero.
Yeah, but here's my problem. I wish that we, the human race, I wish all this manipulation that we're doing and all the governments that are battling, I wish it was for something that is, you know, I look at the James Webb Telescope, the images that have been coming back from the James Webb Telescope of the universe. We're seeing deeper into the universe. We're seeing exoplanets. We're seeing things we've never seen before. And we won't have the technology, if ever, to get to them for thousands of years. But it would be nice to
I don't know
know,
about that.
maybe, but it would be nice to know that our civilization is thinking about that we're going to be here in 1,000 years or 2,000 years or 3,000 years. And maybe wouldn't it be interesting if we changed our way of thinking and got educated for its own sake, reveled in other people, and realized that there is joy to be taken just by having a conversation. Do you know what it means to some people if you just have a conversation with them?
It could be the difference between somebody killing themselves often.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, that guy coming out of jail. I mean, you could see it in his face. I mean, I was just sitting there hanging out, and I didn't really even get in to say, yeah, I'm working on a Superman movie here, and the studio's paying for me to be in Tamworth, Australia's country music capital. I didn't even get into that. I was asking about himself, because I didn't even want to talk about me, because I actually felt bad about, like, I'm fucking on vacation and getting paid really well because I'm working on a movie, which is the thing I've wanted to do my whole life. So I'm just having a great old time. And you just spent 15 years in prison. I didn't want to say anything about me. So, but think about where we could all be. You know, all the anxiety, all the stuff that people, it bums me out. It bums me out that my life, I feel like I was on this path, and now I live in a cul-de-sac. And I'm never going to get out of that cul-de-sac for the rest of my life, because I can't even get movies made now because of the world that we live in. And that's fine. I mean, I get it. Let other marginalized voices come up and they tell their stories. The problem is
I got stories if you want to make a movie, Rob. I got plenty of stories.
It's the question of we walk into a meeting, people are like, you two guys, I don't know if we want to hear your stories.
Isn't it kind of cool that your one movie though has your childhood idol in it? Like,
that's true.
Everyone who ever wanted to be a filmmaker, you know, when you're lying back in your bed, you're just imagining like your favorite actor in your movie one day.
Well, I'll tell you something.
I've worked with my childhood actor. I've worked with my childhood hero before.
Was that good? Did you have a good experience?
Yes, it was amazing.
Yeah, I'll tell you something that happened that's totally amazing. This is crazy. So I produced this movie, Tango Shalom. You know, I edited and worked on it for 5 years. It was just blessed.
I remember you talked to me about it before.
Yeah, it was just blessed by the Pope, by Pope Francis.
That's awesome.
And here's a weird thing. So there is an archdiocese, I want to say his Pope Machado, Archbishop Machado, who works out of India. And back in the early 80s under Pope John Paul II, this Pope Machado started an interfaith dialogue. Like the Vatican wanted to reach out to other faiths to start interfaith dialogue. Now cut to 40 years later, and Machado is still an archbishop. And he somehow knows one of the actors in our film that also works with interfaith dialogue, promoting religious tolerance amongst other religions. And this Archbishop Machado knows the Pope Francis, and they were having a conversation. And Machado has been a big proponent of Tango Shalom because it played in India, it played in Turkey, and somehow he got in touch with Pope Francis. And in the Vatican newspaper, I think it was a couple months ago, I forget what it's called. I'm getting all this information because I'm going to make a video about it. But the Pope blessed Tango Shalom for its, I mean, the Pope, the current Pope. And I was like, really?
How does that affect your odds of getting into heaven?
It doesn't, I don't know. It doesn't bring me any.
Aren't you Jewish?
Yes,
right?
Yes. Which,
same heaven though.
Yeah.
It is the same God.
But the thing that is crazy to me is, like, I don't get any extra money from that. And would it be nice? I never thought I was going to get any money from Tango Shalom in this day and age, the way the industry works, this tiny little indie film that we barely got finished. However, I don't know anyone whose movie was blessed by the Pope. And I think to myself, I'm like, that's pretty cool. And like you talked about free enterprise, like there are a lot of people that have said to me, Rob, you only directed one movie in your life. And I'm like, yeah, but that's because it didn't make any money, and the DVD world started to rise, and people were paying me lots of money to make DVD special features. And as a fan, I'm like, when my friend Brian Singer goes, hey, you want to come up and do the special features for X-Men? I'm like, yes, I do. Yes, I do. And suddenly I'm interviewing the entire cast of X-Men 2, you know, including Patrick Stewart, and I'm making money. Then they're like, hey, would you like to work on Lord of the Rings? I'm like, yes, I would. Yes, I would. And then I'm on Chronicles of Narnia, living in New Zealand for 14 months, you know, and then I'm going to Superman Return, going to Australia for a year. Then I'm, and during that time, you know, I went to London and met Christopher Lee, and then I was asked to go to a festival in Tel Aviv, and I go to Tel Aviv and show Free Enterprise, and I go with Roger Nygaard, who made Trekkies. And so Roger Nygaard made Trekkies, and I made Free Enterprise. We're speaking at the Tel Aviv Cinematheque, giving lectures and showing our movies to people in Israel. And they're like, would you like to go to Jerusalem and spend the day there? I'm like, yes, I would. You know, would you like to go to this? I know this great Arab restaurants in the Arab quarter. Is that cool with you? I'm like, yes, it is. I mean, and it's like, I've done all, let's go to Bulgaria and make a horror movie. I mean, it's
You've been
like,
to Bulgaria? Really? Oh, that sounds
yeah, we
great.
produced The Hills Run Red. I was there in 2008 for months. And that was a movie that Dave Parker and I developed. And it's like, I might not be rich, you know, I might not be like wildly successful, but if you think about it in Hollywood, how many people are? There's only like 20 people on the planet Earth at any one time that studios want to work with. But like, I'm working on a movie right now. I mean, not this particular moment in time, but a movie called The White Devils. And I was editing stock footage of apartheid in South Africa that opens the movie, you know, cutting it together and making sure that it's the best footage we can get, and working on the credits and remastering this movie in 2K. I was doing that earlier today, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, I was on the John Campy show. I came home and I'm working on South African file footage about apartheid and oppression, and now I'm going to go stream on YouTube and talk about Andor. What's not to love? I mean, you know.
Honestly, though, like everything after you finished Free Enterprise, you must have just been like, you know, I'm on borrowed time now, because like I said, you're dreaming of making a movie one day, and you're probably imagining the actors that you're watching in your movies, even though it doesn't usually make sense, you know, because by the time you're making movies, they're older, so you wouldn't even think that you'd ever work with Shatner. So it's kind of cool, like if you don't ever direct another major movie that was your one.
Yeah.
I just do one, you know.
You just gave me the perfect summation of why there have been a lot of friends of mine, a lot of people who have said it must be, you know, it's too bad you only got to make one movie. Look, I'm not done making movies. I've taken a 25-year detour. and
you know what, Rob? I got stories. You want to make movies? I got you, man. Just let me know, because I am looking for a way back in.
I'm always looking for stories, and it's the thing is though, but you're right in that it was so weird and surreal, and so we made this movie, and we won awards. You know, we won at the AF. We went again. The first place I always wanted to go. I'd never been to Europe. And I wanted to go to this festival in Spain, in Barcelona, the Sitges Festival. Sitges is a small town that's about 20 kilometers south of Barcelona on the Mediterranean. And it's a festival that's as old as I am, that is devoted to science fiction, fantasy, and horror. It's a genre festival. Always wanted to go there. And so we made Free Enterprise, and the first place we sent it, I said to the producers, I go, listen, we got to send the movie to this festival. And they're like, yeah, but this is a comedy. I said, yeah, but it's about fans. It's about people that like science fiction, fantasy, and horror films. And they let us in. So the world premiere of Free Enterprise was at this Spanish film festival that I'd wanted to go to literally most of my life. And they let it in.
Yeah.
And it's like, and I was there. And then when we were selling the movie, it wasn't in the festival, but it was at the film market in Cannes. We went to Cannes with William Shatner. I mean, I was hanging out with William Shatner at the Cannes Film Festival. And while we were there, there's a filmmaker named Henry Jaglom, who I hate his films. I'm not a fan of his work. but he was shooting a movie called Festival in Cannes on the beach, and we're walking on the beach with Shatner, and Maximilian Schell, who was Hans Reinhardt in The Black Hole, he was in Deep Impact. He had starred with William Shatner in Judgment at Nuremberg in like late 50s, early 60s. And somehow they saw each other. And like we're with them. And Shatner and Maximilian Schell meet on the beach in Cannes. And Mark and I are just like, this is fucking crazy, dude. And if you watch Festival in Cannes, Jaglom was filming and filmed this meeting. It's like in the movie. And Mark and I are in the background. You can barely see us, but we're there. And they filmed this meeting of Shatner and Maximilian Schell on the beach in Cannes because we made this cockamamie movie about Shatner. I mean, I've lived that life, and most people wouldn't care, but I'm like, I got to see William Shatner, or the time when we're in William Shatner's office going over the script, doing notes. And his assistant comes in and goes, Ricardo Montalban's on the phone. And Mark and I are like, and we thought she was talking to us like it was some joke, you know, and Shatner's like, Bill's like, oh, okay, great. And Bill goes to us, he goes, listen, Ricardo Montalban's on the phone and he's not doing well. He's not in the best health. And we're like, okay. And Shatner picks up the phone. He's like, hello, Ricardo. Oh, how are you doing? And like, they have this conversation. And Mark leans to me and goes, it's just like in Star Trek 2. They don't actually meet. They just see each other across the view screen and talk on the phone. And it was just, I didn't want to crack up, but this shit was happening. And if you're a Star Trek fan,
that's so weird. That must be so surreal.
I mean, it was so. I'll tell you another thing. So in the movie, there's a rapper in this movie, Rated R, who is part of Tupac's posse, Thug Life. And I won't get into the story because it's a long story how he got involved and everything, and he was great. He recorded this track with Shatner.
Yeah, I've seen the movie.
Oh,
It's
he's serving life in San Luis Obispo prison because he killed his manager. Because his manager was embezzling his money.
So you've known a couple of murderers.
I mean, it's just like, wow, you know. And I still feel guilty. I've never gone to visit him. I probably should write him a letter or something. I don't know what I'd say.
Yeah,
but
say what you said to the last guy.
I know, but that last guy was out. He was out of prison. but it's listen, I need to go to bed because this channel, we have a member call at 11 a.m. tomorrow, which is in what is that, 8 hours something? 8 hours.
You maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. So gentlemen, I have to say goodnight, but this has been a fun conversation. Oh, wait, you know what? Bert sends in a tip. And Bert says, question about your comic book physical media. What Star Wars omnibus do you have 2 shelves below Vampirella with the Caroline Munro head sculpt? Did you enjoy reading the DC 52 omnibus, i.e. the compilation of the 52 weekly issues after Infinite Crisis? Bert's looking at my background. One, that is the first Star Wars omnibus of Marvel titles. I have 2 and 3 in the other room that I just haven't put on the shelf. And, you know, the new 52 is okay. I didn't love it, to be honest. But you know what else I have? Actually, I have over there. I have the Dark Horse slipcased edition, the hardcover of The Star Wars, when Dark Horse adapted Lucas's original Star Wars script, and it's a really cool. It's over there though. I can't really reach it because there's boxes stacked there, but it's a really cool book. It's a really great slipcased version. But that's funny, Bert, that I love it when people are looking at the shelves. But yeah, so that Star Wars omnibus is the first of the Marvel books. The first compilation of the Marvel Star Wars comics that went to like, I think 109 issues plus annuals, I think. So I guess we lost. Well, I'm gonna take off, man. Joe, it was good to see you again.
I got one question for you.
Yes,
Have
sir.
you ever heard of a film called Babette's Feast?
Oh yeah, I love that movie. As a matter of fact, it's big in this house because my girlfriend's name in French is Babette, and
Really?
she loves to cook, and her and her mom love Babette's Feast. I actually saw that in a theater when it first came out.
That's Pope Francis's favorite movie. So
I did not know that.
now that you've gotten in with him,
Wow.
if you ever get talking to him, you guys can discuss that film.
Yeah, I mean,
1987.
yeah, that's I saw. I want to say I want to say I saw it at the Seattle Film Festival, but I might not have. I just saw it at the Egyptian Theater. But I love Babette. So it's actually Elizabeth and I have watched it together. But it's great. I didn't know Pope. That's so funny. Pope Francis liked it.
I had a class about him, so we learned about him, and then we watched his favorite movie, and it was actually funny because you could see a lot of, even though I never met him, you could see a lot of like his personality in the movie.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Why he likes it. So it was like a weird educational thing to be learning about somebody like that way.
Oh yeah, totally. I mean, look, I as I said, my general philosophy of life is that it's pretty great. You know, it'll be over soon enough. So why not spend the time we have enjoying existence? You know, and for for every time the world seems to get me down, I'll watch a video on YouTube about what the James Webb Telescope took pictures of this week. It's just like, wow, here's infrared photographs of Jupiter that we've never seen before, and you can let it all get you down, or because I mean, if you quantify it, I think about the fact that I have less time on this planet to be alive than there is from the time I saw Star Wars when I was 10 years old. The time I exist, I know that probably doesn't mean anything. It just, I think about it in those kind of terms. Like I think about my life when movies came out, like how long ago?
Exact same thing, yeah.
Like, so Star Wars came out 45 years ago, May. And that means I'm not going to live. I don't have 45 years more. At least I hope I don't have 45. Because if I had 45 more years of life, I'd live to be, I guess if I lived to be 100, I don't want to live to be 100.
You're 55 then?
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, yeah, like my grandma's 92 and she's still driving, can walk.
Yeah, my grandfather was 97. Yeah. But
as long as you're in good shape, but if you're like decrepit, just, might as well you don't want to live that long if you're not in good shape.
As long as I'm in good shape, I'm fine. As long as I can lift my big omnibuses and read them. But I'm going to take the Marie Canio. At one point I'm going to have to just start giving all this stuff away. Do that Swedish thing, like you give everything away before you die. I don't want to leave all this stuff here. Like, here, I bequeath this book to you.
You have so much stuff though. You'd have to start now.
I know. Well, I think about my film collection. I'm like, I know people that have like 30,000 movies, and but I feel like if I watch, every time I watch, I should watch my discs one last time, and each time I finish it, I should give it away to somebody. This is the last. I'm never going to watch this movie again. Here you go. But I can't bring myself. I'm looking over this a wall.
You got it perfectly set up though. You end with that. With that Richard Lessler, whatever it is, that movie you haven't seen.
Oh, the bed sitting, bed sitting room, which I have still yet to see. One day
you cycle all your Blu-rays out, and that'll be the last one.
Yeah, it's funny you remember that. Jerem Mananin says, "Have you read any of Thomas Perry's books?" I want to say that I have, but I don't know if it's the Thomas Perry that you're talking about because I have Thomas Perry books on my shelf. By the way, Natron upgraded membership to PGS Hero. And Emblazon64 asks, he's probably not even here anymore, but good evening, Rob, Urtman and Lael. Have any of you visited Neutral Zone Studios? It's the reconstructed Star Trek sets that Vic Mignogna is a part of. I have not. That's where they shot Star Trek Continues. I have only been on the other Star Trek sets. That they're just getting the Galileo shuttlecraft model over in Ticonderoga. Of course, James Cawley's sets, and I've shot on them and been there, and they are amazing. But I've never been on the Neutral Zone sets, although I've always wanted to go there. Ghost Rider says, "Sorry, Rob, my phone is being wonky and kicked me off. It was awesome to be on again. I hope to get to speak with you and maybe work with you again soon. That would be great." I think that would be loads of fun. Let me just make sure if I'm thinking about the Thomas Perry and see if books. Yeah, I don't think this is I have books by another Thomas Perry. I have not. I have not. You know what? I have not read this Thomas Perry's books. I have not read any, but I know them. I just haven't read them. Unfortunately. So, but hey, look, a lot of his books look great. Oh, you know what? That isn't true. Here's the book by Thomas Perry that I have. This is the book I have by Tom. I don't know if it's the right Thomas Perry. Thomas Perry's Nightlife. Is that the same Thomas Perry? This is the book that I have read. I think it's, as I'm looking, the same Thomas Perry. This is the Thomas Perry that I've read. It's a serial killer book. It's called Nightlife. I knew I had. Okay, that's it. That's the Thomas Perry book I've read. But I'm looking at the internet. A cursory glance. I don't know if it's the same Thomas Perry, but that's the book I have. Thomas Perry's Nightlife. That's the book I've read, which I actually kind of liked. And now that I'm looking at it, I don't even remember when I bought it. Oh, it came out in 2007. I bought it. I have it in hardcover. So there you go, man. So Joe, I am going to jump off I'm going to go to bed with my freshly shorn and laundered, clean dogs. They went to the groomer today, and they're going to crawl on top of me when I go to bed. And I'm going to be back for our live stream tomorrow for you members. So I can't believe Tom Jr. Jackson is still here. Tom, you are a goof person. Tom's our great moderator. Hopefully I'll see you, Tom, at the member call. So if you're a member of the channel, join us tomorrow at 11 a.m. So, Joe, thanks for being here. I want to thank everybody who supports the channel via super chats and tips and memberships and all that. Thanks for being here, watching us. This is another epic, what is this, a 6-hour stream again almost? Thank you for being here. And thanks to our moderating staff. Tom, I don't know if anyone else was here, but if they were, you're the only one left that would hear me anyway. So thanks for that. And Joe, thanks for being here. And I want to thank Ghost Rider for being here. And everybody for being here. It was fun. And Lael, and of course, So, yeah. So, Joe, I will bid you a farewell and a good night.
You too. Thanks, Rob.
All right, man. Thanks for being here. Always a pleasure to talk to you. All right, everybody. What a fun stream this has been. All right, I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to go to bed and get up, and we're going to do a member call. So thank you all for being here. And remember, as I said before, every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. And all you have to do is listen, because you never know who you're going to meet. And on that note, I would say to all of you, have a better day, have a better night wherever you are. And I guess read a book from Thomas Perry. And Nightlife was pretty good. I liked it. And I will see you all, as Justin would say from Justin's Collection, in the next video.